Director of the African American Policy Forum and a professor of law here at UCLA Law School. Woohoo! On behalf of my colleagues, Abigail Segui, Juliet Williams, and Pedro Noguera, I want to thank you all. Those who traveled across campus, those who traveled across town, and those who traveled across the country to join us on this special occasion to talk about one of the most pressing issues in school reform today. I also want to thank those of you who are joining us virtually, and I want to encourage you to be active participants in our conversation today and tomorrow. So I'm a big fan of intersectionality. And this conference represents an intersection of a lot of different trajectories. The most immediate condition of possibility was an email invitation that I received from Abby inviting me to participate in an author meets critic roundtable on Juliet Williams' soon-to-be published book, The Separation Solution, Single-Sex Education, and the New Politics of Gender Equality. The timing of that invitation could not have been better. Since 2014, AAPF has been promoting Why We Can't Wait, a campaign to raise awareness about the crises facing Black girls in school and elsewhere. Our report, Black Girls Matter, Pushed Out Over Police and Underprotected, addressed the dramatically disproportionate suspension of Black girls from school, a critical issue that had been all but ignored in the almost exclusive focus on racial disparities that were facing Black boys. Black Girls Matter called for a gender-inclusive approach to addressing the opportunity gaps that face youth of color. Yet the weight of most of the conversation about school reform in recent years has consistently foregrounded a framework that set interventions directly targeted to boys, and viewed these yawning disparities as sex-based disparities as opposed to race disparities. Now, I think all of us know that the culmination of this particular trend is realized in My Brother's Keeper and its challenge. It's an invitation that many school districts took up to meet that challenge with sex-exclusive educational programs. Now, single-sex education has been promoted as a critical intervention to target achievement disparities and some of the related challenges facing boys of color, despite much of the evidence that suggests that the gaps are far more racial than gender, and there are serious questions about the efficacy, practicality, and legality of these particular interventions. Juliet's book provided a powerful analysis that framed these issues in terms of their historic and contemporary dynamics. So I devoured the book in one sitting, page after. For me, it was a page turner. And as soon as I put the book down, I wrote an email to Juliet and to Abby saying, I'd be happy to participate in the Author Meets Critic, but it's got to be more than that. We have to have a conversation with everybody who has a stake in this conversation. At the same time, another fortuitous thing happened. I learned that Pedro Noguera, a leading figure who was on my wish list of collaborators, was actually coming to UCLA. Unbelievable. So in our kind of getting to know you lunch, I was like waiting for the moment to spring it on him. And he was gracious in agreeing that this was an issue that really warranted a full vetting between researchers, advocates, school administrators, teachers, parents, students, and foundations. So at this level of participation, we are hoping that for the first time, we will have a conversation across all the sectors about the importance of understanding the research behind gender-based education, the legality of it, and some of the outcomes. Now, our goal today and tomorrow is to bridge communities by integrating the sometimes distinct discursive communities principally around racial justice on one hand and gender justice on the other. So our goal is to facilitate productive exchanges between all of these sectors, all of whom are in one way or another stakeholders in the future of our children and the nation as a whole. Collectively, we hope to share research, experiences, and proposals towards lifting up race and gender equity in education. Together, we want to explore questions like, what are the conceptions of racial justice and gender difference that underwrite the move to separated solutions to low achievement? Are there gender disparities in the resourcing of interventions to address the needs of boys and girls of color? And if so, how can these be addressed? What legal issues are raised by the proliferation of single-sex classes in schools? And how can we ensure that Title IX and constitutional protections are enforced? And importantly, what role should philanthropy and community engagement play in elevating the values of race and gender equity in contemporary school reform? Now, we will certainly not all agree on every point that we're going to discuss. We have a full range of perspectives here. Those who oppose single-sex education, those who have concerns about the particulars of existing approaches, to those who believe that these approaches are essential to meet the needs of our children. What we most want to accomplish, though, is a thorough reflection on the existing information about sex separation and hopefully a commitment to building best practices that take seriously the challenges of experimentation and innovation in public education. Now, as I said to Abby just a few minutes ago, I hope we're not going to have a Rodney King moment where I have to say, can we all just get along? But I believe we can. I believe that the interest that we all have in enhancing outcomes for all our children is the common denominator that will allow us to continue to engage each other. So let me end this by laying out our approach for this conversation and also thanking our partners. Now, we will be grounding the conversation following this Author Meets Critic panel with a series of round tables. All of our participants in the round tables have already met, and they have agreed to several points of conversation, each point being introduced by our moderator. Our goal is to advance the themes of each panel through 45 to 50 minutes of conversation among them, after which questions and comments from the participants in the room will be integrated into the discussion. We will end each round table with concrete proposals about what should happen, who should do what, how, when, and why. We will integrate all of these proposals and hopefully emerge with an agenda for future collaboration at the conclusion of this convening tomorrow. Now, of course, before we begin, we have to acknowledge the sponsorships that have made this convening possible. First, the CRS program, Critical Race Studies program here at UCLA Law School. Scott Waugh, Executive Vice Chancellor and Provost, the Department of Education, the UCLA Department of African American Studies, the UCLA Gender Working Group, the UCLA Center for American Politics and Public Policy, the Department of Gender Studies, the UCLA Race and Gender Working Group, Califia Now chapter of Greater Los Angeles, the Scholars Strategy Network, and especially the Irene Flockno-Ross Lecture Series. Thank you, all of our partners, for what promises to be a stimulating and groundbreaking convening. I now turn it over to Abigail.
Thank you for all of you for coming today to talk about Professor Juliette Williams' insightful new book, The Separation Solution, Single-Sex Education and the New Politics of Gender Equality. There's plenty of seats here in the front. If you're in the back, you can come on in, join us if you'd like. Okay, so I am Abigail Segui, Professor of Sociology and Gender Studies here at UCLA. I read Professor Williams' book in draft form as part of a writing group that we both participated in, and thought that it would make for a lively and important author meets readers discussion when it came out. When, in my role as coordinator of the Sociology of Gender Working Group, I invited our 3 panelists to participate, they all agreed, and as you've just heard from Kim, she thought this merited a much larger event, and here we all are today. So this is very exciting. What I'm going to do now is just briefly introduce each of the panelists, and then I'm going to have them come up and deliver their remarks. So Professor Williams is Professor of Gender Studies and Associate Dean of the Division of Social Sciences at UCLA. She was trained as a political theorist and holds a PhD in government. She specializes in feminist theory, gender, law, education, and cultural studies. We are also privileged to have 3 leading scholars from law, sociology, and education who will offer their readings, their interpretations, drawing on their own work of Professor Williams' book. And these include Mike Messner, who is Professor of Sociology at USC. He is one of the pioneering sociologists of masculinity studies, and an influential scholar of sex and gender, gender and sport, and gender-based violence. Linda Sachs is Professor of Education at UCLA. She is a leading expert on single-sex education, specifically in high school and college, gender in STEM, and the gender gap in college education. Finally, we have Professor Kimberle Crenshaw, who has just introduced herself. As we all know, she is well known for her cutting-edge theorizing about intersectionality, or how intersecting social identities, including gender, race, and class, inform structures of oppression, domination, and discrimination. So I've asked each panelist to limit their remarks to 15 minutes, after which Juliet will speak for 15 minutes, and we're going to have first Mike, Linda, Kim, and then Juliet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's really nice to be here, and I appreciate the invitation. The drive across town was not pleasant, but there are many things to appreciate about this book. I want to note one overarching contribution here off the top. It's difficult to write a book that's sophisticated enough to push scholarly debates forward and also clear and accessible for teachers, parents, and school policy communities. Williams pulls this off beautifully. In both form and content, The Separation Solution is a pleasure to read. Williams shows us how and why the debates about single-sex schooling have been so complicated, and she cuts through these complications with clear prose and incisive analysis. In my time here today, I want to touch on a couple of points in the book that connect with some of the research that I've done, so as to raise some questions in the spirit of promoting dialogue. The first relates to intersectionality. First named by Kimberle Crenshaw, intersectionality is an approach to knowledge production and activism that recognizes the simultaneity of race, class, gender, and other forms of social inequality. Intersectionality is, in its essence, a non-reductionist approach. That is to say, it forces us to recognize the limits and also the oppressive potentialities built into knowledge claims and actions that insist on focusing simply on gender, or simply on race, or simply on social class. In my field of sociology, intersectionality has a deep history grounded in the work of Bonnie Thornton Dill, Maxine Bach-Zinn, Patricia Hill Collins, and others. In feminist sociology, intersectionality has been for some time arguably a paradigmatic approach. In her new book, Intersectionality and Intellectual History, Ange-Marie Hancock astutely questions whether intersectionality has become perhaps the latest intellectual buzzword, a sort of meme. Indeed, it's far more difficult to do intersectionality in a serious scholarly project than it is to engage in the almost liturgical repetition of the term, predictably followed by approving head nods in graduate seminars or academic presentations. In the separation solution, Williams demonstrates beautifully the progressive power of intersectionality as a lens through which to understand a crucial issue about which there continues to be heated debate. The stakes are indeed very high. The question of same-sex schooling is, after all, about our children. And Williams shows us that our children's future depends on our learning to confront the simultaneity of race, class, and gender inequalities. Williams accomplishes this in part through a historical lens. Same-sex schooling, she shows, emerges at different moments out of varying configurations of cultural fears and politics at the intersections of race, class, and gender. The young black male, quote, endangered species fears of the 80s and 90s fueled a demand for same-sex schools in Detroit and elsewhere. And for a moment, a tentative consensus emerged across the political spectrum, akin to what Douglas Hartman's research has shown to be very similar in the 80s and 90s, a conservative and liberal convergence in favor of midnight basketball for, quote, at-risk black male urban youth. In this moment, Williams shows feminist opposition to same-sex schooling was framed as class and race elitism. Transcending this either race or gender perspective, Williams demonstrates a classic intersectional pivot, bringing into focus the ways that shifting educational resources towards single-sex schools risk invisibilizing and shortchanging black girls. In her final chapter, Williams connects briefly with the concept of soft essentialism that emerged in my work on youth sports, and almost universally sex-segregated activity. I want to walk you through this very briefly. Grounded in a post-World War II gender divide, most evident in white, middle-class experience, hard essentialism was the hegemonic ideology of natural categorical difference between women and men, eclipsing an impressive expansion of early 20th century sports for girls and women. The post-war years instituted a hard essentialist divide. Sports, especially the increasingly celebrated combat sport of football, was for boys and men. Girls and women cheered and supported from the sidelines. In American high schools, this clear gender divide amounted to an eroticized celebration of what Connell called hegemonic masculinity and emphasized femininity. However, in many communities and workplaces, black girls and women during the post-war years continue to have opportunities to play basketball or to compete in track and field. In American high schools, girls of color disproportionately participated in the Girls Athletic Association, which is essentially the school-based institutional ghetto of girls' sports. As a dominant gender ideology, in other words, hard essentialism emerged from and was celebrated in the lives of white middle-class people. The infamous Moynihan Report's criticism of the perils of the supposed deviance of matriarchal black families can be seen in part as an imposition of this hegemonic gender ideology on non-white, non-middle-class families. Betty Friedan's 1963 The Feminine Mystique, by extension, can be seen as a first shot fired in a rebellion against the ways that hard essentialism limited the lives and choices of professional class white women. By the 70s, much of this had begun to change, including the 1972 passage of Title IX, which fueled a rapid expansion of girls' school-based sports. By the 2000s, the ascendant gender ideology of the professional class was what I call soft essentialism, a celebration of individual choice, or what Williams aptly labels a post-essentialist, the sky's the limit discourse on girls. Was coupled with a largely unreconstructed view of boys, who are still viewed as driven by nature to compete in public life. The sex-segregated context of youth sports is today governed by what Williams refers to as a different but equal ideology, which translates, not surprisingly, into daily reproductions of persistent inequalities between boys and girls sports and between the men and women who volunteer to coach or become, quote, teen moms. In my book, It's All for the Kids, I detail the ways in which soft essentialism underpins and in turn legitimizes continuing divisions of labor and power in professional class families and communities. I also examine how adults see and view kids. Parents who have coached both girls and boys unequivocally support girls' right to play sports today. Yet they also talk about what they see as natural emotional differences between the sexes and how this necessitates different coaching strategies, including treating supposedly delicate girls with kid gloves while motivating boys by yelling at them and shaming them, a result of which is what psychologist William Pollock calls the hardening of boys. The dichotomous gender that adults project onto children seems like common sense in professional class families and communities, in large part because it legitimizes the choices that many of these men and women have made after the arrival of their own children in their families. High-earning fathers work even more hours in their careers. Instead, they support their wives' choices to pull back or even opt out of their high-earning careers so that they could better manage the concerted cultivation of their children. I wonder, to what extent does this professional class ideology of treating boys as pre-career and girls as pre-choice make common sense to people of other social classes and racial ethnic groups? And how does this work in schools? Has soft essentialism, particularly with this elevation of an ideology of individual choice for girls, now become hegemonic in schools, potentially benefiting white professional class girls, but hovering like a cloud of negative judgment over the heads of working class and poor girls? And what about boys? Williams observes that when it comes to a matter of stigma, perhaps the most notable feature of recent single-sex education advocacy is just how negatively boys as a class have been cast. This rings true to me. However, Michael Amusto's research, and Michael is sitting here in the room, on everyday interactions in a diverse middle school reveals white professional class boys leveraging their privilege both inside and outside the classroom in ways that affirm that they are indeed destined for positions as leaders in public life. I wonder what resources boys of color, poor boys, immigrant boys have to draw on to resist the stigma that Williams identifies. In closing, I want to reflect on a second question that the separation solution raised for me. How might we better understand the sources of what appears to be such a deep and widespread commitment to ideas of natural categorical difference between the sexes? Part of the explanation, as Williams shows, is due to the recent dominance of hard science, however pseudo that science might be. The hegemony of brain science in recent debates about same-sex schools, she shows, are, quote, a telling indication of biological determinism's enduring grip on the popular imagination. But people's everyday commitments to ideologies of natural difference go deeper, I think, than science. We need also to consider pleasure as a source of commitment to binary sex difference. The pleasures of gender difference are driven in part by commercial interests. As Kristen Barber has shown with her research on what she calls the well-coiffed man, products are increasingly marketed to boys and men, as they long have been to girls and women, to enhance, mark, and celebrate gender difference. And I have observed in my research on youth sports that adults express joyful pleasure, individually and collectively, when they observe and comment together on their boys and girls being oh so different from each other. But today there's also a growing pleasure attached to gender transgression. This is having an impact on youth sports. In a new volume I co-edited called Child's Play, Canadian sociologist Anne Travers analyzes the experience of gender nonconforming kids in youth sports, showing how they navigate and disrupt the sports binary. At the end of the separation solution, Williams touches briefly on the potential for transgender youth to shift the debates about same-sex schooling. We are now indeed in what we might call a transgender moment culturally, driven in part by popular culture and in part by grassroots claims, much of them from younger people, for expansive gender displays and identities. I do not share the sense of utopian possibility that some people feel in this moment, that we may be on the cusp of exploding the oppressive binaries that control our lives. In fact, I believe it's important to consider when to deploy a strategic categoricalism. For instance, we can't see how women are underpaid in workplaces unless we first accept and then deploy the category women. However, schools are being forced to respond to the challenge of transgender and gender nonconforming youth, with changes ranging from bathrooms to organized sports to the curriculum. These changes raise big questions But for here and in the spirit of Williams placing our discussion in contemporary history, I simply want to ask how this transgender moment might be setting the stage for a potential reconfiguration of the pleasures associated with gender. As today's children become adults, how might these emergent forms of pleasure shift, perhaps even transform, broader social views of two and only two sexes that so stubbornly grounded the debates that Williams so aptly examines? I'll stop at that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael, for those comments. And I just want to say welcome and good morning to everybody. I'm really pleased to be on this panel today. I have some longtime colleagues up here with me, as well as departmental colleagues from the School of Education and Information Studies and students from education. So I just want to put a shout out to you guys as well. So I want to give you a little context for this. Several years ago, I was in the midst of conducting research on single-sex education. And I believe it was Abby who introduced me to Juliet, who was also exploring this topic. And through my early conversations with Juliet, I was aware that she had a deep scholarly interest in this topic. But it wasn't until I read her book that I learned about the specifics of her own experiences with single-sex education and her brave journey as one of a handful of female students being integrated into a newly co-educational high school. So reading that was very powerful. In The Separation Solution, Juliet documents the rise, fall, and rise again of single-sex education in the United States and describes the 1990s as a pivotal turning point in the public attitude towards single-sex education. Juliet goes further than simply documenting the evolution of single-sex education. Instead, she pushes much more deeply by forcing us to consider how our conceptualizations around gender and gender difference are often revealed in the ways in which we do or do not advocate for single-sex education. Her arguments are novel, they're well supported, and they are forcefully articulated. She is also right on target about the variable quality of research evidence on the consequences of single-sex education. It is true, single-sex education is a difficult topic to study well, as I will attest to and elaborate on. As I read Juliet's account of the many methodological pitfalls of existing research on this topic, and her dismay at the lack of well-designed studies, I couldn't help but wonder how my own research might be portrayed in her book. And I'll be honest, when I read her description of my work as a rare example of rigorous research on this topic, I was just a little bit more than a bit relieved. So I'd like to describe how I ended up studying single-sex education at all. I've actually spent my career studying issues of gender among college students. In fact, this study that I did on single-sex education was my first and only foray into the secondary education sector. In particular, my work has really focused on the experiences of undergraduate women in STEM fields. One of the earliest questions that I had that was really prompted by the issue of STEM, it was one that I explored over 20 years ago in my dissertation. The question I had was whether women are better off in college majors that enroll a greater proportion of female students. That question was not inspired by the stirring debate over single-sex education, but it instead arose out of research I was conducting on women in STEM fields. I wanted to know whether women's status as a gender minority, and specifically the status as a gender minority, uniquely hindered their interest and success in predominantly male fields. So I conducted a national study. I had lots of different majors across the country that had high, medium, and low proportions of men and women, and did this full analysis within STEM and without STEM. And one of the things I learned, and that shapes my thinking about single-sex education, is the difficulty of separating the effects of gender composition from the role played by the sort of climate and culture that are created when women or men are a significant gender minority or majority. So about a decade ago, I returned to the issue of gender composition, but this time by examining single-sex secondary education, and specifically whether all-girls schooling makes a difference for women as they transition into college. As I embarked on research in this area, I reviewed existing studies on the outcomes of single-sex education. I wanted to know whether there was evidence that single-sex education makes a difference. If so, how and for whom? This latter question of for whom is especially critical, as many, including Cornelius Reardon, who has advocated this perspective, that single-sex education may be especially beneficial for racially and economically disadvantaged students. I reviewed much of the same research that Juliet writes about in her book, including major reviews of research on single-sex education that were published in the 2000s by the AEUW and the US Department of Education, Rosemary Salomone, among others. The reviews concluded that evidence regarding single-sex schooling is mixed. There are some studies revealing positive outcomes for graduates of all-girls schools. However, for every study documenting the benefits of single-sex education, there was another one refuting them. So it's important to consider why the findings are so mixed. Well, quite likely it's because of the many methodological challenges that arise when conducting research on single-sex schools. Now, I want to make one comment here. A lot of what I'm talking about refers to research on young women, which is the research that I focused on, but the same methodological pitfalls you will find in research on male students as well. So, what are three of these methodological pitfalls? First is the problem of generalizability. Many, if not most, studies on single-sex schools in the United States, at least until the late 2000s, were conducted at Catholic schools. And this wasn't surprising because the majority of single-sex schools in this country are Catholic. But the problem is that the results from such studies are often used to justify all single-sex schools, whether sectarian or non-sectarian, private or public. There's also the problem of confounding variables, which in this case represents the tendency for research on single-sex education to attribute positive outcomes solely to the gender composition of the school, without regard to other important differences between single-sex and coeducational schools, such as the pedagogy, curriculum, religious affiliation, size, selectivity, and the school's mission. Related to the issue of confounding variables is the problem of selection bias. Attendance at a single-sex school is not randomly determined. Students and their parents self-select into single-sex schools, for the most part. And the reasons for this decision are usually not accounted for when comparing outcomes between single-sex and coeducation. Thus, positive outcomes associated with single-sex schooling may have more to do with student, parent, or school background characteristics than specifically with school gender. So I approached my own research with all of these methodological challenges in mind, knowing that I could not overcome all of them, but I would tackle as many of them as I could. I had the benefit of existing data from a nationwide survey of college students in the US, some of whom had attended single-sex schools and most who had attended coeducational schools. They were, and these were single-sex and coeducational high schools, so we tracked where those students had attended before they matriculated into college. These were all students who responded to the nationwide freshman survey that I directed at the time. Before I share a few of my findings, it's important to note three facts about these results. First, they focus only on female students, though I will admit I have run analyses on male students, and I'm happy to answer a couple questions about those later if you have those. Also, at that time, the freshman survey only included a binary item for student sex. This has evolved over time on the survey, but at that time we had a binary measure, and so we have to keep that in mind as well. Second, I focus on students who had attended private single-sex and private coeducational high schools. This is important in an attempt to compare apples to apples. My data set for this study was from 2005, and thus it included very few students who had attended any public single-sex high schools, so they were not included in this analysis. Third, my research compares single-sex and coeducation separately for independent and Catholic schools. This was really important given differences between these sectors in their students, in their resources, and in their mission. With that said, my research compared 6,500 female graduates of private single-sex high schools with nearly 15,000 women who graduated from private coeducational high schools. I also in the study report results for women from all public schools as well, but not public single-sex schools. With that said, what did I find? So I'm going to start by describing a few highlights just from the descriptive comparisons between single-sex and coeducational graduates. Now you might remember, I might have said a few minutes ago, that descriptive comparisons are no good. So I'm going to tell you what I found, but keep that in mind. So, now I should note that the magnitude of these differences between single-sex and coeducation often depends on the type of high school, specifically in this study, whether Catholic or whether independently funded. For the sake of time, I'm going to describe the broad trends that I observed across both sectors. First, I found that women graduates of single-sex schools exhibited higher levels of academic engagement than did their coeducational counterparts. Specifically, during their senior year of high school, women attending single-sex schools reported spending more time studying, both independently and with other students. They were more likely to have tutored other students. They spent more time talking with teachers outside of class. They also scored higher on both the math and verbal portions of the SAT. The data also revealed that female graduates of the single-sex high schools, again, private single-sex high schools compared to private coeducational high schools, exhibited higher levels of self-confidence than their peers from coeducational schools. This was true for many aspects of self-confidence, including academic ability, intellectual ability, public speaking ability, writing ability, but these differences in self-ratings were especially true when it came to mathematical and computer skills, where the women from the single-sex schools rated themselves much higher. I also looked at how attending a single-sex school related to these students' career plans. Although I found that career aspirations were largely similar, in fact practically identical, for graduates of single-sex and coeducational schools, I did find one difference, which was that girls' schools produce a significantly greater proportion of women who plan to become engineers. Finally, I found that female students who had attended girls' schools entered college more politically engaged and had a greater propensity to become involved in extracurricular activities than those who had attended coeducational schools. Now, not all of the results are rosy, and in fact, this morning as I looked over my findings, I thought, I didn't talk about any of the negative findings. So I will add a couple of those, and one is that the students who had attended girls' schools spent less time on sports and exercise than the girls in co-ed schools, and this was important and affected some of their plans into college with regard to sports, so keep that in mind. They also exhibited higher levels of stress, which were largely attributable to the fact that they were spending so much more time studying, so keep that in mind as well. So I've given you some of these descriptive findings, most of which portray single-sex education in a positive light. But as I mentioned earlier, and as Juliet articulates so well in her book, developing a clear sense of the impact of single-sex education requires that we consider other factors as well. Thus, my research also used multi-level modeling to examine the extent to which differences between single-sex and coeducational schools persist once we control for the demographic backgrounds of the women who attend girls' schools, including things like their race and ethnicity, their family income, and their parents' education, while also controlling for the characteristics of these schools other than their gender composition, such as their enrollment, their location, curriculum. I also sought to understand whether the effects of single-sex education were dependent on students' race and ethnicity or socioeconomic status. In other words, is the predictive power of attending a single-sex school stronger or weaker for women of different backgrounds? So, what are the net effects of single-sex education? A full detail on these analyses is provided in the study, which I understand is on the conference website. So here's just some of the highlights. When controlling for student backgrounds and a variety of school characteristics, only some of the differences that I just described remain significant. These include higher scores on academic engagement, self-rated math and computer ability, interest in becoming engineers, interest in politics, and intent to participate in student government in college. In all cases, the magnitude of the effect is fairly small. But it is worth noting that most of these apparent benefits of single-sex education are in areas that have historically witnessed gender gaps that favor men. In addition, I found only one case where school gender interacted with either race or class in predicting student outcomes. That is, the positive relationship between attending a girls' school and interest in STEM was particularly strong for Latina students attending Catholic girls' schools. No other racial, ethnic, or income groups experienced a unique benefit of single-sex education across over 24 outcomes. As I think about my findings through the sort of political lens that Juliet writes about in her book, I'm aware that my research can be used to support the claims of both advocates and critics of single-sex education. On one hand, I've had to become comfortable with the fact that many in the single-sex education community have embraced these results and have invited me to speak about them, which I enjoy doing. At the same time, critics of single-sex education could rightly argue that my results provide only minimal support for single-sex education, and perhaps not enough to justify its existence or at least the use of public funds to support it. I also consider my findings with a degree of skepticism. Not just a researcher's skepticism, given the methodological limitations that I could not overcome, but the sort of skepticism that Juliet writes about in her book. I too am concerned about the potential for gender stereotyped teaching practices, and I too am concerned about whether the mere existence of single-sex education might turn back the clock by reinforcing notions of essential gender difference. Ultimately, to me, the important question is not simply whether single-sex or coeducation is better. The evidence shows that women can and do thrive in both settings, and gender stereotyping exists in both settings. The bigger issue is whether the specific conditions that seem to encourage positive outcomes for women in single-sex schools exist only in the absence of male students, or whether these more supportive and empowering environments can be replicated in coeducational settings. I have to believe, or I have to at least hope, that that's the case. This sentiment is expressed beautifully in Juliet's book, where she concludes, I quote from Juliet, "The fundamental question is whether gender-specific problems can be presumed to demand gender-specific solutions." Thank you.
So I want to start by suggesting an analogy that reflects how and why I couldn't put down Juliet's book when I first started reading it. I came up in the 70s when we first started to have new technology for viewing film. And one of the first pieces of new technology that I got my hands on was a pair of three-dimensional glasses. I don't know how many other people remember this, but one was red and one was blue. I won't tell you the full story of that. But when you put these glasses on, you were able to see the screen far more clearly than you could when you didn't have the glasses on. In fact, you couldn't watch a 3D movie without these glasses. You couldn't make it out. One eye would be seeing one thing, another would be seeing another. And it really contributed to getting really a headache watching it. Juliet's book is like those three-dimensional glasses for me when I look at the contemporary terrain on race, justice discourse, and gender discourse. On one hand, the race conversation that has taken hold, both from elites down and from grassroots up, have shared a common focus on the ways in which African American men and boys experience racial subordination and a relative marginalization on the ways that women and girls experience it. So we've been having conversations and debates and engagements on that question. On the gender side of the line, there have been critiques and conversations about the contemporary ways in which gender roles and stereotyping have informed certain kinds of policies. But in that conversation, there is frequently a missing signifier around gender. So over the last 2 years, those of us who've been involved in this have one conversation when we're talking to our allies in the racial justice community. And we have a different conversation when we're talking to people in the gender justice community. When you put Juliet's book into the mix, it brings them together in a way that helps you understand what the history, what the contemporary challenges are of this mutual exclusion and what might occur if we try to bring these two together. Juliet's book also presents a point of departure for me to think more concretely about contemporary challenges around intersectionality, and in particular, a contemporary challenge in articulating an intersectional approach to equal protection and Title IX. In Juliet's book, there is both the history of these programs, but also the complicated and sometimes unpredictable way that these questions have been framed in legal analysis. It suggests that there is still space, there's room for intersectionality to be something other than a buzzword, but in fact an analytical frame to think about some of the legal challenges that these programs present. So a point of departure for my comments is first of all to cue up what might be some of the ways in which these gender exclusive programs potentially threaten race-based interventions, and how we might think about intersectionality if we begin the analysis from the exclusion particularly of Black girls. Not the exclusion of girls per se, but a race and gendered project of exclusion that some of these programs might be framed as advancing. Now, my point of departure is a comment that Juliet makes, which I think is well taken. She points out that intersectionality has sometimes been framed largely in terms of exclusion or erasure or marginalization, which in turn creates the impetus for interventions to be race or gender based. In other words, to articulate the basis of exclusion as the point of entry for new policies. And she wonders whether using classifications in this particular way might in fact be the source of some of the problem. Or in other words, we should think about whether gender-based and race-based problems, when they're met with gender and race-based interventions, are themselves potentially problematic. And I think that her suggestion is actually well taken. We do have to think about what the implications are of framing intersectionality and its problems in terms of erasure. I want to go a little deeper and make a further concern, or put a further concern on the table, and that is there a way of maintaining our interest in being able to identify race-specific kinds of harms, which is, after all, what affirmative action is all about, both at the K through 12 level and also at the university level. Can we maintain a race-targeted jurisprudence while at the same time lifting up some of the problematics around the way that gender has been used in these particular programs? I want to further suggest that there is some tension between the use of gender to do race particular kinds of projects and trying to maintain the argument that race-specific interventions are in fact necessary in order to advance the well-being of children and students of color. Another way of putting it is, when we use gender to do and to address race-based problems, does it undermine the arguments that we need to make in order to actually address race-based problems? So part of what I want to put on the table is a particular example of using gender-based means to achieve race-specific ends. I want to problematize that by suggesting that actually these programs do more work to exclude Black girls who are experiencing race-based harms from the actual program. So I want to share a couple of slides to present some of the arguments that have been addressed in Washington, D.C.'s program on gender-based interventions. As I mentioned, many of these, I guess I'll just advance these myself. Many of these programs have been advanced prior to My Brother's Keeper, but a lot of the contemporary programs have been taken up in response to My Brother's Keeper challenges. And as many of you know, the president in My Brother's Keeper talked about the need to address some of the most challenging problems faced by those who've most been left behind. And there's a whole conversation, as Paul Butler calls it, the endangerment framing that suggests that on every metric and every measure it is boys of color, in particular African American boys, who have been left behind. And it raises a question about what about our daughters, what about the girls in the schools who, as I will show in a second, have many of the same indicators, and to the extent that their indicators are different, the difference is marginal as compared to the difference between all groups on the basis of race. So Washington, D.C. has proposed a My Brother's Keeper inspired program. We'll hear a little bit more about it when Galen Shuren talks about the research and analysis that they've done. But it basically is predicated on this idea that there are particular kinds of ways that educational programs can be shaped to address the specific challenges of boys, while at the same time leaving girls, particularly low-achieving black girls, essentially to wait for the kinds of programs that will address them. We understand this as presenting a sameness difference problem, namely to the extent that girls are facing some of the same challenges, those challenges are not directly addressed. To the extent that they're facing different challenges, there's really not much of a conversation about those, which I frame as part of a cycle of exclusion, which Juliet historicizes, and I would like to bring into the contemporary legal challenges. When a problem is defined, first in a gender-exclusive way, it tends to support the assumption that the problem is not equally shared, or that girls are not experiencing the same problem. That reinforces research paradigms that only look at the population that has been defined as sharing the problem. So then when public policy opportunities and foundational opportunities come up to intervene and to lift up best practices, girls are not part of that mix, which then reinforces the problem all over again. So it's a cycle of exclusion. The cycle of exclusion is predicated on a couple of moves that we've seen both in Juliet's text and also in some of the arguments that have been made for DC. One thing that consistently happens is misstating the benchmarks for boys and girls, often saying that boys are differentially situated when actually the data are the same. This is from DC's own data that show that despite the claims that they make that boys miss more school, in fact, it's exactly the same for boys and girls. We put the arrow there just to emphasize that. When it comes to satisfaction in school, boys and girls, black boys and girls have the same level. When we put a circle there just to indicate that. And then a failure to report what are in fact wider racial gaps than gender gaps. So consistently, the framing is that this is particularly a problem for boys when in fact it's a problem for black students. And to a significant degree, it's also a problem for Latino students. This is particularly important because the intervention here is an intervention for all boys. Boys of color as well as white boys, based on the framework that it is black boys and boys of color that are being left behind. We wanted to show this graphic because this is a graphic that shows the ratio of black girls to all other students in terms of AP access to courses. So as you can see on each of these comparisons, girls as compared to boys of color, black girls have less access. They have less access in comparison to all students. They have less access in comparison to white girls. So each of those show in ascending order the ways in which black girls are excluded. And then if we just were to look at some of the other data in terms of graduation rates, there is a greater racial disparity than gender disparity. If you want to just have a quick way of reading it, the red numbers are the racial disparity. disparity, the blue numbers are the gender disparity within racial groups. So the whole overall point here is we're essentially talking about a race problem far more significantly than a gender problem. And beyond that, there are a whole range of other different kind of challenges that Black girls are facing that are not part of this conversation. Our report deals with suspension. And if we add to that some of the consequences, there are questions about the long-term consequences of being pushed out of school for girls, which actually are greater in terms of long-term economic consequences than even for boys, something that's not part of it. So the overall point here is that these are in fact race problems that are framed as gender problems, which Juliet talks about. The question that I want to raise is, why is it that this particular framing is so salient, it is so resonant, that even individuals in your school districts, parents who are looking at both their boys and their girls all the way to the White House are able to frame these particular interventions in terms that seem legitimate. And here I want to just lift up Juliet's argument about the Moynihan report and how this is still part of our discourse. I call it Moynihan 2.0, partly because as many of us who were around and at least reading around that time, the Moynihan frame essentially framed racial justice in terms of gender role deficits in the Black community. And the recommendations were that the Black community had to get its gender house in order to enjoy or to even demand more structural level interventions. Until the gender balance was made right, until Black folks were in the appropriate roles, the idea was that there would still be racial inequality. Fast forward ahead 50 years. Which is where we are now. Essentially, the justification for many of these programs are justifications that are about role stereotyping, but particularly with respect to Black people. So the conversation about we need more husbands for our Black girls is a specific kind of role gender analysis. Our boys need to be made more responsible is a particular kind of racialized gender framing. And finally, now that we're in a period where there is increasing attention to girls, the concern is that my sister's keeper kind of programs will simply replicate for girls the same thing that we have for boys. So I'll end on a particular moment in which Bill O'Reilly had Valerie Jarrett on his program the day that My Brother's Keeper was announced. Bill O'Reilly supports My Brother's Keeper and these particular kinds of gender, racial interventions, partly as a prophylactic against crime, against mass incarceration, against the threat that Black boys are seen as representing unless they are socialized to be appropriate citizen workers. What he said to Valerie Jarrett was, what I want to see is Michelle Obama get involved in this, and I want Michelle to get involved to tell the Black girls not to have babies before they are wed, not to engage in sexually promiscuous behavior, to be appropriate role models, to be appropriate women. So in that one moment, he made clear a couple things. This is a racialized discourse on gender roles. It is a racialized discourse that has a message for boys and girls. And it is a racialized targeted discourse that ought to be subject not just to intermediate scrutiny, but because it imparts a racial message, we should see this in terms of strict kind of scrutiny. In other words, this should be the highest level of racial classifications, because at the end of the day, this kind of gender-based argumentation is not apparent in almost any other community. We are living in a time, as we've heard earlier, where gender norms are being disrupted, where notions of family are being expanded, where the idea that there's no one kind of nuclear family is completely completely subject to criticism, except when it comes to conversations about racial inequality. So that, I would suggest, is the new terrain for intersectional analysis at the constitutional level and intersectional analysis at the community level. Thank you.
You didn't tell us what Jared said in response to O'Reilly. What'd she say?
She basically said that she wasn't there to talk about that.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much to all of you for being here. It's really a privilege and an honor to be in a room with all of these remarkable scholars and activists and friends and family. The blessing and the curse of this format is that it's hard to prepare for. I really would like to respond to the comments that have been made and open up some conversations and have all of us respond as well. So it may not be as orderly as I would like, but for sure the first order of business is to thank all of the panelists for being here today, for reading the book. I will say that all writing, I do believe, at least of an academic nature, begins with reading. And I have gained so incredibly much from reading the work of everyone here and many people in the audience, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I want to thank Abby for having the idea to have this panel, and also for your inspiring scholarship and friendship and support. It's a very remarkable thing to have colleagues that are concerned not only with their own intellectual and professional lives, but really supporting others, and Abigail is such an incredible model of that for me and for many of us here. And I want to thank Kim for making all this happen, for which I'm really grateful. And also, I must say that Kim's work, since you talked about coming up, I came up into graduate school. I went to graduate school in 1991. So I'm trained as a political theorist, which remains an area of the academy that's still organized in a very traditional way. Like when you're in college, when you're in graduate school, you're going to start with Plato, Aristotle, Machiavelli, Marx, Hegel, then the John Rawls, and to the end, and that basically summarizes my education that I had. And fortunately for me, I was able to read the work of one of the most brilliant political theorists whose contributions will endure for years and years to come, which is Kim, who really brought to these conversations that are literally thousands of years long a new perspective, which was to say, let's try to imagine how the world would look if we started from the perspective of those that are multiply marginalized by differential modes of social classification, and how would the world look? And with your metaphor of putting on new glasses, it changes everything. It changes 2,000 plus years of political theorizing and really demands that we take a look at all of our settled assumptions. So I thank you for that. And with that in mind, I just want to say a little bit about how I came to write this book, and then how the work of the panelists that I have read in the past and that I've heard today inflected what I did, and hopefully will be woven through our conversations in the next couple of days. So I did not think I was setting out initially to write a book about single-sex public education. My thinking at the beginning was I was curious how people think about gender difference. How do we talk about the difference between boys and girls, between men and women, particularly in the era that is referred to in the legal academy and increasingly in what we call post-feminist discourse as this era of equality. So while it's no longer controversial to say that we think men and women should be equal in the eyes of the law, it remains the case that what we can think of as Venus and Mars type of thinking is alive and well. So how can that be? How can that happy. What are you allowed to say is the difference between boys and girls. And so I thought I would do a study that would look at the kinds of claims that get traction, the kinds of claims that are assumed and articulated, particularly in a zone like public schools that is subject to legal regulation, the Constitution, Title IX, and otherwise. So what kinds of arguments about boys and girls and the differences between them can be made. And one of the tools that was most useful to me was this idea of framing, which is a approach to social analysis that Abigail Seki has practiced to great effect in her work on sexual harassment and on the obesity crisis. And is what framing really asks us to do is understand that in social life, our relationship to issues is always mediated by the way in which they're presented to us. And so when we frame something as a gender problem, what happens to the elements of that problem that are constituted through economic inequality, through racial injustice? So immediately I saw how important framing was as I looked at the presentation of single-sex education in the media, in the courts, and in the classroom. And moving from there, as a gender studies scholar and as someone trained in feminist theory, what quickly became clear to me is that we can never think gender outside of racialization. And that's really another way of saying what I think Kim was getting at, but that remains, I think, a dilemma for many of us doing research on gender, and certainly for those of us who are dedicated to interventions on the basis of addressing gender-based problems. You know, what does it mean to say that we can't think gender outside of race, and we can't think race outside of gender? So that was the way that I was mobilizing an intersectional framework, and I think that we heard from Kim many of the results of bringing that perspective that emerged in the course of looking at single-sex education. So one of the most immediate effects that I saw was the marginalization of girls of color within education reform initiatives. So on the one hand, we had interventions that were desperately needed for underserved boys of color, but raising the question, well, what about their sisters? What about the girls in these communities? So you saw the erasure of girls of color there, and on the other hand, you saw and continue to see within initiatives organized under the rubric of girls, an array of interventions that have not always done a very good job acknowledging that gender is always racialized, that a discourse like girl power or an emphasis on STEM is not necessarily addressing the condition of, as Mike was referring to, those girls who, if they fail to live up to this image of the choosing, self-empowered, good attitude girl, are somehow then deemed a failure, and that too much of the work that was being done in the name of girls was really being done on behalf of very certain cohorts of girls. So that was one set of problems. You know, I also found another interesting set of gender discourses as I began this study, and that had to do with boys. And here I just want to pause to say how important Michael Messner's work has been as a pioneer of the field that we call masculinity studies. So I'm hoping that most of you have heard of this idea of feminism, and the field of academic inquiry from which it grew is often referred to as women's studies, increasingly now gender studies, and in the past several decades there has been a real effort to think through what is the place of men, and as importantly masculinity, the study of masculinity as a social force, as real as it gets, as real as politics, as real as the economy, gender, and in particular masculinity, where does this fit into a study? So, you know, what was one of the most interesting things for me as I got into this study was going in thinking that maybe this discourse about single-sex education was gonna be about the girls, you know, because we have lived through a period of incredible foment on behalf of girls in the name of gender equality, and then quickly finding that at the very forefront of this movement were advocates for boys in general and for boys of color in particular. And a masculinities framework has proven incredibly helpful in beginning to understand in a very lived way how much gender is part of everyone's life. It's a conversation that we're all in, that we all need to address, and that when we're talking about boys, we're talking about masculinity, and that's an area that we really continue to need more attention and more insight drawn to. And I'm not just saying that because of the, you know, what's happened in the lead up to the Republican convention, which has been really a spectacle of performances of dominant masculinities that still continue not to be named as such. So when we talk about gender politics in this election, right, why are we not talking about, you know, the hands? So, you know, the work of Metzner and others has been incredibly helpful to me in drawing that attention. And then I do also want to say a little bit of the contribution that Linda's work has brought, as is the case in our information age, where even a small child can Google something and attempt to win an argument on the basis of you know, the data. I suppose it's not surprising to see that within the media in particular, there is a very unregulated use of the word data and a very unpredictable corralling of evidence. And certainly in the case of single-sex education, what we find is a appropriation of the discourse of social science, beginning from the notion that before we condemn single-sex education, let's just allow these experiments to happen. So we see this language of experimentation, which to me is disturbing, given that we're talking about kids, and generally the most vulnerable kids. And why is it that we have become accustomed in the realm of education reform to accept that experimentation is an acceptable intervention? And one answer that I find in my book, in part, is that there is a discourse of desperation underlaid by a kind of cynical view that, well, it can't be any worse than it is now. So, but maybe that's not good enough. And maybe those of us who are in social sciences want to do something about reclaiming this language of the experiment, and then, of course, reclaiming the idea of the data. So if you look through the thousands of news media articles, which I had the pleasure of doing, we will find that there are studies that are have never been published, which means they have never undergone peer review, that are cited more frequently than stellar scholarship that, of course, takes a careful and nuanced approach, such as that which Linda Sachs has done. And so, you know, the acculturation that all of us have to do to reminding ourselves that just because information is out there doesn't mean that's the fact of the matter is a practice that I did feel beholden to refine over the course of writing this book. And again, I hope over the next couple of days that we'll all have an opportunity, rather than throwing facts at each other, but to start thinking in the way that Linda is encouraging us to do about what are the questions we have, what are the methods of answering them that we can trust, and you know, what does the evidence really say? And then have a conversation from there, but you really use the data to open things up rather than thinking that it's sufficient to shut things down. So I'm grateful to all of you for that. I think that we have a little bit of time, and I'd be thrilled if we could have a discussion.
Absolutely, then.
Shall we do that? All
Yeah,
right,
so
let's
I
do
do
it.
So at this point, the floor is open. You're invited to ask questions of any of our panelists.
You know, so I want to thank the panel, and I only just started reading Abigail's book, so I apologize that I didn't get to do what Kim did. I just got through the first chapter, but I appreciate the work. I'm struck, though, in listening to the conversation, by how segmented the scholarship is. Okay, because I'll tell you honestly, I think the scholarship on this work is as fragmented as the way we're looking at it, right? We don't read each other's work. And I was thinking about who I'm reading that I never got mentioned today, like Orlando Patterson's new book, Cultural Matrix, which is all about black males. Or Glenn Lowry's book on stigma. And so what it tells me is that, I mean, this I think speaks to Mike's point, that we throw out intersectionality, but we're really not even grappling with it academically, much less practically, in a very effective way. And so consequently, we have conversations that go past each other because we're not even talking the same language, much less looking at this. And I think Linda's point about the methodological problems are huge. Right? We tried to do a study on single-sex schools. We tried to have control groups, and the funder basically wouldn't support that, and the schools that we wanted to use as controls were basically saying, what's in it for us if we're just going to get studied, but we don't get the benefit of the research. So I just think the methodological issues are big, but I think the research itself is limited by what we're reading and what evidence we're marshaling. And just also say, we know there's a gender issue going on, right? And it's not just in the election. We know that now in every state in the country, there are more women than men in college. Right? We know that there's literally thousands of black men that can't be accounted for now, that are called invisible in the data, right? Because they don't appear anywhere, right? So we don't know what to do about it, but we know gender is still showing up. I mean, Mike said it in terms of disparities in pay, right? So I just think it calls for a more rigorous approach to how we look at these issues than what we're seeing. And I guess you made that point, Abigail, but I just want to underscore it again because, I'm sorry, Julia. Because, sorry, but I just think that it lends its, because how, I know there are a lot of folks from school districts that are here that are actually looking for guidance. How can we possibly offer guidance if we don't even have a lot of clarity about what's going on?
Can I quickly respond to that? So, can you stand up? All right. So, there is first of all, I really appreciate those comments and drawing this question of the boys. So, when you say something like, there are thousands of our boys are not being accounted for. Do we have Kim's slides, by the way? Is it thousands of boys are not accounted for, or thousands of boys of color, or at-risk boys? And I want to, can I use your slide? All right, so any of those ones that are like, let's go to before that. Yeah, like here. That one was good. Okay, so you can take any of them. So, can we go back to that? Okay, this one's good. All right, so let's see. So, look at white boys. So that's the third column from the left, right? So, are white boys in crisis? Because it looks to me from here, they're doing better than almost everyone. And which would be white girls and Asian girls. And so the first thing I want to say is that when we have a discourse of boys in crisis, and we do have this discourse, it's all over the media, it's in our schools, it's in our professional development, is the crisis that maybe white boys are doing a little bit less than white girls? Is that, we're gonna rally our whole education reform system around that? So the first thing is, it's not our boys that are not being accounted for, it's boys of color, particularly from, economically disadvantaged communities. So, and that really gets to what, Kim is saying, like maybe what's happening with these boys isn't, that word boy isn't really doing the work of signaling where the crisis is, particularly when we see that Black girls are doing just about as bad. So this is my way of pushing back, like, is it really true that our boys are the ones that are not being accounted for, or is it our kids that are racially and economically disadvantaged who are not being accounted for? And we're much more comfortable in ways talking about gender. That probably goes back to things that Michael, very interestingly, is asking us to talk about the pleasures of gender. It's people in the U.S., it's not fun to talk about race.
But can I just throw up, there's another part of intersectionality that has barely come up, which is class. And if we throw in white working class, we'll see similar disparities.
Can I
Yeah.
stay there?
Yeah.
You're doing so well there. I just want to add a comment here. So this gets at so much of the work that I not only conducted but read and observed on the gender gap in college. We all hear about the gender gap in college, and there are reports all the time about men are falling behind. Where are the boys? The girls have surpassed the boys. But if you really look, and I wish I had my slides, but if you really look at the trends in college enrollment over the past 40, 50 years, what you see is, yes, there's a growing gap between women and men. We do know that women are more likely to go to college than men, and so we have, right now, I think it's 58% of college students nationally are female. But when you really look at the trends, what you see is not that men aren't going to college anymore. There are increasing numbers of men and women going to college. The real issue is that the very steep rise in the number of women going to college is because low-income women of color are making headway into higher education at rates that far surpass their peers from low-income and African-American and Latino populations. So that's something that gets so understated in the discourse around the gender gap in college, and it's exactly around issues of race and class, but it doesn't get the attention. And in fact, when you look at the college going rates and you break it down by race and income, what you actually find is that middle and high income white men are more likely to go to college than middle and high income white women. That's not where the gender gap is, right? So it sort of underscores your point.
But yours is not.
Yes.
Hi, I'm just speaking as a civilian, an outsider. Let's just take two single-sex schools that I know about. One is the East Harlem Girls' School. Another one is Verbum Dei here in Watts. One is mostly African-American Hispanic boys. The other one is mostly African-American Hispanic girls. All of those kids go to college. Those are really successful single-sex schools. One is a private Catholic school. The other one is a charter school. Public school.
It's not charter, just a public school.
Okay, public school. Okay, I also know a couple private girls' schools that are, completely, that are diverse, and 100% of the kids go to college. These schools are successful for all the kids. So this is like the old wife of Bath, experience is an authority as well, in putting together research. We can't deny the fact that these single-sex schools are serving the kids and sending diverse groups of kids to college, 100% of them.
I guess the question that I don't want to take over. That may be true. I think the question that we raise as researchers is that because these schools are single gender, or is it because of everything else that's going on in the schools? That's just the question.
Hi. So I had a general, I'll begin with I can only begin with a.
Can people identify themselves when they ask a question?
Okay.
So we know who's speaking?
Sounds good. My name is
And those in
David.
the back here, do you need people
We
to
can
stand
hear,
up?
but it would help
Yeah,
if
okay.
people talk to us also.
Thank you.
Identify themselves.
I will accommodate. My name is Davide Panaggi. I'm a professor in the political science department, also political theorist, and I just moved to Los Angeles now almost 2 years ago, and I have a son who entered LAUSD who has a learning disability. So two things I wanted to point out, and then to ask the question backwards, just because of my observational experience, and I do have some research experience on pedagogy, though not as detailed as the people on the panel. So when I moved to the United States 2 years ago, I realized that I was white. Where I came from, I was ethnic, but I fit into the white category in the United States, and so does my child. So that's the first thing that is, I think, the conversation, I think, also could benefit from expanding the American exceptionalist kind of point of view, which is to say the way in which race is talked about in the United States very much has to do with certain kinds of, ways in which we see color, or you see color. And, ethnicity is, often goes to the wayside. Now, from that experience, I realized in the LAUSD system and in the education system in general that, and this is a question that I do have for the panelists, that has to do with methodologies in terms of quote-unquote success and achievement. Most of it is measured on the basis of going to college, and that is measured on the basis of a whole system of point spreads that have to do with, test scores, achievements, and so on and so forth. Dealing with a child with this, my son's autistic, dealing with a child with disabilities, the one thing you don't see is an integration of play and learning into the educational experience. It's we worry about data and we worry about how we understand data, but basically we're teaching our kids to compute, and that's the basic model of education that we have now. And so I was wondering whether there's any evidence or any studies that look at the relationship between play and education, specifically within the intersectional categories that you're dealing with. Because my sort of hypothesis is that you're going to get a very, very different picture of what counts as success if those markers are there.
Where are you from?
Canada. I was ethnic in Canada.
Would any of the panelists like to respond?
I mean, just the only thing I'll say about this is that one frustration I think that many education researchers in the room have, and certainly that I do, is that one of the things that's happened as single-sex education has risen to the top of the education reform agenda, as even witnessed this past weekend with Hillary Clinton giving a talk at the Eagle Academy, is that other paradigms of intervention that have nothing to do with separating students on the basis of sex just haven't been getting any traction. And there are, I think anybody who's a parent, particularly in LAUSD, maybe anywhere, can see that there's real room for considering a full spectrum of possibilities that get shunted aside too often when not just gender is brought in, but then all the assumptions about hardwired sex differences that are so often implicitly cued by the mention of a gender difference have taken up that space.
Hi, my name is Cecilia. I'm a PhD candidate in sociology, and my dissertation work looks at how formerly incarcerated Black women experience their post-carceral lives, or at least their re-entry lives. And I'm also working on bringing a prison education program to the California Institution for Women, which is California's first women's prison. And one of the things that myself and our other collaborators are encountering as we look for funding for the prison education program, and that I found in applying for funding for my dissertation, is that a lot of funding structures and philanthropic organizations, for instance, like Lean In, don't really create space for interventional interventions. So how might scholars and activists who are applying for these sources of funding, you both challenge the single-sex kind of orientation of these funding structures, but still like get the money to do the work?
Well, we are trying to figure that out. You know, part of the cycle of exclusion that I've been trying to work on is to, you know, sort of trace how this becomes a cyclical downward process and figuring out the places where it might break. And I actually think convenings like this that build off of Pedro's acknowledgement of the fact that we are all reading different things, we're part of different communities, means that the frames that are circulating from research actually don't do the work that they might do to provide the kind of foundation for the work that you're trying to do and the messaging that the foundations are familiar with. So our philanthropic partners are going to talk tomorrow, but there's a long, you know, sort of 2-decade history of one particular frame being the dominant way of thinking about these problems, and then that takes on a life of its own. So we can think about interventions in that sphere, but they have to be amplified by interventions in the research sphere and also in the advocacy sphere. So what at least some of us are hoping will come out of this is a discourse that provides some kind of a foundation for precisely the kind of work that you're trying to do, and hopefully that has a feedback effect on both research and advocacy.
Yeah, my name is Edward Colassian. I'm the principal of Young Oak Kim Academy. We are a middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We've been in operation for 8 years, and it's a co-ed school with single gender classes. We've been doing this at 6 in Vermont for 8 years. We just went through an extensive ACLU review this year, which came out with pretty much glowing reports from the federal level. Now we're dealing with the state level for Title IX, so I've learned a lot as a principal. I'm a physics and chemistry teacher who took over school initially to really build capacity of girls in math and science, but my accidental findings are around how great it's been for young men. We need help in public schools K-12. I'm not a private, I'm not a charter, I'm not a pilot, I'm just a public school at the intersection of Pico Union with Koreatown, we're 80% Latino, 17% Asian, that's Bangladesh, Mongolian, Korean, and 7% African American, Black immigrant students too. We need guidance about I like talking about race with my friends. We talk about race all the time in my school. So, and I learned a lot of that by going to South Africa and having conversations, because they have a truth commission. So they have a structure when we talk about race. And so how do we, what help can you provide us as K-12 leaders to talk about race and gender, many of us simultaneously, because we have those kids in our school, but not only with teachers, and with students in our social justice circles, with our parents. And when you talk about STEM also, I just want to say STEM is so overused in this community. I'm talking about girls and black and brown boys who don't go into chemistry, physics, math, engineering, not biology. So when we talk about STEM, I understand we're talking about different types of sciences, so you don't see these types of groups here. So what can you guys do to help us in public schools who believe in public schools, because they are the foundations of social justice, by the way? You know, what are you doing to keep our public schools solid for us who are developed? All three of us here, I'm 7 years in, we're starting to single gender boys and girls schools here at LA Unified. So how can you support us?
Thank you for your comment. I guess just, there's different kinds of conversations about gender and race and gender that can and should be happening in school. One of the ones that I've had contact with in the last few years is conversations about sexuality and violence in schools, and that there's great community organization such as Peace Over Violence in LA that works in schools and creates, I think, very sophisticated conversations that show a lot of promise. Since you mentioned you're in a public school, I also wanted to just put on the table, this is echoing something that Pedro said a few minutes ago about social class and political economy really more broadly, that I think our public schools, I grew up in the California public schools, really K through PhD in public school. I just happened to end up getting a job in a private university afterwards. But I always think of our public schools, and I speak of them wistfully, as the once great public schools of California that still have great people working in them, but have lost the sort of sense of commitment that we used to have to support them. So what ends up happening, and I think this is a structural problem that overlays a lot of what we're talking about race and gender in schools, is we have a hollowed out middle class and a bifurcation of the class structure in this country that's been accompanied by a dropping social commitment to supporting public schools with tax money. So what ends up happening is, like in communities where I live in South Pasadena, where we're right next to another community with a much lower socioeconomic base, Alhambra, both public schools, but they are able to respond to the decline in public support in those schools in very different ways. But the community, the public schools in South Pasadena are semi-privatized in a way because the local foundation pumps money into that school to kind of hold it up artificially as a quote public school, where next door in Alhambra they may have a foundation, but they raise way less money and have such greater needs. So I think it's something we also need to talk about. It's just when we're talking about public schools, that's a really endangered sort of institution, and they're already semi-privatized in a lot of ways, and that exacerbates the kind of problems that we're talking about here.
My name is Jerry Rabo. I'm an emeritus sociology department at UCLA. No one's talked about how to teach racism, sexism, and homophobia. There hasn't been any comment about that. I do that in the class, and I find that I cannot teach them simultaneously. I really have to separate them. And it's only by separating them that we can begin to talk about how these statuses affect us. The other thing I'd like to ask the panel is, maybe I'm misreading Professor Crenshaw's work, but I thought the whole point of her work was to achieve something called social justice, which is a change in the way we look at the world, not a change in the way in which African American boys or girls or Latino boys and girls get into schools or get into college, but something about the way place changes. And I haven't heard that. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I'd like that either taught to me or addressed. Oh, my third comment. Sorry. What if the funding all disappeared, to address Cecilia's question? What if we all were not allowed to do this research because we didn't have money? What would we do? What would we do? Would we do it differently? Wouldn't we do something? Michael, you're saying no, you wouldn't do anything?
I never get funded to do my research.
Okay. I think there's some advantage in that. I really do think there's some advantage in that.
Well, I want to make one comment, then I think Kimberle's going to hopefully have a longer comment. I want to just comment on the funding issue, because I thought of this with the other comment. And I'm not going to name names, but I will say that when I was first funded to do this research, the funding agency was hoping that I would have a certain set of findings that would portray single-sex education in a negative light. And, you know, I had a full report, sort of in the same sort of researcher's objectivity that I try to maintain in all of my work. And one of the board members of this funding organization basically convinced them that they need to remove their name as a source of funding. And I got a very awkward phone call that they asked, you know, don't name us. And I said, well, what about just saying, you know, this research has been generously supported by blank, but the views, you know, reflected in this report do not reflect the perspectives of blank. And me from doing the work, but I could, I mean, it's this issue again of this research versus the advocacy, and I want to make that.
Well, you know, I guess there is a moment of disconnect, because I conceive of the conversation that we're having as being about social justice, not just about whether people get in or out of school. So my concern is that we actually have lost a discourse that links in education to broader demands for social justice, and now education, largely through some of these interventions, is viewed more in terms of preparing individuals for the appropriate roles that they need to occupy, either in this particular economy or within a certain structure of family life. And that's not how initially, at least the advocacy around education and equal protection, education and integration, education and civil rights was thought about, not just in terms of clogs that we're producing, but instead as a space and a place where some of the broader aspirations around social justice actually become institutionalized. So I actually see these policies as having somewhat of a stamp of a neoliberal order, in which it's not the structures that are problematic, and it's not the institutions that are problematic, it's the people that are problematic. And what these institutions now are left to do is try to fix them so that they are better situated as they move out of these institutions elsewhere. So one part of this problem that I think has been part of the conversation is the role that these institutions have played actually as first points of entry into mass incarceration. So that's kind of the big conversation about the school and prison pipeline, and that's really been important. But there's even a broader frame in which the conversation is, well, let's kind of stem that, but still the institutions are not themselves seen as sites of racial power, sites of patriarchy, sites that contribute to class stratification. So I see this conversation as trying to unpack how at least one set of policies can sometimes play the role of minimizing the broader ways in which we've thought about education as a point of entry for greater social equality. So to me, it's in the mix, but I take, your point is taken that we need to elevate it all the more, because we can kind of get into the weeds, and I certainly don't want this conversation to be seen only about whether boys and girls go to school together or not. Oh, so wow. So the other question was, can we teach race, gender, class together? You know, so it's always a matter of what we're saying, and it's, you know, kind of context specific, but I don't really, I would be worried about teaching patriarchy without teaching race along with it, because what are the social narratives, what are the experiences that we're talking about? One of the problems that I think contributes to this moment is that we have a way of thinking about race and racism that foregrounds the way men have experienced it. And we often have a way of thinking about gender in a way that foregrounds how female-bodied people who are not also racialized experience it. So, you know, what do you talk about when you talk about patriarchy? Do you talk about housewives? If that's what you're talking about, you're talking about patriarchy as experienced historically by a concrete set of people, clearly not all people. When we talk about quintessential experience of racism, do we talk about lynching? That, yes, that's a part of it, but also when we talk about lynching and not talk about all the ways that sexual violence has been a racial project, then we're talking about a narrow experience around racism. So I clearly wouldn't say that at every moment when we teach anything, every subject has to be completely intersectionally, you know, embedded. But it also is to say that I don't see how we teach that without having these intersectional acknowledgments. We have to talk about how race is experienced across gender or across, you know, a gender performance, across class. In the same way we have to talk about patriarchy in that way and so forth.
Yes.
I am Kim from Advancement Project, which is a civil rights policy and advocacy group. So aside from the fact of being a single-sex school, are there a set of like systems or structures within the high-performing schools that actually unify what is sort of their success model that people can sort of lift up as working across different sort of prototypes of high-performing schools that are single-sex?
I mean, I really, you know, unfortunately, I should say fortunately and unfortunately, I only speak from the data that my data couldn't tell me a whole lot what's happening in the school. So I'm going to say something that's more anecdotal and more qualitative, which as I see, it's not really my nature, but I will speak from that. And that is, so I've had the opportunity to share these results at schools around the country and even internationally. And what I've you know, I approached this as a skeptic from the start. And one of the things that I have sort of witnessed from my interactions with the educators and with the students is, you know, I keep thinking, what is it that leads these students to feel so much more empowered, to feel more confident? And the ingredient, the sort of secret ingredient that I have witnessed, and again, in particular types of rural schools, not all, the secret ingredient seems to be the sense that they can take risks. That has come up over and over and over in this country and in other countries. So there's something about this sense of being in an environment that supports risk taking. And so the question that I then have is, and it goes back to when I ended my comments with this idea that is it really necessary to have separate gendered environments in order to create a place where people feel safe to take risks? And I would hope that that is not the case. But that seems to be this secret ingredient. Again, not exactly measured, but observed.
Any more in sociology? I have a question about longitudinal data. And I'm just wondering what happens after, right? So they get in, they have all these self-perceptions about their risk-taking abilities and strength and their cohorts and all of the stuff that happens in the school. And I'm just wondering, and it doesn't have to be necessarily data, I'm happy with anecdotes, just what happens after? They come to UCLA from a single-sex school. Are they still risk takers when they're in a co-education environment? Like what happens next?
So that is a great question. We do not have a clear answer, but I will tell you, with the sample of students that I had coming in a 2005 survey, I was able to sort of latch on to existing follow-up data from those students a year later. And what I found is that the differences that tended to favor the girls who had attended the single-sex schools dissipated and often disappeared over that first year. I chose not to publish that because the sample of students who were followed up 1 year, I didn't trust the generalizability of the data. So again, I'm pretty conservative when it comes to my research. So I chose not to publish it, but based on what I saw, those differences tend to dissipate over time.
Yeah, I mean, the implications of that are really huge. I mean, so then for me, the follow-up question is, or the question that should be incumbent upon researchers is to then ask, should women just live in an all-women world? Right? So that we all, right? So it's like you can take this in any number of ways, and I think this begins a very important conversation for mothers, for academics, for educators, for principals who are really trying to think about not just what happens in the walls of the classroom and in the school, but then what kind of students and people are we helping to bring into the social fabric of our world?
My name is Denise. I'm a community college professor here in Los Angeles. So this idea of teaching intersectionality outside of intersectionality is impossible. The students who sit in my class, we can't not have conversations about all these things together. One of the things that I think concerns me and other professors who really recognize our student population is that we use so much, our administrators use so much of a quantitative sort of analysis to make decisions about how we're developing programs or who needs to be supported. And what that has resulted in, I think, is some very specific male-focused programs, leaving out women of color. And so I'm curious about how you all reach administrators, especially the community college. Any thoughts would be helpful.
Well, hey, thanks for coming.
Administrative support for much of your.
Yeah, well, one thing I do want to say is that this is the first of several panels we're going to have over the next 2 days, and in response to several of the questions that have been asked, we do have some leading researchers who have incredibly nuanced and engaged analyses that they're going to present based on being in schools and classrooms, and I hope we'll all have a chance to share from those perspectives. I think from the standpoint of the orientation of this panel, maybe a starting point for addressing your question is, what are the kinds of questions we need to be asking? So, when we are talking about the data, and when we're talking about even something like self-concept, are we measuring what happens to kids who go to single-sex schools, what their attitudes about the excluded sex is? Like, let's say that boys in all-boys school develop a better self-concept than it appears the boys in their comparator co-ed school have. But let's say they also develop some heightened, intensified negative feelings about girls. How do we feel about that? Is that relevant to a conversation? So right now, at the beginning of the day, though, we're gonna move into these very urgent and practical questions. I do also think that this whole field of inquiry has sometimes put the cart before the horse, where we want answers, but we haven't really stopped to say, are we asking the right questions?
And I just have to say that I'm still surprised with how much interest there is in this topic. There isn't so much, or really any research that accounts for these issues of self-selection bias from the start. I don't understand that. How can that not exist? So that accounts for self-selection bias, and that follows students up over time. It tends to be very cross-sectional and without much of any control. So that does surprise me.
A while ago. I guess I'm thinking about in the context of a conversation about single-sex education. Hi, I'm Ambria Sargent. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Sociology.
Can you stand up?
Hi. I'm Ambria Sargent. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Sociology. I'm wondering about, again, in the context of this conversation about single-sex classrooms, how they are constructed in terms of different demographics, right? So the same types of women and the same types of boys constituted in these classrooms, right? Because if the indicators of success are risk-taking and developing a positive self-concept, perhaps it is that students are able to better do that in environments, whether they are all constituted by women or mixed gender, based on things like race, sexuality, social class, right? So it is possible that then we could replicate this success if both single-sex and mixed-gendered classrooms are constituted in a way where students feel like they can take those risks and perform, I guess, in a way that is successful, right? This is to Lauren's point about should women just be around all women. I've been in plenty of rooms with all women and still felt silence, right? So I'm wondering, if there's ways in which, I'm curious about how these single-sex classrooms are constituted by class, and I guess across sexuality and other indicators that I think might speak to your ability to take risks and to perform better.
I will say that in the data that I had, I was very interested in that question, and I guess I was surprised to see that the racial ethnic demographics of the single-sex schools were largely similar as they were in the co-ed schools. And I thought, well, let's just consider private. When we look at public schools, no, they actually largely similar to the public schools. In fact, slightly less white in the private sector, partially because they were slightly more Asian, so that was that dynamic. So that kind of surprised me. But I think you're raising such a great question. And again, we could speculate, and a lot of schools, again, in my sample it was very diverse groups, but we have experts in the room, I believe, who have studied and who work at these schools where those dynamics are at play. And I don't know that we have to wait to hear from them now.
Well, I'm not one of them, but can I just very quickly say to Amber, that's such a good question, and it is the case that we have been trafficking in this conversation in the shorthand of demographic variables when we're talking about what's happening in the classroom and who's in there. But one of the really important points I think that we need to keep in mind over the course of the next 2 days is that, yes, we want to know things about the socioeconomic status, we want to know about gender, but one thing I found in doing the research for this book is we want to know about the gender ideology that is the backbone of a single-sex program. And you cannot predict that based on somebody's racial background or their SES. We need to really develop the capacity when we're talking about gender to be talking not just about body parts, but about ideas. So if you're in a single-sex class and you're teaching your girls that, because you are primed hormonally to release OxyContin, you should be working in small groups and find a profession that's nurturing. That's one kind of single-sex education, and it's a very different one to say because you live in a country that historically has sanctioned the inequality of women based on, stereotypic beliefs. We are going to start addressing that, and, that's a very different approach, and the same is happening in the boys' schools. So hopefully this conversation will help us, again, bring some of these, start asking the right questions so that we can be figuring out what are the right solutions.
Hi everybody, I'm Marcus Hunter. I'm in Sociology, African American Studies. My question is partly out of curiosity. So in my former life, as I often say, I was a high school teacher. And so a lot of this really resonates with me, in part because I think most of what we've talked about is separation of solution. I would say it seems at a macro level. We've been asking that question. My question as a former classroom teacher is it working at the micro level? Meaning, one thing I'm very passionate about and also concerned about is the lack of sexual education in schools, period. And so one of the major arguments against it at one point was that it's really uncomfortable to do it in a mixed classroom. We don't want to make students feel like, oh, go sex him up now that you have the information, or so on and so forth. And so my first caution is always like, what about the gay students who have no interest in how you're presenting sexual intercourse? Number two, is it the case that in a same-sex environment that reproductive justice or health is more likely to be discussed? If so, in what ways? Is it the case that people don't do it? So meaning, is same-sex actually just a cover or a band-aid on teaching exactly the same thing, the same way we would always do it? The difference is just who's in the classroom. So my general question at the micro level there.
I can just say a little bit about over the past 30 years where there's been this experimentation. So we have seen a whole variety of different approaches. So we've seen schools that have sprung up as a self-standing single-sex school where you might, because of a certain principles, disposition, or otherwise have, at a very micro level, this kind of focused education, and that can be inflected by all kinds of attitudes ranging from sex positivity to a more traditional Christian orientation. We also had in California in the late 90s the largest public schooling experiment with single-sex education yet undertaken. The results of that weren't that mixed. It was really negative. It didn't do a lot. Part of the premise of that experiment was, let's just separate the kids. So let's do this exact same thing, but just keep the boys and the girls separate. So that didn't seem to be a very effective strategies. So, and there's a whole, I think that's a great question to look into. The other thing though I do want to say is that sexuality really needs to become much more a part of this discourse. So, you know, Michael mentioned that for better and for worse, and lots is unknown. We are living through a time of certainly greater heightened visibility of students who identify outside of the gender binary and also outside of a heterosexual paradigm. Title IX very clearly protects students on the basis of gender identity and sexuality from discrimination. It is really a question how an educational program that's organized around an assertion of the salience, social, biological, or otherwise, of a difference is going to be able to navigate that. I think that anyone who, you know, anecdotally or otherwise has been in a single-sex school or in just any single-sex environment can see how, for example, heterosexuality becomes such a strong premise. And I think we can all easily imagine how in an all-girls school or an all-boys school, that assumptions about relations with the opposite sex are not going to be given the scrutiny that increasingly kids themselves are demanding, and also that the law does require.
And Juliet, if I could add to that, some of the rationales are explicitly heteronormative. I would imagine that at this point, that should be patently unconstitutional. But that is frankly the question that I think we're trying to advance. And on that note, I also wanted to say that we are talking about gender separation in lots of different ways. So in our subsequent panels, we're going to talk about the legality of these programs. It's going to be important to understand that we're looking at a whole continuum of programs. So some of them are circumstances where there is just one sex school and there is no equivalent. There are other circumstances where there are dual school offerings. Others where, and I think we heard about one here, where it's a co-ed school with gender separated classes. And then within that, there are variations about what the rationale is. So some of them, you know, are based on this heteronormative ideal. Others are based on the idea of remediation, either remediation for girls or remediation for black people who don't have the appropriate gender norms inculcated. So there are all of these variations that we're talking about. So some of the questions that you're asking will be answered by people who are either advocating in this area or doing research in this area. And it's important to, hopefully we'll be able to identify where on the continuum we're talking about when we get into the particularities of the practicality of these programs and the legality of them.
Other questions? Yes.
I'm Diane Halpern, I'm a psychologist, past president of the American Psych Association. I'd like just a couple sort of comments and questions, if I may. One, we're going to be talking about this topic over the next 2 days, and I always caution people to think not just beyond the means. There are some black boys of color who are extremely poor, second language learners who are doing fine. And that, you know, whatever our group is, we have to remember that there are failing people in all of those groups and highly succeeding students in all of those groups. So I, you know, just caution, when I'm speaking to real people, not academics, I say on the average about 12 times, because I want to make that point that we're talking about average differences. I guess, so I want to, you know, just as we're discussing this, another point is, I hope we won't be satisfied ever with anecdotes, because I have been involved in anecdote wars. And I can top your anecdote with one on the other side, and these are not data. And it is true that we don't read each other's literature. We do have quality data that have looked at self-selection, and I think we will hear about it from our researchers this afternoon. And maybe one of the big purposes, one of the things I'm learning so much, is things outside of my area. So I really wanted to just make a few comments about that, and I really thank you all for putting this together.
So on that point, because I think it's a really important point, we did a study of dropouts in New York City, because the question was, why are graduation rates rising across the board for every group except for Black and Latino males, right? And in fact, where they were declining. Then we flipped the question and said, well, are there any schools where they're actually rising? And we found 30 out of 1,800 schools, and they were all co-ed. There were none of the single gender schools in New York. But I think that the question you pose is important, because in many ways, if you're trying to figure out what to do, you have to also ask, well, where are we getting success and why?
And that's the question I was going to ask you in a half hour.
So stay tuned, folks.
Other questions, comments? You're hungry, well, so thank you very much. But we hope you will all stay. We have several exciting panels continuing this afternoon and tomorrow. So we are serving lunch, and please stay for lunch and stay for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We start our classes on time. I'm Diane Halpern, and it's my great pleasure to be chairing this session. It's Roundtable 2, Intersectionality and Educational Equity, Single-Sex Education, which sounds a lot like the whole conference. Speakers will consider the history, the theory, and the practice of gender-based interventions for at-risk students of color. And we're going to ask a lot of what I think will be hard-hitting questions and really go at it. We have an incredibly distinguished panel to address these important questions, and I will introduce each panelist when she or he speaks for the first time, so you don't have to remember who that was. Each panelist, we've already arranged it, will have approximately 5 minutes on their first round, and then approximately 4 minutes on a second round to make some important points. Do we have a card holder?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, you got that important job? Okay, thank you. They left it with after that, we're going to move into discussion mode so they can respond to each other's comments, they can respond to anything that was said earlier in session this morning, and really continue a discussion with everyone in the audience. Our first speaker is Professor Verna Williams. Verna Williams is the Judge Joseph P. Canary, if I'm saying that right. Did I say that right? Professor at the University of Cincinnati College of Law. Her courses include constitutional law, gender and law, and family law. She is a founder and co-director of the college's Center for Race, Gender, and Social Justice. Professor Williams' research examines the intersection of race, gender, and class in such areas as education, law, and policy. Prior to joining the faculty in 2001, Professor Williams was Vice President and Director of Educational Opportunities at the National Women's Law Center, where she focused on issues of gender equity in education. And in that capacity, Professor Williams was lead counsel and successfully argued before the United States Supreme Court. This really is an incredibly impressive panel. I could go on for each of them. Davis versus Monroe County Board of Education, which established the Title IX requires educational institutions to address known complaints of student-to-student sexual harassment. Professor Williams also practiced at the Department of Justice and with the firm of Sidley Austin, and clerked for the Honorable David S. Nelson in the District of Massachusetts. She graduated cum laude from Harvard Law School and Georgetown University. And Professor Williams, our question for you is, what can we learn from the history of single-sex and single-race education that's applicable to what we need to know today?
Great question. Thank you so much for inviting me today. I am really excited and honored to be part of this discussion. So about the history of single-sex and single-gender education. My talk, well, basically it's a cautionary tale. A cautionary tale. It's served political and subordinating purposes over time. With regard to African Americans, it's important for us to remember that during slavery, education was illegal. It was illegal. And that it was denying education to African Americans was a way of supporting justifications for enslaving black people. Black people, it was deemed, lacked the capacity to learn. It also was evidence of education's power. The notion that if blacks had education, then they would be unfit to serve. If you fast forward to the post-Reconstruction era, education emerges as a mechanism of maintaining subordinate status post-slavery. In the words of one educator, quote, "The Negro has little conception of the meaning of virtue, truth, honor, manhood, or integrity." There is this notion that blacks can't learn and they are lacking morally, and I think importantly in the area of manhood, that in and of itself was a virtue. So therefore, based on this premise, blacks were deemed that the appropriate kind of education for blacks was consistent with their or our perceived intellectual deficiencies and with subordinate status. That meant industrial, or what we might call vocational education. Booker T. Washington promoted this type of education, but for a different reason. He saw it as a means of uplifting African Americans and demonstrating that we were not the people that white folks said we were. On the other hand, there was W.E.B. Du Bois, who argued for classical education for the talented tenth, which he conceptualized in a gendered way, namely the men uplifting the race. Washington's training also was gender specific. Training for women in the domestic sciences was what they should get. Training in the trades was for men so that they could be breadwinners. And Nannie Helen Burroughs, an educator around the 1910s, found this out the hard way. She established a national training school for black women that lost funding from the National Baptist Convention because it educated women in trades like typesetting and salvaging. And such training was deemed inappropriate because it was preparing women to be breadwinners. So you can see here the gendered nature of the education that's encouraged. Fast forward again to post-Brown versus Board of Education. Here, single-sex education reemerged, and this time, it's a way of preserving white supremacy that was challenged by the Supreme Court's decision striking down Jim Crow. School districts turned almost immediately to sex-segregated classes in schools as a way to minimize Brown's effect, and Tennessee was a leader in this regard. Mississippi followed suit, arguing that sex segregation was necessary to, quote, preserve the public peace, order, and tranquility of the school district or the health, morals, and education of the students. And other states passed pupil enrollment laws that limited black students from transferring into previously all-white schools. They claimed that sex segregation was necessary to prevent white flight in a post-Brown world. But black parents saw through this, and they said the real reason was keeping black boys away from white girls. So here the underlying stereotype is that of hypersexuality on the part of males. The Department of Justice challenged those laws under the Equal Educational Opportunities Act, which was enacted in '77 to remove all the vestiges of dual systems, and sex segregation was deemed as one of those vestiges. And indeed, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals struck down that statute, holding that the single sex in this context resulted in a similar, if not equivalent, injury to school kids that would occur if a racially segregated school system were imposed. That takes us all the way up to the experiment that I believe Juliet mentioned in California. You're thinking about, well, what does this history mean for us today? Well, in California, which had the broadest experiment, I should say, in single sex, you had many problems with the gendered nature of the teaching, and the focus was on discipline for the boys and curricular opportunities for the girls. In terms of education and the materials offered, boys were required to read All Quiet on the Western Front, for an example. And the girls are reading Pride and Prejudice because they preferred the romantic spiel, supposedly. But for all the interest in education and preparing these students, there was not an AP course offering amongst them. Nothing to prepare them for college. So these are just a few examples of why, when we start talking about single-sex education, the history suggests that we should pause and take a very close look at what it is we're implementing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Williams. Our second speaker is Professor Pedro Noguera. Dr. Noguera was appointed, I think, 1 year ago, am I right? As Distinguished Professor of Education at UCLA. Somehow you managed to steal him from NYU. Yes, probably snuck him out at night undercover, where he had been the Peter Agnew Professor of Education. He is a renowned expert on issues in urban education, including education, economic and social development, education in other countries, race and schooling, immigration, migration, parents and schools, leadership and school reform, and school achievement. He's had tenured positions at Harvard Graduate School of Education, where he was the Diamond Professor of Communities and Schools, and at the University of California, Berkeley, where he was also the director of the Institute for the Study of Social Change. Dr. Noguera has written many books related to race, social economic status, and education. His most recent book is entitled Schooling for Resilience, Improving the Life Trajectories of African American and Latino Boys, which he co-wrote with Edward Fergus and Marjorie Martin. He appears as a regular commentator on educational issues on CNN, MSNBC, NPR, and other news outlets. And he's the person when I'm getting ready to go up against, I don't know, a deposition or that sort of thing, I usually shoot him a note and say, what's the most convincing thing I can say? So, you know, which I have also shot such notes to Professor Williams. So, Dr. Noguera, you already know what I'm going to ask you. You have studied the effectiveness of schools for boys of color. Does it make sense to even talk about single-sex educational programs as though they were all the same? And what do we know about what makes for good schools for boys of color and other groups?
So
Good afternoon. Thank you, Diane, and thank you all for being here, and Kim for organizing this. So a couple of years ago, I wrote a paper called An Intervention in Search of a Theory, and it was about this phenomena of single-gendered education, because it was so clear that the schools and the classrooms were being created before we had any clarity at all about what they should do. There was no research guiding it, nothing. And so we decided we need to study this phenomenon. But let me start, though, by challenging at least some of what I've heard. I do think there's a gender problem, right? That's not surprising, because schools are sites of gender socialization in our society. But the data, particularly on African American males, is distinct and clear, right? There are almost twice as many African American females as males getting BAs each year in the country. At the historically black colleges, many of them now 2/3 female. So, and I can go on. When you look at special ed, discipline rates, it does not, now I don't want to play the game of who's worse off, right? I think there's equal evidence that black girls are not faring well. So this, to me, is not a question of who's the worst, right? I think that's a race to nowhere, right? However, it does explain why there's a clamor for something to be done, right? The school districts that are looking for solutions are not crazy, right? They are seeing a problem. Now, where the craziness results is the solutions they've come up with, right? And that's because what we don't know is, and we're seeing this in the kinds of schools that are being created, are we locating the problem in the children or in the environment where the children are being raised? And I would say, and we see this also reflected in Brother's Keeper, that it's in many cases located in the child, not the environment. Okay, so we did a study of single-gender schools, and I think Linda Sachs's comments I agree with, the methodological problems, but we looked closely at 8 schools in different parts of the country that have been created, and basically our conclusion was they only work if there's good teaching, if they're good schools. There's nothing about being separate that makes them successful. And all I would have to say is, just think about this. There are lots of groups that we could say are vulnerable groups in our society. Homeless kids, kids in foster care, recently incarcerated youth. Does anybody think that separating those kids from other kids is a solution? I mean, I don't know of anyone who's saying that we should put all the homeless kids together in one school as a way to serve them. So I would echo the concern that what's driving this are really racialized conceptions of what the problem is that we're trying to fix. But I think those are fairly pervasive. It's interesting, and Joelle Taylor Gibbs' book, and I know Joelle, so I want to at least forgive her a little bit, but you know, Black Males and Endangered Species came out at the very moment when a lot of the conversation about the menacing youth was also in the media, right? And so the timing was, I think, at the best, unfortunate, because I think it contributed to the kinds of schools that Bernard talked about being developed. So one of the things we've seen is, because I think we have a clearer sense about what it takes to educate girls than boys. I'm on the board of the Young Women's Leadership Schools. And I heard someone say, those schools are some of the best schools in New York City. In terms of graduation rates, outcomes, I don't think they're good because they're all girl schools. I think they're good because they're good schools. Right? However, I do think there's a theory driving the schools, and that is that gender roles for girls limit them, and that what we need to do is expand opportunities for girls. There's no similar theory about masculinity driving the schools for boys. In fact, many of the schools for boys become hyper-masculine environments, right? Where you see things like, oh, boys are kinesthetic learners, so let's throw them a ball, right? Or boys don't like literacy, so let's reduce the amount of time when they read. Right? It's this kind of very, very sloppy thinking. So I really want to challenge it. I would say, and I alluded to this in my comments earlier, that what we need to spend a lot more time thinking about the work of Claude Steele and others around stereotype threats and the way they're operative in schools, and the way they fuel those assumptions, and the work on stigma, and the way in which certain groups of kids, particularly related to race, class, and gender, become stigmatized in schools, and end up in very, very marginal environments within schools. I think that, to me, is where we're going to find a lot more room for change.
Thank you very much. Our third panelist is Professor Michael J. Dumas. Am I saying that right? Okay. I was going to make it a little more French. Okay, we can do that too. He's an assistant professor at University of California, Berkeley, in the Graduate School of Education and the African American Studies Department. He earned his PhD in urban education with an emphasis in social and educational policy from the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. His research sits at the intersection, it is an intersectionality conference, of cultural politics of black education, cultural political economy of urban education, and the futurity of black childhoods. He is primarily interested in how schools become sites of black material and psychic suffering and anti-black violence, how disgust with and disdain for blackness informs defenses of inequitable distribution of educational resources, and ways that anti-blackness persists in education policy discourse and in the broader public discourse on the worth of economic and educational investment in black children. He is the lead editor of a special issue of Teachers College Record entitled Political Economy, Race, and Educational Inequality, Realizing and Extending the Radical Possibilities of Jean Agnon. I had to look up who that was. A professor from CUNY. And is also a lead editor for the 2016 Politics of Education Yearbook, which appeared as a special issue of Educational Policy dedicated to the cultural politics of race. In that journal, Dr. Dumas wrote an article entitled My Brother as Problem, Neoliberal Governmentality and Interventions for Black Young Men and Boys. Dr. Dumas, what is neoliberal governmentality? I looked that one up too. And how does it represent those underlying assumptions that are used to argue why boys of color need educational isolation?
Good afternoon. Thank you. As the most junior scholar on this panel, I'm actually comforted that actually many other, Dr. Nagara and Professor Williams just said things that I'm pretty much going to say, and I didn't expect you to read my longer bio. Okay, but so it's good because it actually, I won't scare anybody with what I'm about to say because you've already said it in a kinder voice. Okay, so actually I'm responding to this, and I'm actually going to talk a little bit about that article a bit. So in my recent work, I put forth a kind of critique of education interventions with poor and working class black young men and boys, and I focus primarily on My Brother's Keeper, but the points are relevant to a broader discussion on single-sex education. And I should point out that although My Brother's Keeper is framed as an intervention for boys and young men of color, and not specifically black boys, I would contend that the imagination of the problem that My Brother's Keeper is meant to address is decidedly and specifically black. My focus on blackness here is not intended to render these other groups of color invisible. Rather, my analysis proceeds with the understanding that it is the deployment of blackness that most heavily informs what I call the racial neoliberal logics of My Brother's Keeper. And this becomes important because the conversation on single-sex education is always already racialized, and I would argue heavily informed by anti-blackness, which I'll come back to in a moment. But first, to be clear, the trouble with My Brother's Keeper is not its individual parts, which focus on worthy goals related to mentoring and job training programs, early childhood readiness, and reform of school discipline policies and practices. So I fully understand, and I think we talked on our conference call about how understanding why community advocates and researchers and parents and school district leaders might voice support for My Brother's Keeper and even seek to be involved in its initiatives and grant competitions. With declining federal and state investment in education and social services, increasing income inequality and concentration of poverty, and the dismantling of a host of civil rights protections, those who care about racial equity are often grasping at anything possible to kind of try to help things out. So I don't have a critique that these are arguably beneficial programs, but rather my critique is that that My Brother's Keeper advances a neoliberal project that is intended to undermine more fundamental change by locating problems within the bodies of black boys and young men rather than in the racial and economic order. So My Brother's Keeper initiatives are proffered not as a public investment in the public good, but as private sector technical solutions to the perceived cultural problems of a specific group. Thus, My Brother's Keeper ends up legitimizing neoliberalism as an ideology, as policy, and as governmentality, these kinds of practices, the technical practices. And so that may indeed subvert efforts to imagine and then push for more deep structural changes that are desperately needed. So in short, single-sex interventions for black young men and boys locate the problem at the psychologized intersection of race and gender rather than in the structural forces of political economy and white supremacy. I'm going to skip through this because I'm running out of time. So for all the good that these programs do, for all the individual success stories that one might point to, I think that they serve to displace attention to the need for a redistribution of economic and educational resources that must also be informed by an understanding of anti-blackness, which is, I just describe it here, the social disgust with and disregard for black life. To make this more plain, nobody thinks black people are worth spending money on. Therefore, if we frame the problem as a private one, which is facilitated by a gender frame, then we don't have to acknowledge or address the political economy itself as inherently anti-black and invested in white accumulation at the expense of peoples of color. So I want to emphasize that I'm not arguing that we not do research on gender or on the intersection of race and gender. Rather, I'm pointing to the importance of just a few things here. One, having a class analysis in research on single-sex interventions. And by class analysis, I don't mean poverty or just mere constraints, but actually political economy, or racialized political economy. Understanding that the impact of the racialized political economy on what we may be seeing in the lives of communities that are not a mere sum of one sex plus another one. So it's, the solution is not, we got boys, now let's just do girls, and then we add it together, we've got everybody. So this also, of course, problematically assumes that there are only two binary sexes, let alone two genders. So that's a whole other set of problems with that. Second, I'd say we need to have a suspicion about why black people and their problems get gendered, and what that obscures. Why wouldn't there be a My People's Keeper? What politically, just discursively, why wouldn't there be that? And there's all sorts of political reasons why that would never happen. And something I didn't really address here, who's funding the research? So we kind of follow the money. What are they funding and what are they not funding? What are their ideological commitments? So that ends up determining what counts as truth, right? What actually gets out there. So what's funded and who are those people?
Thank you very much, Michael. When we all convened for the first time, I said I had read everybody's work except Michael's, but I knew I would be reading it very shortly, like the next day, because he's a young scholar, and I'm sure we will all be reading a lot of it. Thank you. Our fourth panelist is Barbara Arnwine. Ms. Arnwine is president and founder of Transformative Justice Coalition. She is internationally renowned for her contributions on critical justice issues, including the passage of the landmark Civil Rights Act of 1991 and the 2006 reauthorization of provisions of the Voting Rights Act. She also created the legendary Voting Rights Map of Shame. If you don't know it, you will want to. In 2011, which remains popular. She is a graduate of Scripps College, yay, from Claremont Colleges, and Duke University School of Law. She continues to champion civil rights and racial justice issues nationally and internationally in the areas of housing and lending, community development, employment, voting, education, and environmental justice. Ms. Arnwine's work also includes women's rights, immigrant rights, judicial diversity, criminal justice reform, racial profiling, healthcare disparities, and LGBTQ rights. A prominent lawyer in the civil and human rights community, she continues to fight for the preservation of affirmative action and for diversity programs. In addition, Ms. Arnwine instrumental work leading to the passage of the 1991 Civil Rights Act. She also served in numerous other prestigious capacities, including international civil and human matters. She is also a lecturer at Columbia University School of Law. Is that right? I pulled all this off the internet, so some of it's old. You'll never know. Ms. Arnwine. Is the idea of separate schooling implicitly based on a deficits model? What does it mean when advocates talk about making boys of color real men?
It's like communal.
They knew these questions were coming.
My.
We didn't.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Well, the most important part of my biography is that I am a graduate, I'm a product of the George Washington High School here in Los Angeles at grade 108th and Deacon. That is where I went to school. I'm a native Californian. So, in this dialogue, it's very important to me that this is, May 6th. 11 days from now will mark May 17th, which will be the 62nd anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education. It will be the 43rd anniversary this year of San Antonio Independent School District versus Rodriguez. The issues raised in both of those cases, one on race, one on class, have never really been properly resolved in this society. It brings us here to this day to talk about this dialogue. I find it, very sad that there has not been, a proper examination of what's necessary and required to educate, students of color, and instead we have fallen into the dialogue trap of single-sex educated schools. I find it, really amazing that in the study that was just released today by the feminist majority that Sue Klein put out, that they find that there's been an increase in the number of sex-segregated schools, not a decrease. And in fact, there's been a rapid increase. Looking at 805 public K through 12 schools with intentional single-sex education, 669 co-ed K to 12 public schools reporting single-sex academic classes. And that's based on 2011 to 2012 data. So we know that data has changed much. Why is this all problematic? It's problematic because it diverts from many serious discussions and serious issues within our society. One is it diverts attention from white structural racism, period. It diverts attention from the problems created by generational education disadvantage. It diverts attention from systemic discrimination to focus upon issues of individualized, quote, social problems. It also diverts attention from gender discrimination, it diverts attention from class disadvantage, poverty, diverts attention from expenditure decisions that are made by government, such as to spend $50,000 a year on inmates, talk about sex segregation, there are decisions being made about money and who you're going to spend it on, how you're going to handle race, but it's the wrong decisions. So we're spending $50,000 a year on inmates. Even the richest schools in New York City only spend $28,000 a year on their students. The Harlem School Zone, which is one of those 100% graduate models, private charter, spends about $20,000 on their students. So it just shows, we're making the wrong decisions. We also diverts attention, from the dropout rate issues, diverts attention from educational achievement issues, and diverts attention from, the entire misguidedness around charter schools. And it reinforces stereotypes that we've been talking about. It perpetuates the woman-headed household as the enemy. And it also, because of her instead of looking at economic disadvantages that confront single-headed female-headed households, and it also talks about the matriarchy threat. It keeps reinforcing all of this, and it also gives girls. I think it's very injurious to girls because it creates a framework of thought that they are dangerous in their bodies. that they're so provocative, so sexually stimulating that they can't even sit next to boys without them losing their mind. And that on the inverse, it gives men and boys the cover so that they're able to see this kind of frame as acceptable and no desire to, and no compulsion to maintain and to curb their sexual impulses, leading to repeated and much more massive rape culture in our society. So with these thoughts, I say that what we need to do today and what we have to do going forward is to really bring the real dialogue forward, to stop allowing our dialogue on what's necessary to achieve justice for African American boys and girls in the educational context, for Latino boys and girls in the educational context, to stop dumbing down the discussion and actually enhance and magnify it by looking at what the real barriers are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a second shorter round. They're wooing already. We haven't even, we're just warming up. Save the wooing. Okay, so we have a second round of questions now for 4 minutes. Let's see, Professor Williams, why do so many people with widely differing motives, people who are really diametrically opposed political philosophies, favor single-sex education? You know, why is it that you have people who who are on very, very different political grounds who are favoring the same outcome? Yeah, I think that it would be better.
You have a mic too, is that?
Oh, okay. Okay. Because we're all loud.
Hello?
Yeah.
That's easier. Oh, okay.
Yeah, now people can sit.
You're
You're fine.
You're
fine.
We can pass it over.
Okay.
Down here.
Why do people, why is it so popular? Why? I mean, I think part of it is, goes back to what we discussed in the first panel, this whole language of desperation. People are desperate for solutions. They are looking at the public school system and feeling that the public schools are failing our children, and not without reason. There are all those schools are not performing. Students are not performing as well in public education as they ought to be. We're not directing enough resources to schools as we ought to. And money matters. I mean, people have been saying money doesn't matter. Money absolutely matters. So I think in terms of right now, in the last 20 years or so, one of the reasons that people are so favorable to this approach is that they're desperate for something to happen. But the other reason that I'm starting to think is behind the support for single-sex education is something that has emerged from my examination of looking at other records with regard to the Second Amendment. And I've been looking at how the Second Amendment helps to construct race and gender in our society. And one of the things that I learned in looking at the history of the Second Amendment, believe it or not, the Second Amendment, which is the right to keep and bear arms, it was something that was reserved for white men. If you look at statutes from the time period of the framing, many of them excluded black and Native men from bearing arms. And one statute in particular said that black and Native men could be part of militias only if they were drummers or servants. And so, I mean, that sends a really powerful message about the role of black and Native men in society. They are not men. They are not able to take on that masculine role. And so from the very beginning, our society is structured a hierarchy in which white masculinity was the pinnacle. And then if you take a look at other aspects of history, if you fast forward to the Reconstruction period, where Congress was re-examining where we were after the civil rights and after the Civil War, and the North vanquished the South, although the South seems to not do that. In coming up with the Reconstruction Amendments, the 14th Amendment, the 13th Amendment, which outlawed slavery, the 14th Amendment, which guarantees equal protection, one of the things that the framers was aware of was the fact that blacks wanted to serve in militias, and they needed to serve in militias because in the South, the new Republican governments were under great attack. And so we needed black militia soldiers. And so blacks were able to serve a role that they couldn't. Black men, I should say. Black men were able to serve a role. And this, on top of everything else for Southerners, was outrageous. That black men should have guns, that black men should defend the states, and that black men would be voting too much. And so you see the rise of terror against black communities, and particularly against black militias. And in my research, I came across an incident that occurred in 1876 that was nationally reported that nobody, I don't think anybody here has heard of it, the Hamburg Massacre. It happened in I believe it's South Carolina. And what precipitated it was black militia soldiers marching on July 4th, the centennial, which inflamed the Klan. And so my suggestion is that in our history, part of the history of the African American struggle in this country is a struggle for African American men to claim masculinity. And it happened at the framing, it happened post-Reconstruction. You fast forward to the Civil Rights Movement, you can see in your mind's eye protesters, male protesters holding signs saying, "I am a man." Okay, and so there is a desire for African American men to be men. And men, that is red, white patriarch. That's the appeal, I think. But therein also lies the problem. And I'm out of time.
Thank you very much. Professor Noguera, you're a very practical person. You do lots of applied work. You speak to lots of applied audiences, real people. And, what do you say when a parent comes up to you and says they're desperate? They want to know what to do. I have a black son. I do have a black son, by the way. but I come and say, I have a black son. What do I do to protect him? What kind of schooling do I pick? How do I do this? What do you say to the parents who are so desperate for good advice?
So that's not an uncommon question. I get it often from parents who are desperate and worried about their sons. Lonnie Guinier, who some of you know, the Harvard Law professor, writes in the book, Miner's Canary, about the dilemma she's faced with her own son, who is Yale law grad, not too worried about him now, but while he was in middle school, about the conversation she has to have with him about the police and about how to interact with the police. Because even as an attorney, a civil rights attorney, she has to tell her son, you must submit, even when you've done nothing wrong, because it could go badly, right? And I think this is a dilemma many parents are faced when raising black children, which black males particularly, but not, I think black girls face similar dilemmas. And it, again, speaks to the issue of race in society. So I would say, again, I alluded to it earlier, where you locate the problem influences how you proceed with the solution. So there's an article I'd recommend by two sociologists from Rutgers, Greenberg and Schneider. It's called Young Black Males is the Answer, but What Was the Question? So they start with homicide rates. They say, yep, indeed, black males have the highest homicide rates, and they're most likely, they're both as the victims and the perpetrators. Now, what else do we know about the phenomenon? And then they focus on New Jersey, and they focus on the 5 cities in New Jersey with the highest homicide rates. And those, are the places that you would expect, Newark, Camden, Patterson, etc. They say, well, you can actually track it further to certain census areas, right, where these murders occur. What do we know about those areas? And then what do you find? Well, these are the economically depressed wastelands, right? And then they proceed to say, look, if we're going to focus, because guess what? The homicide rates are not a problem, including for black males, in other parts of the state, right? So it's a good way to reframe the question. So when a parent asks me the question about what to do with my son, I'd say, well, what school are you thinking about putting your son in? And you should think about who the teachers are and who the mentors would be. That is, rather than thinking that I need to do something different to my son, I would be very concerned about the environment my son is placed in. And because how we frame the question, how we understand the nature of the problem will influence the way we approach it.
Thank you very much. Okay, okay, Professor Dimas? Okay. Is one motive, okay, we might as well go all the way. Give me some hard questions. Is one motivation for single-sex schools to prevent boys from becoming criminals and girls from getting pregnant? And if so, what's wrong with that idea?
Yeah, you went all the way, didn't you?
I just saw these questions. I said, I don't know if I'll be able to ask them, but why not?
Right. Well, and again, this is not a general question. Nobody's ever asking that question about boys and girls in any general way. They're asking about certain racialized bodies of boys and girls. And so, and as we trace back the history, we see that these have been long imaginations of, since the auction block, in terms of thinking about what the kind of, they're really questions based in the sense of a kind of sense of potential danger. So on the part of boys, the sense of that they're going to be perpetuating violence against innocent whiteness and against the economy by not being ready, college and career ready, ready to kind of participate in that. And for girls, that they're going to damage, again, primarily whites by having these babies that they're going to have to be paid for by public assistance, and then the babies will become these dangerous males. And so all this is this anxiety in many ways about blackness that's motivating even that kind of framing or that imagination. I was asked a similar kind of question during my job talk at Berkeley, actually. Not so much around when I was talking about these poor folks in Brownsville, Brooklyn, that I'd been interviewing, and someone in the audience, a professor, said, well, why don't we just give these people financial literacy workshop? Maybe that's what they need. And these are census tracts where people make about $15,000 a year. And I said, well, what people need is they need some finances. And so it goes back to what Pedro was talking about in terms of how you frame the problem of the problem, and thinking about the work in ed policy implementation, thinking about if you think the problem is this one thing. So if you frame it that way, then yes, those are going to be your solutions. But I guess I would then turn the question back, like, why are you even framing it that way? And what are the guiding anti-Black imaginations that are gendered that are guiding even that framing? So I would reject the question out of hand. So sometimes people want you to answer a question, like, what about financial literacy? Or what? I'm like, I'm not answering, I'm refusing your question.
Yeah.
I'm refusing that imagination.
Ms. Ornwine, let's see, okay. What about the idea that black boys are emasculated by both white and black women? And that is why boys of color need to be educated separately and they need male teachers. Why are male-headed households necessarily better for boys or boys of color?
Well,
the assumption of that.
Right. Well, I think it's, there's no doubt about it that we are still locked into a biblical conception of family, where you got the male as the head, the woman as the supporter, the children as obedient. I think that there's no doubt that that plays a lot. And it also is a reason why within the African American community, the idea of manhood training is more accepted and is considered to be a logical extension, and womanhood training is considered to be all logical extensions of it, because we tend to be much more biblical in our conceptualization. I also think that like Verna, I was thinking about the whole I am a man sign carrying, and I was thinking back about conversations I used to have with my father about a lot of these issues. And I think that it's very clear that African American women, because we do have oftentimes, even in our practice, regardless of what's coming out of our mouth, we do have a very strong image of what our capabilities are. And there's fear of that image. So when people talk about that we, quote, emasculate, children, male children, I sometimes wonder if it's the exact opposite. That people fear that we show them ways to be much more aggressive, much more powerful in their thinking. I mean, I was thinking, a lot about Fannie Lou Hamer. And that, this month, I believe it's this month, that North Carolina started finally paying the women that is sterilized. During, many decades. And a lot of those are African American women. And remember that Fannie Lou Hamer, during her period of social activism, goes into to see her doctor. Of course, she was viciously beaten, force beaten, cruelty, by black men forced to beat her, crying as they're being forced to beat her. But then we know that she goes in to see her doctor, and she's put under anesthetized, and she comes out and finds out that besides, quote, her medical issues, she's been sterilized involuntarily without her knowledge, without her consent. And a lot of that was about not wanting a Fannie Lou Hamer, any more children like her, not wanting to have her reproductive powers, out there. So I sometimes think that, escaping the orbit and the gravity of the way in which we look at things, that probably we should rethink it. And that this whole attack on black womanness, on our, particular, conceptions of the fact that we ought to have equality with men, the fact that we may say that, we don't believe in that and we want this male-headed household, et cetera, then look at the way we act, so on, anyway. I just think that there is contradictions in this, and I'm really struck that most of these schools, including the school in D.C., when you watch the rationale for it, it really is a manhood training focus. It's not really academic. It's not about better, outcomes. And I lastly want to say that a lot of this is the economic competition. There's no doubt that we're just living in a world that's not producing the number of jobs that people need. It's easy to take out the blacks.
Right.
It's easy to make them non-competitors by denying, educational opportunity. It's no accident that 11 states in this union spend more on incarceration than on education and growing. So I just think that we have to be real about what's going on here, about the impact of technology on jobs, the impact of the dying sectors of different kind of work, and the lack of competition, and just trying to take out sectors. There are 23 million people in the United States who have some kind of, quote, felony background. And just think about that when you think about what our workforce looks like in this country, and how many of them, 46,000 bans on particular ability to engage in particular trades, particular fields of work. I think it's no accident. I think we have to be very real that people are making the wrong decisions about how to address modern day problems. Thank you.
So just for the sake of some debate, perhaps, let me try a different take on this. Is it a problem that so many families, black families, are where the fathers are missing? I think it is. Is it a problem that less than 1% of the teachers in the country are black male? I think it is. Okay. In many of the schools that across the country, the only black males you find are the custodian and the security guard, right? Huh? Or the person in charge of discipline. Right? And I think that sends a signal to boys especially, but I think to all the children, about what kinds of roles black men can occupy. Now, with respect to the absence of black fathers, that I think the data is more inconclusive. We know, for one thing, it has an economic impact. Simply not having two breadwinners means that your family is much more likely to be poor, right? But beyond that, there's all these correlations with single-parent households. Now, correlation doesn't mean causation, right? But for boys, the likelihood of being incarcerated goes way up when the father is missing. Okay? Now, I don't think we should just dismiss that and say, this is Moynihan, again, rearing his head, and because that's one way to interpret it, that it's the matriarchy that's killing the boys. There's another way to say, look, raising a family is hard, and having one parent makes it even harder, right? Now, we haven't looked at the research if it's same gender parents, but I would say you need a village to raise a child, right? Having one person is not enough. And so I don't know if that's a gendered argument, but the fact that so many black men are missing from certain occupations, missing from families, is a problem. And I think if we don't acknowledge that, we're kind of missing a big point here.
Can I get in on this? Yeah, because to me, here's the biggest contradiction in the Obama administration. 2 years ago, CDC released their study on male parental involvement with children in the households. Their conclusion, and they re-released it last year. I guess they're going to keep re-releasing it because nobody's paying it any attention. Their conclusion is that African American men, regardless of whether or not they're married to the mother, whether or not they live with the mother, have more involvement with their children than any other racial group in the country. So how do you reconcile that with the absence argument? Because it's just not true. I mean, I'm always struck when I drive to work in the early morning, how many black men I see with strollers, pushing these babies, how many black men I see taking the kids to school, riding them on their shoulders. I'm like, oh Lord, please don't do that in the middle of the street. But anyway, you see it everywhere. And yet, we still have a mythology about this absent father. And I've never understood why I have understood why the Obama administration hasn't given that study its full effect, because it contradicts the absent father doctrine. Because it says, basically, the CDC study says that's not true. So I want to say that's one point. On the male teachers, absolutely, I agree, 100%. Those are different issues. I really think that everyone needs to see a diversity. The other place you can go and see the same kind of stratification is in a courtroom. You're going to see, black bailiffs. That's about it, if you're lucky. And you're going to see, basically an all-white power structure. Every once in a while, a black lawyer. Every once in a while, I've sat whole days, never seen any, except for prosecutors. It is very telling that we've allowed the society to, and I would say we allowed that this society has constructed itself, basically because it's perpetuating its, white structural racism in a way where you find that kind of absence, everywhere where it counts.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there's also some other research that picks up on what Barbara's mentioning. A couple of books, one of the researchers is Catherine Eden, so Doing the Best I Can, and then there's a companion book. So these researchers looked at low-income families in Philadelphia, and they talked about how black fathers, or low-income, this time it wasn't just black, it was black, Latino, other low-income, white and low-income dads, and how they were involved, and asking, you're sort of inquiring why have kids when you're not married? What about marriage? What happens to marriage? And they found that there was, that's also part of it. There's a belief that marriage will solve everything, and we tried that. They found that the folks, they value children, and that in this society, in this environment in which they're growing up with limited opportunities in terms of education and employment, having a child is a goal that people can reach. And so having a child is something to be celebrated. And it doesn't matter if you're married or not. In fact, they're saying that we value marriage so much, we don't want to get married just because we're having a baby. We want to make sure that we've got the kind of support that's necessary. And we're not going to get married and end up getting divorced. And so the dads, they're involved, but they're not involved in a traditional patriarchal way, if you will. They're not, support providers in that regard. So, there is data that suggests, you're right, there is data that suggests that they are present, but they're not present in the way that, the powers that be say they should be involved. I mean, query whether or not that's the right thing. Maybe when maybe should we let these low-income dads, quote unquote, off the hook because they are providing, they're playing with their kids, they're walking their kids to school, they're providing, stuff when they can, and not providing more child support. That's a question that, reasonable people can differ. But we shouldn't say that they're absent, they're completely absent. And then I agree with you also about the absence of black male teachers. I mean, but I also want to add, and I know you're not suggesting this, but I think, the absence, whatever it is, girls need to see their dads, girls need to see black male teachers. It's important. And white kids need to see black male teachers, right? I mean, so it's a problem. So what I think we're all getting back, it's the same, same theme that was struck in the first panel. There are really deep structural problems here. And, the focus on single-sex schools, I mean, it's attractive, we understand it, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. It's not it's not going to yield the kind of change and progress that we really want. And it feels to me, I was sort of thinking about, well, so what do we say? What's our charge? Because, being a feminist, it's not just theorizing, we've got to be, theory for the purpose of action. I mean, maybe it's time to really think very long and hard about an advocacy movement to get the money back to public education, right? Right. I mean, because in public schools across the board are suffering, not just, and when I say across the board, it's not just elementary school. I mean, I teach at a public institution, and we are getting screwed, all this, there's no money coming. And, we need to really focus on how to get the resources back to public education, and moreover, I think, reconceptualize our understanding of public education as a public good. It's not just about churning out widgets and people who can be cogs in the wheel, people talking about the investment. There's got to be something more. And I'm very troubled that, we've gotten way far away from that. I personally don't think that we valued education nearly enough in the past, but right now it's just getting worse. And if certain people are elected, get
Certain people.
I just wanted to add, I was thinking about the research in education, scholars who do a lot of work on black teachers, and one of the things that they caution is that we have to think about what mythologies exist in terms of what the presence of that black male teacher is supposed to do. So what roles they get put in schools, and so I just kind of think about that. And also, I guess I would say, just on more of a family level, I'm the only person in my family with any kind of higher level of education. I have a cousin who, got a job because his mother, who's my first cousin, was dating a foreman in the union. And he went from making like $8, $9 an hour to making $20-something an hour in a carpenter's union, building a new bridge across the Lake Washington. And his whole outlook on everything changed. His sense of what he would be able to do, what kind of power he had as a family, as a father of his girlfriend's children, thinking about long-term kind of the futurity of their whole family and what his ability to kind of impact that would be. So I get stubborn sometimes, going back to the question you asked me, I turn almost everything back to the structural. And I know there's a problem with that in terms of being too economistic and having economic answers to every cultural problem, but I often think that I'm responding not because I think that's the only answer, but because I'm thinking about the motivations of those who are asking and trying to impose the cultural solutions. And so I'm just, again, kind of refusing that kind of framing and actually believing what needs power? Well, the power is needed by the kind of political projects that demand kind of redistribution of those resources back to public education, as you were saying, or in terms of thinking about living wage, sustainable jobs for folks. So I think those are just more important things. So bye.
Thank you very much. If any of you want to add something or answer a question that was asked to somebody else? So, yeah, okay. And then we'll turn it to the audience. Go ahead, Pedro. We skipped the first name.
So, I mean, this question, I raised the thing about the absent black fathers, knowing, yes, many black fathers, even if they're not present in the home, are involved in parenting in other ways. However, started some work at Rikers with juveniles at Rikers, all of whom, and these was in the male ward, they were from single parent households. And what struck me in the interviews with them was a deep sense of loss about not having a relationship with their father, right? That each of them recounted. Now, I don't know, I'm not saying that loss led to them getting locked up, but, and how much, and this gets at this culture structure question, right? That is, in a patriarchal society, right, our image of what is normal is very much conditioned by by that patriarchy. When you grow up in a home where you have no relationship with the father, you're often led to feel as inadequate, right? And I think that many young people have that feeling of inadequacy, but because they've lacked it. Not all, by any means, especially if their father was abusive, they're not missing them a whole lot, right? But I still think that this is an issue we don't fully know enough about. What are the consequences of this absence? Now, the other side, the structural side, William Jewis Wilson has pointed out, there's a huge discrepancy in when the father's not present in whether or not the father contributes to the family. White fathers more likely to do so than black fathers, unless you control for employment. if they, to Michael's point, they earn the same amount, it's equal, right? So we can never lose sight of these important structural factors that are influencing. And the last thing about My Brother's Keeper, because I did an interview with ProPublica about it, and I went on and on about what's wrong with it. I said, one of the problems for the president, right, because they were saying, do you think he should stick with this, is he doesn't even know why the education policies he's pursued have created the problems that he says he wants to fix.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Because if he did, he would realize that they have actually contributed to the very problems that he now says he wants to fix through Brother's Keeper. And that, to me, speaks to both the muddled thinking, but also the kind of neoliberal logic, right, that's driving so many of the policies.
Okay, no, that was terrific, thank you. Yes, I would ask you to introduce yourself.
Kim Crenshaw. So I'm glad we're getting to this, because this is what I imagined and I was hoping for. So I want us to roll up our sleeves and go a little deeper into it. So Pedro, you were saying earlier that you weren't so sure about whether and how the Moynihan frame is really animating this, but then the last thing you said, I think, actually does give us a window about at least one aspect of the Moynihan frame that is motivating it, because he actually said, I'm not necessarily normatively embracing patriarchy. I'm just saying descriptively, in a society that is organized as a patriarchal society, those families that cannot reproduce this are going to be disadvantaged. And that might be true, but in a society that's organized around white supremacy, those families that ain't white. I mean, the point is that we can't hold up one inequality and use that as the measurement for how our interventions on the line of race have to be organized. So it isn't saying that single-headed households aren't disadvantaged. It's saying that we can't incorporate that disadvantage as a baseline for our interventions, which basically means if those families are disadvantaged, the intervention is not simply let's try to figure out how to stick the man back in it, but also how do we support those families in the structure that they're in? It's not inherent that a single-headed household is disadvantaged. It's in this society, with this economy, with these kind of values, with this kind of culture, right? So those are all the things that have to be incorporated into an anti-subordination strategy, not just simply figuring out how to assimilate inside of it. Now, granted, that probably is a far more radical vision about how to uplift communities of color than, generally speaking, most of our politicians are willing to uphold. But it seems like, as researchers and advocates, we should at least hold up the possibility that we can rethink how we structure our institutions so that the limit isn't simply bringing us up to a patriarchal, a value. So that leads me then to this question. I think we're all on the same page that this focus is allowing us to lose sight of the broader defunding of public education. I think that's sort of, everyone's on that same page. But this is a kind of smaller point about how we imagine anti-racism that really troubles me. I do think it's true that when we ask the question, why are so many parents looking for something, people are saying they're desperate. But it's not telling us why they're not desperate about their daughters. It's just not answering that question. And I don't think it's answering the question to say that black girls are matriculating to college at a higher level as sufficient to answer the question, those black girls who are sitting in those same schools that are not generating college matriculants, how come we've completely forgotten about that? We can't simply substitute the girls who are entering college for all those girls who are sitting there who are being pushed out or who are early parents or who are not doing well. I mean, as someone said earlier, these are median numbers. They're not telling us about the girls who are at, you were saying, at the bottom. So I'm not sure if the answer to why are we focusing exclusively on the boys is simply desperation. It's desperation for some of us, but invisibility around the others of us. And I think that's something that we have to grapple with. And I'm not sure that some of the data at the top tell us why we're not grappling with that.
I think it goes back, and that goes back to the point I was making about the quest for manhood for black men. And that, I mean, we historically the system has been set up in such a way to value white patriarchy. And I think that that African Americans have wanted to emulate that. Okay, and the question is, I think wanting to emulate, it makes sense, right? Why we would want to emulate that. I think, and we see that it trickles down in lots of different ways. Because when you were asking your question, the first phrase, the maxim that came into my mind was, "We raise our daughters, but we love our sons." And, yeah, we raise our daughters, but we love our sons. And so sons and daughters have different roles in many black families. And so I think that explains the desperation. Like, sons are, they're supposed to be the men. We want to lift them up. They should get their piece of the pie, whatever cliche you want to use. But with regard to black women, they're just going to do X. Whatever that is, they're going to be teachers. They're going to be they're less concerned about that. I think, and so when I ended up saying, we've been trying to get manhood for black men, that's part of the story, and it's part of the problem. I think the reason it's part of the problem, which I didn't say because the young woman had stopped in my face, was
nothing personal.
Yeah, it's not personal. I think it's a problem when we buying into the very system that's oppressing us. That race and gender are combining to elevate white patriarchy. And so when black men are seeking white patriarchy, they're inadvertently also embracing white supremacy. And we need to reckon with that. And we need to, and the other thing is, just like, again, I think about Sula now, the two women, they knew that they were not white, and they knew they were not men, and so they had to be something different. That on a certain level, black women, black girls, maybe they get that. And they go on and do whatever it is. They're less constrained, maybe. But for African American men, and because of in our society, masculinity is so praised, and hegemonic masculinity is so praised, and there are not many different ways of exercising hegemonic masculinity. I think that's also part of the problem. So I think a big part of what we have to do is really reconceptualize and really look hard at masculinity. Really, really look hard, really grapple with it. And maybe I was even starting to think, maybe, back like in the 70s, they had consciousness raising groups for women. Maybe it's time for consciousness raising groups for men, for black men, to examine masculinity and what it means to be a black man in this society, so that we can construct our own definitions.
I'm not sure I'm interested in black manhood or black masculinity, actually, in terms of, as concepts, as ideas, but in terms of inhabiting them. This thing, often there's, in Oakland and several other cities, there's these rites of passage or black manhood programs, and there are children as young as 8. They're starting at 8. Before you even know how that child who's born a boy is going to identify, how they're going to think about themselves, their own movement, their own gender performance, but there's this kind of imagination of this kind of masculinity because, to answer your question, the thought is we don't need to worry about the girls because what we need is the men to save them. And so in a piece I've written recently about the unimaginability of black boyhood, none of these programs actually imagine that they're actually black boys who are just giggling, playing, just being, and discovering whatever that their relationship to masculinity will be, rather than this kind of assumption that they need to inhabit a masculinity that's usually already predetermined and then given to them by adults. We will then construct what masculinity is, and then we will instruct you in that masculinity, rather than it being something that children can play with, come with, reject if they want to. So.
Thank you, Kim, and Vernon and Michael, and what a dialogue. You know, I'm struck, Pedro, by the fact that in a recent report, 50% of everyone incarcerated has a mental illness. 70% has an alcohol or other substance addiction. 45% never finished high school. When we look at the correlations, there are so many as to, why people are, incarcerated. So I'm very, taken by it. I think, fundamentally, again, we can't really have this discussion without thinking about what's happening to the economy and what's happening with jobs. A whole lot of studies tell us that if in Chicago they've done some really great studies. And what we know is that if you employ and give employment income generating, quote, legitimate income generating opportunities to a lot of the young men and women involved in the gang culture, that just disappears. They have no interest in it anymore. Jobs is the solution to so many of the problems we're talking about. Good jobs, good money, good income. In Sweden and other countries, they have single-headed female households, and it's not a stigma because the women make good money. They make a decision to marry not on the basis of, I need his income, and this is going to make us more powerful economically, but do I love him? Or do I love her? Or whatever. It is so important that we understand that our structural, cultural framework is just bent. It's twisted. It's just wrong. It's not well conceived. We have to reimagine so much about what society could be. Instead of our grappling the issue of the disappearance of jobs and thinking about how do you handle that, how then do people really get income, how do people compete to have, be one class or the other, instead of reimagining that, we come up with these artificial solutions to actually limit the employment pool. So we can say, it's your fault. You got that felony. That's why you can't be employed. Or it's your fault that you didn't retrain yourself to be more competitive in this economy. We know that at Davos, when they go to Davos, what do you think the CEOs talk about? They talk about what in the world are they going to do with us? And when I mean us, I mean all of us in this room, to prepare us for even less jobs in the future. Everything, when you read about driverless cars, why do you think they care about that? The idea is, think about the millions of people who make their incomes driving cars and trucks and vans and deliveries, FedEx, all that stuff you see every day. UPS, all of that. They already know that those jobs in 10 years could just be totally gone if they want them to be gone. So the CEOs sit around fussing about how they can't make the money they really should be able to make Because so many of the jobs that we have right now aren't necessary technologically. They could replace us. And they sit around trying to, the only reason why they can't do it is because they think we're going to go act crazy. We're going to act wild. We may not, engage in the economy correctly. So these are issues that, if we're sitting back, I think that as we're trying to create a new framework that's more equitable, that's more inclusive, that really gives the opportunity for education, and education not just for employment, but education for the value of knowledge and thinking and critical thinking and engagement. It requires a whole different kind of thinking about what the coming world is. And are we right? I mean, the reality is that they didn't just defund education, Kim. In New Orleans, which became the great charter experiment, they destroyed public education. Right, purposefully. Destroyed public education. And did all kinds of cruel things as to who you admit to schools and why. Again, narrowing the field of engagement. So I just think that, my caution to us is that as we are thinking about everything, political, social, cultural, we have to keep in mind what the new economy that's coming will look like and what that means for education, period. Thank you.
I'd like to send it out to the audience now. Could you be really loud, tell us who you are, and maybe try to bring it to, somehow use the word single sex in there somehow. If you have to talk at the end.
Product of a single-sex college.
Which one?
Goucher.
Okay, terrific.
So, a couple of things. I think there was a caution earlier this morning about how we talk about, also single parent, about sort of how we talk about anecdotes and which numbers we bring to bear and where. I think that the numbers of women of color in higher ed are absolutely true, but I think we also need to talk about, as we are talking about criminal justice reform and other things, we need to talk about women and young women in the criminal justice system.
Yes.
We need to talk about the school-to-prison pipeline, and there's going to be more of that discussion as well, because when I sat down about a month ago to write a report for the Black Women's Roundtable on these issues, and what I saw is that Black women have always been represented, overrepresented in the criminal justice system compared to white women, but those numbers have been falling across every age cadre except one, and it's the 18 to 20 cadre. It is exactly where the school-to-prison pipeline is pushing young women of color into the criminal justice system. So we may be doing well at one thing, but the way in which public schools and issues around policing in public schools and trauma and sexual assault and the myriad reasons that young women aren't doing well, we aren't looking at that well enough because we are having that same overrepresentation problem there. So that's one bullet. One other bullet. Listening to Professor Williams, Burnham, talk about what it means for a Black community to sort of be thinking about Black men and what it means to be a Black man in this context and the patriarchy and everything else, as I'm simultaneously thinking about the fact that the last two Democratic presidents have been both the products of single-parent households, and that hasn't budged this narrative. So I honed in particularly on what you had to say about how we love our sons, because as somebody who works in Washington, D.C. and has worked on these issues, I have noted peculiarly, back to the anecdotes now, that the people who work on my side of the table are disproportionately women of color with sons. And that our president and the policy people working on the other side of the table, disproportionately, not exclusively, men of color with daughters, right? There is this investment in saving, we have this sort of patriarchy thing in our head. George Washington is the father of the country. If we don't put Black men in this patriarchy mold and save them, And if we as black men don't save them, even if we are not their biological fathers, seems to be, that's where I'm going on the basis of what you said. So it seems to me, and I've had this said to me in other contexts, we can continue to sit here and have a very intellectual, substantive conversation about this, but we also have to grapple with how emotional and visceral this is, and what that has meant in this administration peculiarly, which is so policy and numbers and data-driven in every single area except this one.
Except for
And-
this.
Exactly, and that's what we need to get our brains around and our advocacy strategies around as we begin to think about the way.
Okay, thank you very much. So I hear you saying that you would like to see this in much better data on these questions and see if your anecdotes actually hold up, if we examine them and see if that in fact were so. Does someone else have a fast response? I'm going to ask for a long response. We just want to change society, the structures of power and the economy. So if I left anything out. Yes, sir. I'd say, hands up, yes.
I'd like
Introduce
to
yourself.
talk about the parents.
Can you introduce yourself?
Yes,
Edward
please introduce
Colossi, I'm
yourself
a
again.
principal at Kim Academy. It's a single gender school. Well, it's a co-ed middle school with single gender classes for the last 7 years. I want to talk about the parents who make all the decisions for the children who put them in single gender schools. Let's back up there. All the parents are deciding to put their kids in schools, and why is it that certain socioeconomic group parents can put their kids in private schools, and nobody talks about that because they have the financial resources. Yet parents who come to my school, I'm always like, why are you here? I'm very curious about why are you coming here? And I find parents are, a third of my parents are grandparents, a third are single parents, recent immigrants, first generation in the family. So why is my school a good school? Because it's safe. That's number one. They want a safe place for their kids of color. I have no kids white in my school. I haven't worked with a white student in the school for many years, so that's just our norm. So I understand single gender in schools that are all of color versus other single gender schools. Those are different populations. But why those parents make these decisions, I'm curious. A good school, as we all know, is no longer a good school with the Common Core metrics. The new metrics is really blowing up the whole notion of what a good school is, because the metrics really weighs now. My grade on my report card is only 60% of my score. 40% is my suspension rate of kids of color, my suspension rate of children with IEPs, my attendance rate, my parent engagement, my social emotional learning. For the first time, we as schools are going to get credit for all these metrics that we've never captured as a good school. So we're in transition of what is a good school. So and I want to know, like, help us understand. Parents make choices for decision for children to go in these single gender schools. I understand the parents, I find, just want some help because they're on their own, many of them. Also, many of my parents, I just have to tell this really anecdotally, first day of 6th grade, I have 300 parents in the audience of all their kids in 6th grade. What's the problem? How many of you have daughters? About 3 or 4 raise their hand, I address them, and then it's all mothers of boys, and I think your point's really well taken. It's mothers of boys, how they really treat the child in the educational process with the mother of girls is something I'm trying to get my head around too. How we manage schools as we move forward. So those are just parenting pieces.
Thank you. Someone want to make a comment on that?
This is actually an issue I wanted to address in the next panel, which is the question of choice. And you know, choice is the way we do things now in education, right? That is, parents are choosing schools as opposed to being simply assigned to schools. And so I think it's a good question. Why are they choosing your schools? What beyond safety? Because I think there's more to it than safety, right? And I think the gendered assumptions are influencing it. So we were discussing at the table over lunch, and I was curious because immigrant parents in many other countries, gender separate schooling is more common, right? And so that might be something they're more accustomed to. But I think that's a question to explore. What do the parents think is possible in a single gender school that wouldn't be possible in a co-ed school, right? But it's interesting. We did a study and published a book on Latino males, right? But this has been a large focus on black males so far, and we started by asking who are the people doing research on Latino males in the country, in education, employment, criminal justice, and health. And we just looked and saw who they were, and then we invited them to come together to talk to each other about what are we learning, because this is another population understudied. And it was interesting what we started to learn when we looked particularly across disciplines and across these domains at Latino males, because in many ways the problems have been framed largely in black terms, black male terms, and I think when you start to look at other populations, you start to realize the way masculinity is in play here. And Nancy Gonzalez wrote an interesting book called Troubled Boys. You always forget the name, but it's something like that. Good Girls, Troubled Boys, looking at the performance in schools of boys and girls, Latino kids. And so what I want to suggest is that gender is so deeply embedded in our society. The assumptions about gender are so deeply embedded that they drive so much of these interventions, and often aren't questioned, right? And Michael a moment ago alluded to an initiative in Oakland that's got a lot of attention, this Black Male Initiative. And I, from the very beginning, was questioning it. I said, they appointed one of my former students to lead the initiative. I said, why do you think it's your job to save black boys? Why isn't it the principal's job, right, of all these schools? Why do you think they're setting you up to fail, right? And nonetheless, he's been doing it and apparently having some impact. But even as their impact, what they call the boys are kings. And it's like, why return to feudalism? What is this about? Right? And then I sent him an article on girls that code. I said, why don't you do this, right? Because there are all these jobs for kids who can code. Why isn't that your initiative, right? But because of the way gender gets the gendered assumptions are built in, they're not even thinking about jobs. They're thinking about raising men into kings, right? And that I see as a huge problem. So.
There's interesting cultural discourse. I think that all these things are valid, but there's a video that's gone viral recently of a black father, I think, boxing with his son. You remember this? He kind of beats him a little bloody, and it's kind of discipline. And then there's a video some time ago that went viral of a black father shaving his son's head into an old man looking, send him to school with a bald kind of top. And these are, you don't see these with anybody else. And when I say it, you don't, it doesn't mean that there's not one out there that you can find on YouTube. Sociologically, this is really a cultural phenomenon that you find with the sense that, and I think it goes back to slavery, I'm sorry to be all theoretical, the sense of that you need the more harshly discipline on the body, these black males to kind of beat them into submission. And so there is a bit of that, and so there could be a sense that, not that your school is necessarily doing these things, but the sense that maybe the single-sex environment will give them this kind of more, that they singularly need, that no other population needs, but certain kinds of boys need this kind of extra harshness, extra violence to whip them into humanity.
I think the last thing I would add is that you mentioned also that when white parents send their kids to single-sex schools, no big deal.
Right.
I think that one of the reasons that single-sex education is so alluring is because of these private schools. And so what they're trying, so there's this assumption that, if we just separate the kids on the basis of sex, then we're creating many Welsleys and many Harvards or whatever. So I think that's also a reason why they might choose it. The reason people don't complain about it, at least I don't complain about it, and to be clear, I don't say no single-sex school ever. It's just, it raises a lot of red flags for me. And I think we should do exactly what Pedro was saying, really interrogate why gender? What is it we're trying to accomplish? Are we raising kings? Or are we really preparing kids to, function in the marketplace of tomorrow, in addition to becoming really good citizens and, intellects? Humans, yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much, and I guess if I may just add one
I didn't
thing. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't realize everyone was gonna, there's gonna be no stopping us. That woman with songs.
Well, I just wanted to say a couple things on the choice issue. It is really fascinating that, it's much more popular to circulate the stories about urban prep every year. And their graduate, out
So
there.
they're gonna look at their college persistence rate.
Yeah, exactly. And but you see it every year. It's huge, oh my goodness, my Facebook blows up. But at the same time, there are co-ed schools also with 100% graduation rates that no one talks about. And you don't see those pictures. There is, just this narrative and obsession, with single sex. And I think, for most parents, they just want a good school. They really, they, if given the choice between, single sex or a good co-ed, and they were told, they only have X amount of choices, they would just say whichever one's the best. I look at Detroit, the school systems in Detroit, you look at the school systems in South Carolina, the school systems in Mississippi, especially Meridian and some other places. It's just obvious that, it's not a question about gender and sex. It's about dealing with, as Jonathan Colesville says, the savage inequalities. And we just, I just think that, again, the problem with MBK, the problem with all of this is that it just gets us into the wrong discussions. And I just want to tell everyone that I love the folk. I'm so glad, Pedro, that you mentioned coding, because I was at a conference of CEOs of technology companies, and one of them said something that, and this was 3 years ago, and he said, in 10 years, if you can't code, you're functionally illiterate in America. And that's their viewpoint. So our failure to teach coding to our children is even more important than all this obsession with single sex, right? So I just think that, that we keep missing the real, the real issues as long as we're diverted, distracted, and wasting our time on, solutions that solutions that aren't solutions, that are actually just masks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm afraid to take the mic. We're gonna have to All right, someone else have another question? Yes, sir, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Jalil Bishop. I'm a PhD student in higher education here at UCLA. So I just have two comments. So I think first, there's kind of been this undertone of focusing on single-sex schools that have this 100% graduation rate. And I even heard Harlem Children's Zone mentioned in there somewhere that, and they're not single-sex, but again, these model institutions. So I don't know, this was years ago. I guess it was my freshman year of college. I did an internship at Harlem Children's Zone. And I was there when they had their first senior class that was going to graduate. And I'll tell people all the time, I think Harlem Children's Zone is terrible. And I say this because it's so easy to create these masks of these illusions of that things are happening. But within that school, and it's not, you don't got to go into the school, you actually just pull the school's report card. You'll see like, okay, they got an A on feedback from community, but a C actually when you look at test scores, or a D when you look at how they're performing each year. And they may have all the fourth graders on level for reading, but they're not on level for math. But we celebrate them and put them as models. We launch $20 million initiatives and all these different things. So I think that for me, these 100% schools also should be considered as suspect, and maybe not necessarily all held up as models. Another piece for me, and this is kind of my dissertation work, so this is why I want to hit this piece.
Get good feedback now.
There's this narrative that black women are doing well because there's more black women enrolled in higher education. So if we think of the black student in higher education as as a black woman. But then again, if you just pull the actual data on what's happening with black students who are in higher education, graduation rates are extremely low, so gender still becomes an issue there.
Yes.
90% of black students are taking out loans, which is significantly higher than any other group. The average black student loan is around $30,000. Like, so you have all the, and then again, you see black students concentrated in 2-year for-profit institutions. So in a way, gender matters in a sense that it should always be an analysis, not a way just to say this is why we're doing things for black males, but I think really we have to push it when we actually look at the data, what's happening with students, not to celebrate these kind of false narratives of progress or success, or because one group kind of has some access. So I don't really have a question in there. I just wanted to really pull out that nuance that college access actually may contribute to inequality and shouldn't be always celebrated as we have made it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can't wait for your research.
So I do want to, and this does relate back to single-sex schooling. I think that, I think we do need to, I think gender is a legitimate area of study. It doesn't mean we're comparing who's worse off, right? Simply to understand their dynamics. Nancy Gonzalez's book is Hopeful Girls, Troubled Boys. And one of the things that she found, and I think it's telling, because this gendered phenomena around educational disparities is showing up across race, except for upper class white males. They're fine, okay? We don't have to worry about them, right? Working class white males are doing less well than working class white females. I do think it has to do with gender socialization to some degree. We are socializing girls to be more compliant than boys. And schools reward compliance.
Yes.
And when boys act out, which they frequently do, they get identified and get put in special ed or get disciplined. Now that's also happened to girls, and I think that particularly African American girls. But it raises the question about schooling, right? And what we could, you know, why is compliance the primary focus of achievement, right? And why is that and control the primary emphasis of schooling, right? And so when I examine gender dynamics, I don't do it to see who's better off. I do it to really try to understand what kinds of behaviors, what are we conditioning children to do, right? And why, right? And which kinds of children are being placed at a disadvantage because they don't conform to that. And so to me, and many of these single gender schools have not questioned that at all, right? It'd be interesting to hear what's happening in LA and to see that is, I mean, to what degree is control and compliance the primary focus of schooling? And what we saw in many of these single gender schools, it still was. They never questioned those assumptions about how children learn.
Okay, can I ask for another question? I'm afraid to. I've been bitten. I've been, okay. Yes, put your hands up over here. Yes.
I mean, I was just going to throw out, to take a broader perspective, and I'm Abigail Segui, sociology. It's interesting that even though the compliant girls are doing better in school and in college, once we get into employment, dudes get paid more,
Right.
across the board for
Absolutely.
everything. And so
And
maybe, and especially in the race, the race is even always greater, both, making a bigger difference both in education and employment. So perhaps this compliance for girls isn't actually serving them so well once they get outside of school as well. And it, the statistical studies show that the fact that girls are getting more education is helping bring down that gender gap in earning, but it is not overcoming it.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the problems with training girls to be compliant is that means they don't learn to be demanding about their careers. And all the social indicators tell them that they ought to be quiet, right? So, so the men, they'll go in and demand all kind of salaries all over the place. that they don't deserve, but they'll get them. And the women being more reasonable, logical, will demand what they think is a fair salary. And it is, to me, it's always been, it's the hardest thing I've ever had to, explain to a lot of young, black children coming out of high school going into college, is when they look at the stats about how well paid white men are with high school educations compared to black men and women with college educations. And there's no comparison. And I think it's very telling that when you look at some of the billionaires of our society right now, white male billionaires, they don't have college degrees. So we need to, really think about, what's going on, in this whole economy. So I think the compliant thing is actually dangerous for women. I think we need to learn how to raise HELL a lot on a whole lot of issues, and that we need to train women to be a whole lot more assertive and demanding in the workforce. And because this continuing CEO glass ceiling, all these glass ceilings that exist still, just make 0 sense. And so women, we gotta fight the structural barriers that keep us where we are. And part of that means that I'm not blaming women at all. Let me be very clear. I think that we can become a lot more aggressive about our demands.
I just want to put it on the table. I mean, I was thinking about compliance, but I was also then thinking about it in relation to coding. And I'm thinking about, because for some reason I'm suspicious of coding, only because it seems to be pushed only on certain populations. And as I talk to people in the sciences, they say, oh, coding's like that's like a low level of our field. That's not really that prestigious. But the people who actually do the thinking, who don't have to be compliant, who actually are transgressing new ideas, they're not coding. So that makes me think, I understand on a realistic level. Let's get these, poor working class kids into a career that's going to give them this kind of job. But I don't know if there's anything non-compliant about doing the work of coding. And so if we talk about we want to have this curriculum around coding, but we don't have a curriculum around music, which actually makes you be transgressive and creative. It makes me wonder: is coding going to be racialized and then classed and then reproduce a certain kind of compliance among certain populations?
Well, that would be a new stereotype.
I have a question.
Last question. I think we have time for one last question.
There's a big challenge that black and brown boys and girls are not entering math and sciences. That is just, I think a lot of music, I understand that, but there is such an underrepresentation of black and brown girls.
We have one person with their hand up. I'm sorry, yes.
Hi,
You got the last question.
I'm
Yes,
Liz
sir.
Hicks. I'm the principal of the brand new all-girls school within LA Unified School District. So I wanted to just address a couple of things really, really quickly.
Sure, thank you.
We're trying to finish up. One of the things is when we decided to have the school within LA Unified, it wasn't the idea of gender, which is why we started it. It was looking at our own data. Our own data says that in elementary school, girls and boys are absolutely equal. Whatever racial group, you can see that they're equal in terms of math and science. When they hit high school, every single racial group, the girls start doing poorly in math and science, and that increases in high school. Our girls, in terms of AP courses, they are great in English and history. They do not take chemistry, physics, environmental studies, or calculus. They just don't take the classes. You can look across our system, and in some areas, there are no African-American girls who are taking calculus or physics. So we looked at that data and we thought, what is a reform that we could do that might help girls to go on into particularly engineering and computer science, the two fields that women do not go into, and that particularly women of color do not go into. They don't enter into college, they don't stay when they're in college, they don't stay in those courses, and they don't go on into these incredibly lucrative fields. So it was a very research-based, and it was a very thoughtful approach, I think. It wasn't just about gender. And the idea is that at least this will be one pipeline for girls within our system, because it's going to take years to do what you're talking about. It's a huge system with a lot of bureaucracy. We have a wonderful new superintendent but it still takes a long time to make the kinds of big picture changes you're talking about. So to have one school and maybe several others within LA Unified that are focused on girls going into engineering and computer science, I think is progress. And a few weeks ago, an all-boys school was also approved by the district. Again, very research-based. What we found was that boys don't do as well in English language arts. So the idea is that they will get an extra scoop of English language arts through middle school and high school. So these are middle school, high school models. So that's one thing I want to say. The other thing is,
we are out of time, so maybe one last sentence.
yeah, just going to say one last sentence.
Okay, thank you.
If you are a young woman in Los Angeles right now, and you want to go to have a model of a single gender school, your parents need to pay about $45,000 or $50,000 a year. So to me, it's just a different twist on the frame. But to me, this is a social justice equity issue. Equity and access for girls and boys to have this model within the public schools without having to pay anything for it.
Okay, thank you very much. I sincerely thank our incredibly talented panelists, none of whom were quiet in school. Not just for their responses to our questions, but really to their dedicated lives, really for equity for everybody. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
As long as that me, as long as that's not.
We could ask folks to come back in. Try to keep ourselves on time. So I'm switching roles from panelist to moderator. Unlike Diane, I don't have the extended bios of our distinguished panelists. So you're going to have to believe me when I say they're distinguished. And you see the titles, but I'll repeat them. To my left, Galen Sherwin. She's staff attorney with the Women's Rights Project, the ACLU. Tyrone Howard, a colleague in the professor of education here at UCLA. Rebecca Bigler, University of Texas Austin, professor of psychology and gender studies. And Erin Palke, professor of psychology at Whitman College. Thank you all for joining us. You've had the benefit of hearing the conversation all day. So in some ways it's good, especially as a roundtable, to use the previous conversations as a jumping off point for this one. And so I want to start with the question I was posed, which I wanted to pose to you. And that's the question of choice. These schools are proliferating right now in the public sector. And in charter schools as well. What's wrong with that? Shouldn't parents have the right to choose this if they want to? So, who'd like to go first? You said you didn't want to go first. Now you want to go first. It's okay.
Okay, is this?
Oh, you have to just make the light go on.
Or I could just talk loudly.
Justin.
There we go. Okay, thank you. So I think when the questions posed, what's wrong with choice, of course we have to ask what choices are we talking about? And as education policymakers, of course, we should be asking, what are the benefits that can be generated by offering those choices? So I'll start by talking a little bit about what those choices, giving parents those choices, has looked like. And if we could get the PowerPoint up. The ACLU has been involved in working around single-sex education for many years. Actually, since the very early challenges to the types of sex separation that came out of attempts to evade Brown versus Board of Education, and later in the challenges to the boy academies. So our involvement in the issue goes very far back. In recent issues, we've seen a different trend which is really well depicted in Professor Williams' book. And that has been the trend toward separating students on the basis of ideas about different brain structures or fundamental differences between the sexes. No. So why don't I just stand up then, so that I can do it up here. So we did a Freedom of Information Act request. We did a Freedom of Information Act request campaign where we sought information from school districts around the country that had implemented single-sex programs. And these are some of the findings about what those choices have looked like when they've been implemented on the ground in school districts around the country. So a very influential force behind these programs is a man named Leonard Sachs, who's a family doctor, who has made it one of his missions to promote single-sex education around the country. He provides teacher trainings and coaching to school districts around the country. These are slides that he's presented to schools around the country, and you can see the theory there is that girls' and boys' brains are hardwired differently. And I don't know if you can read that, but that essentially boys and girls are biologically different. Girls purportedly hear better and respond differently to stress than boys, and that these purported differences in brains and development lead to differences in learning styles that necessitate the use of different teaching methods in the classroom. So that is a baseline for what a lot, not all, but a lot of these programs have looked like in the schools around the country. I'm going to skip this. And that has resulted in a type of narrative about boys and girls and different goals in the schools. So in this pamphlet, which was produced as a result of one of our Freedom of Information requests, you can see that the goal for boys is for fostering respect and instilling characteristics associated with becoming a man. So we talked a little bit about that at the previous panel. And then for girls, it's fostering girl power and promoting girls helping each other. That is reflected these aren't unique examples. That is reflected in teacher training materials that have been employed all over the place. This is one from Florida that's literally entitled The Difference Between Boys and Girls. And it's hard to read that, but there are different goals in the classroom. For the teacher, on the pink one, which is of course for girls, the teacher is the social facilitator. And in the blue one, which is the slide about boys, the teacher is the alpha male. So you can see that these gender stereotypes really are being implemented on a day-to-day basis, that they're being implemented in a way that is actually part not only of the justification for the programs themselves, but also implemented in the classroom teaching methods on a day-to-day basis. And since I'm sort of running out of time, that's where I'll leave it for now.
I just have to ask one follow-up question, Galen. Is anything wrong with the science coming from Sachs and Curian?
I think others might have better answers to that question. The answer, of course, in my view, is yes. But those claims have been, disproven and generally are viewed by actual scientists as being junk science. And Diane Halpern, who was a wonderful moderator for the last panel, has been, a lead scholar on those issues.
So let me, Professor Howard, just as a preface, since you had the Black Male Institute here at UCLA, and you work in UCLA, a city where choice is taken off, what do you think about this idea that choice is as a way to determine?
Right. So choice is always good, and we want to think about and conceptualize choice in a manner that gives folks options to be able to identify what are best places, spaces for young people to be educated. But I do think what we also have to make sure that happens when it comes to choice as it pertains to single-sex spaces is that parents are equipped with all the adequate information to make informed choices. And oftentimes what we see is that low-income parents of color, oftentimes don't have the information at their disposal. And part of what my concern is that when you think about some of the research that folks like Sachs and others put out, that has these very rigid notions of how we define maleness and femaleness, I think that if parents are operating with that kind of information to make choices, then I think they're going to be really disappointed with the outcomes they get if schools are operating from this standpoint. This whole idea of brains being wired in certain ways, boys think and act this way, girls think and act this way, to me, it's highly problematic because it does not recognize the degrees to which we have young people who don't fit perfectly into those categories. And I think that's where we have to begin to push these boundaries of how we define maleness and femaleness. And I think Juliet's work really kind of helps us to unpack some of the challenges with the way this research has been done over the past couple of decades. And so one of the things that we find when we're out in schools in these single-sex gender spaces across LA County is that first and foremost, I don't think public school spaces are equipped to adopt the models that they've seen operated in non-public school spaces. It's a very different set of dynamics across the board. Moreover, I'm not convinced, and others can feel free to challenge me, I'm not convinced that the research upon which many of these folks are drawing their rationale to operate these single gender spaces are really sort of thoughtful and innovative and able to really sort of push the envelope. So therefore, as a result, what we find is that there's really no clear theory of change. The idea becomes, let's just put all these boys together in a class, and we believe somehow something magical is going to happen. Let's take all these black boys, find a black male teacher, close the door, and let's just hope for magic to come out in 9 months. And in many ways, what we found is that not only does that not happen, in many ways, the situations and circumstances are worse than they were before they went in, because there's a very sort of reductionist way of expecting boys to act and behave and perform, and if they don't perform in those ways, we kind of deem them as being, somewhat problematic. That's why I believe your previous session about control and compliance was important here, because so much of what that's about is about control and compliance. That's why I'm always concerned about when you go to, when I walk in schools, one of the things I'm always intrigued by is that I think about, we all know Beverly Daniel Tatum's book about why are the black kids sitting in the cafeteria. When I go into schools, I'm always intrigued, why are the black boys in the office when you go visit a school, right? So in many ways, why are the black boys sitting in the office? I think there's something to be raised about the ways in which they perform their notions of masculinity that aren't in line with the ways in which teachers are prepared and trained to think about how masculinity is supposed to be performed. So there's a cultural disconnect in some ways. So I see my dear colleague Joanne in the back, and so she understands in terms of how we ensure that teachers are equipped with the knowledge, skills, dispositions, and adequate resources and research to begin to somehow sort of complexify these notions of gender, and how we have, I think about Lance McCready's work on diverse masculinities, right? Because even in these all so-called male spaces, we see some boys who are in those spaces who don't fit and don't belong in those spaces, and teachers are expecting them to perform in certain ways.
What do you mean by that, don't fit?
Don't fit from the standpoint that there's a typecast way of how boys are supposed to act. And then there are young boys who are put in those spaces who don't manifest their masculinity in the same way, so therefore they get deemed as being, they become other. And I think we have to create these spaces that allow a much more diverse set of ways in which masculinity gets manifested. Same thing on the femininity side. I think we have some very sort of reductionist notions of how femininity gets played out, and if girls don't perform that accordingly, they get deemed as being problematic. And so I think part of what we're not comfortable doing, and I think that's why this transgender moment we're in is so critical, because it's forcing us to have conversations that we have needed to have for a long time, but we weren't comfortable and equipped to have. And I think now young people are really forcing us to have those conversations. So I went a long way to answer your question. I think choice is good, but I think we have to have informed choice.
Okay. And who should get that information?
Who should get it? Who should we get it from?
Both.
Both. So I think that parents and caregivers need to get that information. I also think educators need to get that information, but I think that it has to come from a wide range of folks who do this research in a much more on the ground fashion. Thank you.
I'm going to do what Michael Dumas said and said that's not the right question. I want to go back to the question of whether Sachs and Gurian are correct and there are hardwired gender differences, and the answer is no, and they are wrong, and they are widely discredited in the field. In fact, Leonard Sachs has pretty much totally gotten out of this business, except in really low under the radar ways because he's been discredited. Neuroscientists do not believe there are hardwired differences between boys and girls that affect their educational outcomes and processes. And one of the big issues psychologists have known now for decades is boys and girls are more similar than they are different. And for any gender difference, even those ones that we know are there, for example, in activity level, okay, if you measure thousands of boys and thousands of girls, boys on average at the mean will be slightly more active than will be girls. The distributions within each gender are enormous, which means there are many, many girls who have higher activity levels than many, many boys. So using gender as the basis to assign children to schools guarantees the mismatch that you have just heard about from Tyrone. It guarantees that there will be girls who are getting an educational program that does not match who they are, their abilities, their interests, their capabilities. If you were going to do schooling like that and argue, for example, that some kids are sedentary learners, you should give a test for whether you are a sedentary person or an active person, and then have a school for sedentary learners or a school for hyperactive children, right? You would base it on an individual characteristic, not gender. It is a poor marker. What in fact girls have in common and racial groups have in common is not some hardwired difference, but their experiences as members of that group, often with stigma. So I would argue the importance for having spaces that talk about gender is to discuss what gender and race mean, what stigma and prejudice and discrimination mean, and what I see as the fundamental problem with single-sex schools is those schools who argue they have a problem with sexism, and this is more often the case for girls' schools than boys, that girls are oppressed, they're not going into STEM, we just heard about that, is the solution is seen to remove the sex and not the ism. To remove all the boys and therefore protect girls, which I would argue says that all boys are discriminators against girls. All boys dominate and oppress and do not support girls, and that is not wrong, and that is a stereotype about males, and does not teach boys how to interact with girls in supportive, non-prejudiced ways. And similarly with girls, and I would say these are the conversations we have to have with all children, are what does it mean to be a boy? What does it mean to be a girl in our culture? What doesn't it mean? My background is in child psychology, and I've spent the last 30 years of my career trying to figure out how to talk to children about race and gender and other social categories and what they mean. And I find that kids take to those conversations readily and with incredible sophistication. In other words, you could have the kind of conversation we are having here amongst each other with fourth graders, who will say things like, oh, as a boy, I feel pressure to be the biggest, best guy on the basketball team when I know little Mary Jo is better than me, and I'm trying to figure out how to cope and not get teased and what the role is that's set out for me. So the problem with single-sex schools is to remove the gender and remove the conversations then about what race, class, gender mean together cooperatively to understand each other's perspectives.
So, what's wrong with choice?
So what's wrong with choice is we have an obligation to provide choices that are sound and reasonable. So for example, when you go to a doctor, if you're going to have insurance pay for a treatment, you cannot have it pay for treatments that medical science has discovered is totally ineffective, right? That the Obama administration has been big about saying we got to have evidence-based, right, programming in fields like healthcare and education. And the problem is we know about single-sex education and we know it doesn't work. So therefore, it is wrong to offer it as a choice. And I think the data are clear, and that leads me right into Erin Polke, whose data are incredibly impressive about single-sex schooling.
I'll stand up and show. And it ties in nicely with Tyrone's point too regarding informed choice. Because I think a lot of what's going on with regard to why parents are selecting single-sex schools is because they think this is the solution and that this will increase my students' achievement. And parents want their kids to be in situations where they're going to have a chance to do the best they can academically. So today we heard about some specific studies, like Linda Sachs's work this morning, and Pedro, you talked a little bit about some of the work that you've done. A lot of us have done studies, standalone studies, on single-sex schooling, and we've worked really hard to make them as strong as we can. With the understanding that at least in the United States, you can't randomly assign students to single-sex or co-ed schools, so there are always those selection effects. And so Linda said this morning that her study has, she worked really hard to control for selection effects, but there are still some flaws in the study. I would say the same thing about every study I've ever done, probably the same thing there. So there's a value of looking at meta-analyses. So what meta-analyses do is they collect all of the studies that have been done on a topic, and then look at what do you find when you put all of them together. So the idea here is that no study is perfect, but if you look across all of them, you can begin to see the trends. So what we did was we looked at 184 studies that have been done that compare the effects of single-sex and coeducational schooling in K through 12. These include published and unpublished studies, which I would argue is important because some of us, especially in psychology, there's a bias. If you don't get the effect, then it's harder to get it published. It represents data from 1.6 million students in K through 12, from 21 different countries. And so, importantly, we coded for lots of things in terms of these studies. One of the things we looked for was whether or not the researchers were controlling for differences between the different groups. So in uncontrolled studies, I just take the fancy single-sex school across the street and compare it to my regular public school. In a controlled study, I do the kind of work that Linda Sachs was talking about today, considering pre-existing differences, selection effects, things like that. And this is what you find. We looked at lots and lots of outcomes. I'd be happy to talk about them. And so what we do is we look at effect sizes. So that's a measure of how big is the difference. Linda this morning said, it's a pretty small effect. And the truth is that if we're going to put money into single-sex schools, I'd argue we want something more than like, just barely a little effect. Like we want something that's substantial. And so we use Cohen's D, which is a measure of effect sizes. But what you see is that in the uncontrolled studies, single-sex schooling totally looks like the answer. So a D of like 0.57, where single-sex schools are doing better for girls and boys. The students are higher in math achievement, science achievement. They're like, oh, we should go for single-sex schooling. The trick is that then you look at the uncontrolled, or at the controlled studies, at the ones where people are considering issues related to selection effects, and they're trivial. And the way that statisticians look at that is they say, there's basically no effect. You see it with math and science achievement. You see it with attitudes as well. So a lot of these confidence pieces that people are talking about. And you see it with data related to self-concept. So one of my issues with regard to what's the problem with choice is that parents are under the impression that choosing single-sex schools is choosing higher achievement. And in more positive attitudes about math and science for their kids, when in fact, when you look at all of the data together, it suggests there isn't a difference. So, which brings us back to all the other ways in which single-sex schooling is problematic.
So suppose a parent, stay for a second, is just concerned about their kids living in a hypersexualized society. They don't want their kids experimenting with sex so early, and therefore they want them in separate schools.
Yeah, so first of all, there's some work that's been done. So Lynn Libben talks about some of the work that people are doing related to the fact that it's not the case that you have a single-sex school and you just take out all of the issues of sexuality. So that's, I would say, well, that's heteronormative and it's just not realistic in terms of what those kids' experiences are like. And then I would also say that, part of our educational system is preparing kids for the world that they're going to live in. And so, learning to be in a space with individuals of your same or other gender regardless of your sexuality, that's an important skill, and we should help kids in middle school and high schools and colleges learn how to do that because you're going into a co-educational world.
Hang on. You got some questions. He's a principal. ACLU's been on this for a while.
what are some things you've learned from looking closely at what's happening in these single gender schools? Does it raise concerns around issues of civil liberties and things like that? Just wait for that.
Yes, it raises civil liberties concerns. How do I get to this slide? So yes, and I mean, I think I gave a little preview of the answer to that question with some of the slides that I showed earlier from our results of our Freedom of Information requests. I want to also mention that a lot of the stereotypes that are employed in the classrooms have a heavily racialized component as well as a gender component. So you can see, for example, in this was a slide from a teacher training that was employed in two parallel single-sex schools in Austin, Texas. And the slide, I'm not sure if it lets you read it, but there are generalizations about how boys of color learn and behave and their needs in the classroom. Boys of color are characterized as having shorter attention span, greater energy, less hearing ability. I'm not sure where that comes from. And they're more aggressive and they're not as neat. And so these are things that teachers are supposed to be given tools to address in the classroom in single-sex classrooms. And that's the other piece of this. Even if you did assume that there were these generalized differences, why do they need to be addressed in single-sex as opposed to coeducational classrooms where you could tailor an approach to the majority of boys who might act and behave in a certain way and the minority of girls who may also share those characteristics. So you can see the different adjustments that are employed in some of these classrooms. This is a good example: more movement and exercise, boys sitting in the front speaking louder, or sitting near the teacher is another one that's common. And then don't embarrass boys in front of their peer group because they'll take that as too much of a challenge. So I actually want to play the audio. I wanted to show video. This is from two schools that are, again, parallel single-sex schools in Hillsborough County, Florida. And this is the girls' school. So I wanted to play the video, but it didn't. Technical difficulties prevent that, so we're going to play the audio.
I have it.
You have
Anybody
it with
wants
you?
to see it? Oh, no, I left my computer.
Yeah. That's my colleague Amy Katz, who does a lot of this work with me at the ACLU.
Gathering.
Sorry for the delay.
To the ways we learn.
Boys generally have strong development in certain areas of the right hemisphere of the brain, providing them with heightened spatial skills such as map reading, mechanical skills, and measuring.
Boys rely more heavily on nonverbal communication rather than on verbalizing feelings and responses.
Music is a whole brain activity, engaging both hemispheres at once. It can help wake up the brain.
Research shows that boys tend to respond to louder voices and sounds. Boys also tend to hear better with their right ear.
The composition of a male eye makes it attuned to motion and directions. Boys interpret the world as objects moving through space.
Boys tend to create pictures of moving objects like spaceships, cars, and trucks. The male eye is drawn to cooler colors like silver, blue, black, gray, and brown. A boy's autonomic nervous system causes him to be more alert when standing or moving.
Did you know that?
Okay, so you get the flavor of it. I won't play the girls one. There's a parallel one for the girls where the girls are reciting the purported differences. And you know, they really do sound pretty familiar. They should sound pretty familiar to all of us because they are stereotypes. And part of the harm of the stereotypes is that there are students who don't conform to those stereotypes. So in one of the cases that the ACLU worked on, we represented a student who had ADHD. And she too would have benefited from the ability to move around more. She could see out the window that the boys in the boys' classroom, this was a school that separated boys and girls, a co-ed school that separated boys and girls for all academic classes. She could see out her window the boys playing football during math class and tossing a football to each other. She would have benefited from that educational intervention, and she was deprived of that educational intervention. So that's where the harms come in of the sex stereotypes, and that is exactly the type of harm that the law was actually created to prevent. The laws that apply to single-sex schools, like Title IX in the Constitution, were passed and have been interpreted to prevent exactly that type of harm.
So, Tyrone.
Yep.
I know we don't have that many local educators in the audience anymore, but if they were still here, they would say, look, we're seeing these disparities. We're seeing our boys overrepresented amongst the kids who are being placed in special ed, who are being disciplined, who are being expelled, who are being arrested. So if it's not single-sex schooling, what should we do?
Right, so this is a good conversation to have, but I wonder if we are placing the unit of analysis in the wrong place. I do think there's a need to have conversations around gender and around sex and around race. However, I think what is missing from the analysis is that at the end of the day, I think primarily within the context of schools, quality teaching, I think, overrides all of this, right? And so part of what we saw in our schools that we looked at that were single-gendered, when there was success, it had nothing to do with the fact that they were all males in the school. It had a lot to do with the fact that the teacher knew how to differentiate instruction. The teacher knew how to build meaningful relationships with students. The teacher knew how to be able to structure project-based learning in ways that all the students were able to find ways that it connected to their own lives. Part of what we have to get back to, is that when you have high-quality teaching that's steeped in a working knowledge of just students and their ways of processing, communicating, thinking, the power of language variation, all those factors, that would be more important. So if I were to talk to a parent who's trying to make decisions about single-gender school or no, I would say I would place less attention on the gender and racial makeup of the school and do more of an inventory of the kinds of teachers and the kinds of resources and the kinds of interventions that are in place for students across the board. That ends up being much more impactful than the fact that all the kids are male or female or what have you. And I think that is oftentimes lost in our equation.
So are you trying to suggest that we have a gendered phenomenon, but we don't need a gendered solution?
Yes, exactly. I think we need a teacher solution, right? A teacher solution that recognizes, and even the other mistake that we make is that even in these gender-specific spaces, we assume that they're most effective when there are folks who teach them who are also the same gender and or same race. Again, part of what we found is that nothing further can be from the truth, right? That's oftentimes quite stereotypical and, like I said, can do more damage. The teachers that we see, their race nor gender have no impact on their ability to be effective with the students that they teach when they are able to move the needle. It has to do a lot with, the idea to understand where students are, to be able to engage them in different ways of how they might process, how they might comprehend information, to see where their limitations and weaknesses are, identify their strengths. It's an asset-based approach to teaching that ultimately moves the needle, that's independent in many ways of one student's race or gender. Now that doesn't mean that there are some instances where students' multiple identities are salient, but those effective teachers are able to understand that and to individualize it and not to use that as a proxy for the entire group.
So one more question on that, because the recent study shows that African American students in particular are more likely to be identified as gifted by African American teachers. So are you suggesting that doesn't matter?
No, it does matter, because I want to be clear about the fact that culture matters in this phenomenon as well. And there's some central tendencies that exist within racial groups, across culture groups, that I think oftentimes teachers who have a working knowledge of some of the cultural characteristics of students can see those characteristics when they're manifested in the context of teaching and learning as strengths and not being as limitations. So I think about a classroom I was in just about a month or so ago, and this young African-American boy who's a 4th or 5th grader, he was able to take these math equations that they were working on, and he was able to somehow put these math equations in line with a set of rhythms and beats that he was able to somehow make sense out of. And the teacher recognized that as something that was specific to that young boy's ways of processing that allowed him to be able to speak to that particular math solution that didn't fit the sort of rigid formula that she had outlined. Now, that doesn't mean that other black boys do the same thing, but she was able to recognize that as a particular skill set that young man had, which may not be captured in the traditional ways that we define giftedness, but still speaks to an ability to problem solve that oftentimes may not be recognized.
Thank you. Rebecca, so we've heard that the stereotypes are actually being reinforced in many cases. But we know that those stereotypes don't just exist in school, they exist in our society. So is it even possible to think of stereotype-free schools? What would that look like?
Yeah, I've studied the factors that contribute to stereotyping, which factors in the environment contribute to making children and adults more stereotypic. And a very powerful one is the use of a social category to label and organize the environment. We know from a lot of research when any particular social category is used to label folks, right, with nouns, good morning boys and girls line up, what a good girl, what a good boy. That language creates in children what's called essentialist thought, the belief that the adult is labeling that social category for a purpose, and it is because the group is meaningful and alike in important ways. So in other words, labeling in use, right, saying let's have this be the girl drinking fountain or the boy bulletin board or the girl classroom for math or the boy classroom for math, that is a causal ingredient in children's stereotyping and in adults. And we've even shown this with shirt colors. If you put kids in red shirts and blue shirts and you say, good morning, blue shirts and red shirts, reds can line up, let's sit blue, red, blue, red. Children will believe that the blue kids are different in deep, important ways from the kids that are red, and they're biased. The blue kids think they're smarter than the reds, and the reds think they're smarter than the blues. So I often say, you say, good morning, boys and girls, even in co-ed, right? I want to be clear that co-ed classrooms could be bad in this same way. Just as you would imagine if you said, good morning, blacks and Latinos, let's have the Asians get their pencils now. That is illegal in school because routine labeling of kids' race for no reason causes racism. And in the same way, routine labeling of children's gender for no reason in a classroom causes sexism. It causes stereotyping. So the degree to which a society organizes its institutions, its military, its hospitals, its schools, by gender, you facilitate gender stereotyping among the population. That's true as in adults as well, and we have shown in studies of parents, teachers, and kids affiliated with single-sex and co-ed schools that you see higher levels of gender essentialist beliefs in the teachers at single-sex schools. Okay, because again, the reasoning is we've segregated the genders, there must be a reason. Boys must be different from girls in some way that would justify, right, banning all the boys from this environment, and that makes the teachers, the staff, the administrators, the parents, and the children themselves endorse these gender essentialist beliefs.
So, is it possible to undo that, given that it's happening not just in school, but in society?
So here's the problem. All of the isms are multiply determined. Racism and sexism don't have one cause. That would be nice. We could have gotten rid of them. They are multiply determined, and labeling and using categories is only one contributor. I'll just go back to echoing the wonderful panel we heard before us, that there are structural, these institutional structural problems that facilitate sexism and racism and bias, and we have got to do a better job mounting a challenge to those things. And I would just add, I think capitalism and using capitalist models in the field of education and medical care, right? Our country has moved towards saying those privatized capitalist systems are going to work for education and medical care just like they've worked for private industry and selling cars, and I fundamentally disagree. It's what leads to people branding, making up data, campaigning. Sachs and Gurian have both made millions of dollars in taxpayer money selling people a bill of goods with this same idea that, right, I can just sell this to people and we don't have to have anybody that's going to evaluate what's good evidence, what's reliable, and offer sound choices in this field.
All right, Aaron, give you a scenario. My daughter is 4 years old, goes to a very progressive preschool here at UCLA, and she's complaining because one of her classmates, a little boy, insists when they play family that he be the mother, she has to be the son. And she's tired of being the son. And she's reported this to the teachers, and the teachers don't know what to do about this. What advice would you give to the teachers in a situation like this? And what I'm really trying to get at is gender socialization, and how do we help teachers and principals deal with this complex mix?
Yeah.
You want that one?
Becky was saying we did a study together looking at like ways to teach kids about sexism, and it works. You can go in and thinking about what kids are capable of understanding. I haven't tried it with 4-year-olds yet. Well, I tried it with my own daughters. But you can go in and say like it is sexist and it is not okay to say that this is the boys' day to be in the sandbox and this is the girls' day, which I realize isn't exactly related to your point. And yeah, you can give them a little chants that they can use, and you can. I can't.
Sexism is silly to me.
Or you can't say girls can't play or things like that. It brings up interesting questions about like how do you socialize demandingness and assertiveness. Speaking back to Barbara's point in terms of because part of that is as the parent, I'm trying to train socialize my daughter to feel confident to speak up. And part of that, I think, needs to happen in a co-ed environment. And this comes back to the longitudinal point. So in a single-sex environment, if your daughter was in an all-girls preschool, she wouldn't be in the situation where, like, an assertive, aggressive boy was telling her that she had to be the son. And so there are some people who look to all-girls schools then and say, yeah, but I want my daughter to be in an environment where all of the leaders are females. The problem then is that, how do you learn how to stand up for those sorts of situations? So rather than talking explicitly about what does it mean to be the mother or the son, you've got all sorts of complicated gender pieces there. I think I would go for we need to figure out ways to help our daughters and our sons be assertive and speak up for themselves while also being kind to other people in their environment. So I think that would be my solution, or something like that.
So to follow up, principals who are trying to lead these schools and are trying to contend with these stereotypes, what has the research shown is the best way to support them in this kind of work? If it's not to separate, if it's, and we don't want to reimpose these stereotypes, what do we do?
I think it comes back to what is it about the really strong single-sex schools and the strong single-sex academies? Why is it that those environments are successful? And a lot of it has to do with resources. Either because private funders come in, like in some of the schools in Texas, and urban prep. You've got people who are coming in and, Bill Gates gives lots of money, that's where you get the resources. Or, it's teachers who are excited, you don't get the money. But I bet if we broke it down, because we'd say, okay, what is it that your school has? Or why is it that your school is succeeding? And part of it might be a really strong principal who's engaged and thinking about issues of research. So I would say, what do I say to other principals who want strong schools? Like, let's look at what other really strong schools are doing and provide resources and opportunities that right now the single-sex schools are getting.
Do you want to add to that, Rebecca? All right, so why don't we open it up now and see if there's some questions out there from the audience. Good, Dan.
I just have a question for Tyrone, if I may call you by your first name. You said that it wasn't important to look at the racial composition of a school, but don't you need to have a sufficient number of students of your same race in the school to feel comfortable? And you said we should look at the teachers, but really, there's a school full of teachers. How can a parent really know? Talking about someone who right now making a decision about a child who's entering 6th grade. Shouldn't I be, it's impossible to know about the quality of those teachers, even if I met one or two. But yet, I've always held it as important that there be a substantial racial diversity and a substantial number of same-race students. And you said that that's not important, so I wondered if maybe you could explain to me.
Well, so maybe I need to rephrase that. I think it's important because in all likelihood what we know is that those students will be attending schools where they see other students who look like them, right? And so I think part of the challenge is where we as an academic community have to be better is how we articulate and how we frame a language that parents and caregivers find that is accessible. I think your point is well taken, that the parent wants to know if the teacher quality is strong at said school. What are the indicators that we offer, or what do we suggest, or what do we propose that parents and caregivers can make some sense out of? So I think we've had these indexes that we've used over the years that I don't think most parents are able to quite make sense of, or we even try to make them accessible to parents and caregivers. So I would argue that we're seeing now, and it's LAUSD, if some folks may know here now, is talking about creating these portals where parents and caregivers can come and see all the different types of programs that are being offered, to see the kinds of ways in which teachers are teaching arts-based or language-based programs. So I think we've got to get greater degrees of community engagement with schools so that parents can make these informed decisions based on a wide range of programs. And I think while the teacher quality piece is a little bit more sort of trickier to get at because, there's a lot of sort of debate in the research about how we define that. I'm not one who believes that test score outcomes are the best indicator of teacher quality. But I think this is where the teacher education research has got to be better in identifying multiple factors beyond test scores that begin to allow us to say, here are some more tangible ways in which we see teacher effectiveness being played out. And then those are some ways in which we can convey those to parents and caregivers. But again, it's tricky because unions would be up in arms by and large if we tried to use any forms of classification that set teachers as being effective here and ineffective there. But I mean, part of what we see oftentimes in more affluent schools, we see, right here at the lab school, you see parents who come and visit schools and classrooms in real time to observe what teachers are doing, so they get a first-hand account of what my child would look like in this class, and how does this teacher seemingly respond well or not well to my particular child. So I don't know how we can begin to reimagine schools in such a way where in real time parents can get a first-hand glimpse of what a teacher does and how he or she responds to conflict. How does he or she respond to students who engage in different ways and think and process in different ways. We've got to begin to allow, just like we have these different ways in which patients can look at the skill sets or the strengths and sort of limitations that certain medical doctors have. How do we do something similar where parents can see that with teachers, and so you can see what might be the ideal fit for your child in light of what a teacher's strengths and weaknesses are? I mean, think about it. Here at the university, I talk to the students here. They say before we take a class, we go to ratemyprofessors.com, and we want to see what other folks have said about you before we decide if we want to take that class with you, right? So I've oftentimes advocated, what if we allow parents to evaluate teachers based on how things have worked for their children? And then you've got a large data set so that subsequent parents can come and look and say, what do other parents say about whether or not these particular teachers responded well to their children? Again, unions would be up in arms about what that means, but I think we have to begin to rethink the ways in which we are able to capture and characterize how we determine teacher effectiveness.
Juliet?
Juliet. Williams, I'm here in Department of Gender Studies, and I really appreciate this panel and the one before, and just in my mind, I'm trying to take stock of where we're at this juncture of the conversation with respect to understanding gender and education. So I just want to put some things out there and see if this is matching. I think that one of the real strengths of the conversation today has been an insistence that gender matters, and more specifically that economic inequality and racial injustice has gender effects, and even more broadly, insight that can be drawn from decades of feminist sociology and social science, that gender socialization matters in different ways from different social locations. But so we know that gender matters, but we're also starting to see that a lot of our interventions are that are under the auspices of shows that gender matters aren't thinking about the right research, like they're not framing the problem correctly, and so they're not coming up with the right solutions. So, one point that came across very prominently in Kim's comments that I just want to bring back in today is that even in this room, it can be so easy to fall into the idea that girls are doing okay, like that we're in a post-sexist era, and that particularly is an assumption that hurts girls of color. So, like we talked about this discourse around compliance, which gets talked about a lot as an explanation for why girls are doing better. Of course, we also have data showing that girls of color are being subjected to incredibly draconian and impactful forms of discipline in schools, like suspension and other, deprivation of educational opportunities that are under the auspices of a discourse around non-compliance that's hugely racialized, and so then you have to wonder that this image of the compliant girl, which girls are we talking about, and that's also reinforcing this idea that girls are doing okay, like that we're beyond sexism in the schools. We're not. We're co-ed is not an answer to the problem of single-sex ed because gender stereotypes are alive and well there. So on the one hand, we need to keep pushing back against that because just knowing that there's a girl power discourse out there, just knowing that girls are being encouraged to go into the STEM fields is not going to address ongoing gender inequality. That's the one side, and then the other side is really this question about how to talk about masculinity in a way that simultaneously understands that entitlement to manhood has been racially exclusivizing as a discourse, and so not everyone is positioned with respect to that critique. Like it's really hard to be against something that you haven't been able to have the chance to reject, but that also this form of masculinity that's been forged in white supremacy is not going to help anyone who is a color. So the question that I feel like we just haven't quite gotten to is what do we know it makes sense to say about masculinity to kids? So I think we're getting to a place where we're recognizing that in the same way that, we want to talk to girls about sexism, we want to talk to boys about that too, and about that as well. And with masculinity, like let's say we're going to have a conversation about this with boys and girls present, what are the kinds of interventions and frames around hegemonic, supremacist masculinities that can make a difference?
Would like to go first.
Well, I can start because this is the kind of thing I've been doing with children. And the nice thing is you can start even in a kindergarten and ask kids about what it means to be a boy. What have you learned? What are boys? And where did you learn these things about boys and girls? And you can have them look at media and books and stories, and they can often articulate a lot about, oh, boys are supposed to do this. See, I learned this from these ads or this movie. So you can start to have conversations very early. And the nice thing, as I said, they will come with very diverse perspectives. So one boy will say, boys have to have short hair. That's a rule about boys. I promise you, in the same classroom of 25 kids, someone else, another boy will say, wait, no you don't. My cousin has long hair and he's a boy. I'm sure he's a boy. That's not a rule. So then they will discuss, is that a rule that you have to have? No, that's not a rule, I don't think. What you need is teachers who are brave enough and feel prepared enough to mediate these conversations. Because kids will have them, but I can tell you teachers are quite scared about having them, especially in places like Texas. Because of rules like, if you're a girl, you have to love a boy. And then what comes up is, wait, I know a girl who fell in love and married a girl. And now the teacher is, in places like Texas, maybe especially. So teachers feel pretty insecure about letting these conversations start to happen. But I would say you can start to let kids talk, and then you can be clear about what are the rules. And I will say, and I have just in the last year adopted gender-neutral pronouns. I now ask people to call me Z and here. The world is coming in which we are not going to have a gender binary, and children are going to be at the forefront of having to respect and love and invite in children who are not clearly male or female, who change from male to female on given weeks or days. And so it is going to be vital that they have an understanding of gender and have that tolerance and welcoming view. So we need more of teacher preparation that looks at the literature and having those teachers feel prepared.
If I can add one piece to that, the challenge is also, I agree 100% with what Becky just said, but the challenge with that is that there's a big generation gap. And so the generation gap is tied to the fact that young people today are much more, there's a research report put out by Pew that showed that attitudes around heteronormativity were being dismantled much more so by younger generation than older generation. So not only is it, do we need teachers who have the will and the courage to facilitate those discussions, but unfortunately many of those teachers were prepared by folks who are much more rigid in their thinking. So we don't only need to focus on the teachers, but the folks who are doing the teacher educating who are far, far from equipped to have those conversations. So the modeling is not there, so therefore teachers avoid it altogether. And when teachers avoid it altogether, it only reinscribes those same stereotypes. And the other issue we have to address is that we're going to have these conversations with kids about how they can begin to complexify their notions around gender. We need to be prepared for the backlash that comes from home when parents say, wait a minute, that is not your role and responsibility. I'm a former first grade teacher, and I know how many times we had conversations around families and how diverse families can look, and 6-year-olds have a tendency to kind of turn around what was discussed in the class and go back home and tell mom and dad something completely different. Then mom and dad show back up at the school the next day and say, what did you tell my son? And so I think oftentimes you have teachers who are not prepared to incur what can be the wrath of parents about what has been said. So that's why, again, there's got to be this real concern and authentic partnership between teacher and home and parents and community, so you can let parents and caregivers know the ways in which you're going to be addressing issues around gender and race, because it can be explosive quite easily.
I'd be curious, Galen, to hear from a legal perspective what you think of all of these pieces.
Well, I was going to respond in part to what Julia just asked. Certainly from our investigations, that question is so far from the minds of the folks who are putting into place these programs. It's the opposite, right? And Pedro, your book does a great job, your most recent one does a great job of showing that in the all-boys schools that you looked at, there were these notions of masculinity that were completely not interrogated, and that in many cases were reinforcing very stereotypical notions of how boys should behave. So it's the opposite question. The raison d'etre of these programs are largely to reinforce and play upon existing norms about gender for both men and boys and girls. And even in those schools that are not based on the hardwired brain difference model, you still have uninterrogated questions, issues about what it means to be a man or a woman. So I'll give an example, in the Empowering Males of Color initiative, that is being put into place in Washington, D.C., the proposal for the boys' school, which is called the Empowering Males High School, is based in part on the model at Urban Prep in Chicago. And the idea behind Urban Prep is that boys have specific developmental needs, boys of color, really, have specific developmental needs, and they need programs that are tailored to those needs. Well, what does that tailoring look like? It's never explained. So, we got thousands of pages of documents in response to an open records request. There is no answer to that question. There's a premise, right? And the premise sort of presupposes the answer there. So boys are presumed to have special needs, boys of color in particular, special developmental needs that aren't being met by the school system, and therefore we're going to start this school for boys, or therefore we're going to open all these different educational programs that are available only to boys. And you see very clearly in the data from, I'll hold up our report because this is just hot off the press and it's actually embargoed until Monday. But this is our report on our findings from the public records requests we did in Washington, D.C. And we did find that Kim showed some of the data behind it, the question or the problem, framing of the problem presupposing the solution. They went into the District of Columbia Public School System, went into the planning process with an intention to focus on the problems facing boys of color. Their data doesn't show that there are specific problems facing boys of color. Their data shows that there's a race problem in the DC public school system. And I actually have a couple more slides that I can show on that bring it home in a little more detail. Here we go. So, and I'll also say that the District of Columbia program has more components than just the all-boys school. It has a mentoring program. It has an award ceremony. Thank you for putting that in pretty mode. It has an award ceremony, and it has grants to schools that look like they're going to be offered only, for primarily programs offered only to boys. So you see that on graduation rates, it's true that Hispanic and Black boys are at the bottom in terms of achievement. The same is true in reading proficiency, although the difference between Black girls and Hispanic boys is really small. And in any event, they're clustered at the bottom. But then on a number of other measures that are aimed at that are specifically being targeted for improvement in this program, Black girls are second from the bottom. And they're below Hispanic boys, and in all cases, the achievement gap between their white counterparts and them is much greater than the gap based on gender. So that's true in terms of math proficiency, school attendance, and a couple of other measures. School satisfaction rates, I don't have the slide up, but it is equal. I think Kim showed it earlier. School satisfaction rates, their rates are both 77%. AP pass rates, very little difference between Black girls and Black boys. The same for Hispanic boys and girls. And the suspension rates, while they're higher for Black boys, are still, Black girls are still really high compared to their white counterparts. So in this program, you really did see that there was a selective focus on the problems facing boys of color. The gap is about race and not sex, and I think Kim puts it best. She says it's using it's using gender to do race work. There was really no justification for doing this, for offering it, the programs that they offered only to boys of color.
So since you brought race back into it, and what does race have to do with it? That is, we got these disparities that seem to show up with respect to race, and if gender is not the issue, then what does race have to do with it?
Well, I'll take that one. I think race has everything to do with it, right? But again, we can't look at, I mean, this what this conversation today has been about. We can't look at race in isolation, and sort of decontextualizing those factors is very difficult. But I think Galen's point, her data is really powerful because it speaks to the fact that in many ways, and Kim reinforced this earlier, that because of our failure to really interrogate white supremacy, we kind of muddy the waters and see if we can look at class, we can look at, issues of gender. But I think at the end of the day, race has and still does matter. So I think we have to begin to look at that, but then we have to not stay at race. We have to begin to look at the intersected nature of how these other identities also play out with race that causes more issues. So then you add patriarchy to the mix, you see why Black girls and other girls of color also experience something different.
So the reason why I asked the question is because we also have in our heads reason why race matters. And one of the reasons why is, as sort of been genetic differences, right? That have recently been replaced by the idea that cultural differences that predispose certain kids to be anti-intellectual, right? So I would say saying race, it's about race, doesn't necessarily help us figure out what we do.
No, it doesn't, but I think it hopefully begins to dispel some of these. So when you talk about these genetic arguments that have been used historically, in many ways, the Sachs works kind of is a reinvented notion. Not Linda Sachs, right? Kind of does the same thing. These kind of these predetermined notions of how folks operate in the world, and I think if we continue to sort of use those, and unfortunately, from where I sit on the teacher education side, some of that stuff is still out there, right? And folks still continue to use it. I think it still kind of leads us down the path that only reinscribes these sort of racialized and gendered notions of certain folks. And so that's why we've got to begin to sort of dismantle those. But we've got to be willing to make sure that folks have access to more, I would say, more comprehensive, more responsible research that begins to talk about why these approaches are severely limited, and in many ways not only limited but outright destructive.
So that's why I go back to the question which I'll pose unless let's go to the principal before I go to that question.
No. I really like that we're talking about, it's about good instruction. I really appreciate you guys pointing that out. Single gender schools, it's about good instruction. I like the fact that you really called out Texas and the South, regional versus the West Coast. I mean, we are two different public school systems. It's important you treat single gender schools regionally different. Those of us who were raised in California were raised with sexual harassment training. We implement anti-bullying, anti-LGBTQ. So we run schools with those policies actually in place. So the assumption that we all are the same is not fair because most of the public school, single gender schools are in the South. Okay, and they're not a lot in the West. So I think what's important as you guys go forward, look at the schools and equally look at the 612 schools. A lot of these are 3-5 conversations. Look at the 612 schools in their own bucket. Look at metrics of the new metrics, not the old metrics of Common Core, because it's going to shift these outcomes as we move forward. I think it's also important that we look at schools that have high immigrant student population, and does single gender play out differently in a recent immigrant community. Also understand that teachers at single gender schools, all my teachers teach 3 boys and 2 girls. They've done it since day one, because I understood implicitly they must be able to be good teachers with both genders. So there's a lot of assumptions about stereotypes that I think are not fair to single gender schools, and I hope you guys do research as we move forward to really get new information, because some of this information I think is a bit dated.
So I agree that one of the problems with regard to what we've done with single-sex schooling research is that we haven't been able to disentangle schools with different ideologies. And we tried to do it in the meta-analysis. In other words, it's possible that schools that are buying into Sachs and Gurian and the boys and girls learn differently piece have a slightly different, might have slightly different outcomes than folks who are really focused on, for example, STEM and high school. So it's possible, and I'll grant you that we have some research on that, but not as much. And there are any number of other ways that we need to further investigate it. But importantly, some of the work that Becky was talking about earlier, you can come from a really good place in terms of thinking that segregating boys and girls in an educational system will be beneficial. And every teacher I've ever talked to and every principal I've ever talked to for single-sex school, they're doing it from a place of really believing that it's best for the students. But the challenge is that it does emphasize and essentialize gender in some really problematic ways. And this isn't to say that your school and other schools like it aren't doing really great things. It's just, I'd like us to continue to question what might be going on with regard to gender.
A heterocentric society is the best society for instruction, right? That's your assumption. Is all girls universities bad for all girls in universities? These are questions I put out there. Does this also transfer into higher ed, all women's schools? Bad. Or they live in a heterocentric world, we have to give them a balance of not a heterocentric classroom. So there's also that counter argument.
Right. And I can appreciate where you're coming from. I graduated from Wellesley, which is a women's college.
What about all the stereotypes?
So the challenge, though, is that, Wellesley is a great college, and I got a great education there. But I don't think it's a great college, or I got a great education there because there were only women. There are other things about schools like that that are great. Exactly. The problem comes with coming at this with the perspective that because there's one strong single-sex school, that means that it's going to work for everybody. And I find that really problematic, and I also find it problematic that we're not thinking about the dangers in terms of what happens when you essentialize gender. And when your students walk in the morning and they see that the girls go to this math class and the boys go to this math class, research suggests it essentializes gender in some problematic ways. So that's where I'm coming from with her.
Can I ask you how do you explain that to the kids? Why did the girls at your school think they have to go to a different classroom, and why do boys? What have you?
We have discussions with parents and students before they ever choose to come to my school. We have very lengthy discussions about this when I go to elementary schools and talk to them. about
And
that.
and that's what they do in Texas. I studied the Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders for 3 years longitudinally. And the principals would go to schools and talk about the school with the kids and the reason for coming to that school. And these included things like girls get boy crazy, they can't pay attention at middle school, that's why you need. And then the girls write these letters of admission. You have to write an essay explaining why you wanted to go. And what is so interesting is you see the adults' explanations reflected in the letters. And these girls write in their letters, I am boy crazy, I cannot concentrate if there's a boy next to me.
I reject your assumptions of those stereotypes.
Because he's saying that his school's not.
I mean,
doing it.
I reject that because
Why the kids understand they're in a different room? Why are they?
Because they live on the West Coast and they understand young kids now. They're okay with all these things. I think here, when you grow up with young kids and you have teachers who are already gender neutral in how they see the world and how they teach and how they lead, you know, I think it's different too. You have to understand regionally where you're coming from. Texas,
And I would just argue the kids won't think you're gender neutral in how you see the world if you assign them to classrooms based on their gender. You've got to walk the walk and talk the talk. You can't say, I don't see gender, I'm gender neutral, I don't stereotype, but here, this classroom is for you and this classroom is for you because you're a different gender.
So let me help Edward a little bit here. So one of the things he informed me is that formerly incarcerated youth that get assigned to his school are doing far better at his school than they are at other schools. Now, we don't know if it's because of the gender makeup, we just know they're doing better. That sounds like a good reason to keep that school going. What do you think about that?
They don't ask me if they're
Well, so I'll respond in part with a legal answer and in part with a more value-driven answer. So, you know, from a legal standpoint, government actors who, including public school districts, actually have to have a good reason to separate students on the basis of sex. It has to be not just a good reason, but an exceedingly compelling reason to do so. So they actually have to be able to prove, and it's their burden to prove, that there's a valid justification for what they're doing, that it will be more effective, or that it will lead to the outcomes that they're seeking to achieve. And it's not just that they can achieve those outcomes in the school, it's that the sex separation has to lead to those outcomes, right? It has to be a result of the sex separation. So without evidence on that point, the fact that a school is successful, considered successful, or that the students are happy there isn't going to be sufficient. It actually has to be based in a valid reason. And there's a good reason for that, and that brings me more to the values behind this. It's that, you know, government actors in the past have used sex, and it's been used by private actors and government actors over history to deny women educational opportunities, to deny women opportunities in employment. And so the law has developed in order to prevent that from happening. And to say, if you're going to make sex-based classifications, there has to be a very sound, solid reason to do so. So I think that, you know, we have to be able to, we should be able to demand that school administrators and policymakers be able to come forth with a reason. To say, our school is effective not for other reasons, but because of the sex separation that we've implemented there. And we have yet to see a school that's able to make that showing. You know, again, it comes back to the values we hold as society, that we're trying to ensure that educational opportunities aren't denied to people on the basis of their sex, or that sex stereotypes aren't flourishing. And again, you see that sex stereotypes can happen, certainly in co-ed environments as well as single-sex environments, but our investigations of these schools across the country have really demonstrated that when you make sex salient in this way, sex stereotypes are given enormous room to flourish. And in fact, in many cases, the sex stereotypes are the very reason for those programs existing in the first place.
But let me ask it to the researchers there. I mean, if in fact, I don't know if this is the case, formerly incarcerated youth are doing a lot better and less likely to return than they are at other schools, wouldn't at least want to know why that's happening in that environment? As opposed to say they shouldn't do it because it's single sex and they don't have a good rationale?
Yes. If I can build on that for a second, so, and this may be a leap, so I guess what I'm thinking about as you talk about that rationale, formerly incarcerated youth coming to, is it Edward? Edward School and doing better. So there's something in that ecosystem that nurtures these students, that helps them to feel good about themselves, that gives them something that they weren't getting elsewhere. So I think about that model as I think about just some of my own dissonance around the fact that while we are challenging and questioning some of the limitations and the challenges with single sex and single gendered spaces, my son goes to Morehouse College. And there's something that I've observed over the last 2 years that he's been there that says there's something in this ecosystem that's working for these young men, right? I look at the ways in which these young men have this sense of pride, the ways in which they have this sense of academic excellence and community service, and the ways in which they talk about mentorship and sort of, a public good. And so there's something there, but I don't think, again, it's necessarily tied to the fact that they are all black, mostly black men, I should say, but there's something in the ecosystem where the bar has been raised and the expectations are such that they're supposed to somehow carry out the characteristics that come with this label that they use of what it means to be a Morehouse man. Now, what I have to say that has been intriguing over the last decade at least, and I see it even more now as I walk on campus, is that now there seems to be, and I don't know, I talked to my son about this, there seems to be a place now that has recognized that Morehouse man can manifest itself in different ways. And by that, what I mean is that now you see gay men walking on Morehouse's campus, and there seems to be no outward hostility toward them. Now there seems to be bisexual Morehouse men on that campus, and that seems to not cause any kind of friction amongst those students there. Now you talk to the older heads, the Morehouse grads from 1960 and beyond, and there's a different way. It goes back to my earlier point about, I think there's some generation gaps here, right? But I think in many ways, I think what I recognize with these young men is that there's a much more willingness to accept the fact that there are these multiple ways in which masculinity can play out, which I think is positive. But again, to your point, Edward, I think that something happens in your ecosystem that tells these young people that they are capable, that they are able, that they have what it takes to become whatever it is they want to become, that they don't get elsewhere. And I think the same thing happens for some of these young people I see at Morehouse, is that they find something in that ecosystem there that recognizes and sees them for who they are, which is very different there than when I look at these young people here at UCLA, where they're having to fight for their dignity and they're having to make the case for why their intellect should not be questioned. That's a different ecosystem here that they're having to fight against that they don't fight in other places. So I think we do need to ask the question why those students do better there. And I would argue again, while yes, issues of race and gender always matter, but the ecosystem and the air that they breathe and the people who are in that ecosystem are equally as important as well.
So I want to go back to the first question about choice again, because Wellesley and Morehouse are private universities that affluent people can get their kids into. What's wrong with having a public university that offers, they say, we want to be as good as Wellesley. We're going to have the public option.
Right. Why is it okay?
Right. Why is it okay? Why is it that only affluent people get to choose this option?
Right.
But poor working class people can't choose this option?
Again, if you look at the history again, what kind of schools did white people want the option to have? All white schools. And I think there'd be plenty of evidence historically that they really worked well for some white people, right? They were, and we said, you cannot do that, right? That it intersects with the law. That in a democracy, we have decided that there are principles related to discrimination on the basis of some things like race and gender that are illegal because they run counter to our mission as a democracy. So I would just argue there are cases where, no, it's not disguise the limit. There's choice, give parents anything they want in terms of schooling. There are places where there's reasons why it's illegal. And also that this public responsibility to offer choice that are reasonable and effective.
Should we try to shut down Wellesley and Tyrone? I
have to say, I am one of the people who argues against women's colleges, and I argue they should become historically women's colleges. Because what is interesting, a lot of white people think that Morehouse banned white people. right? They think that historically black colleges are only for blacks, and every single one of them has white students, right? But they have retained their special character and mission and ecosystem, even letting in white people, right? Because they're letting in the people who want. Historically, women's colleges could protect their mission and their culture just fine if they are careful about which men they let in. So in other words, it's not just your gender, right? You shouldn't base on you have a penis or not, you get in. It should be based on other things about the person and their fit to a school with that kind of mission.
Again, do you want to respond, and then we'll
Yeah,
get
I
to
have
it.
one other, distinction to draw there, and I do think there's an important distinction between compulsory K through 12 education and college, where, you're attending by choice, right? So in the context of compulsory K through 12 education, we've made a value judgment as a society and as a matter of law that there can't be exclusion on the basis of sex or race, and that's very, very clearly established. So, and as a matter of law, even at the matter of the university level, the Supreme Court has said very clearly that you can't exclude members of one sex or another from a public educational institution under the Constitution. So that's pretty much settled. The matter of choice isn't there when it comes to public colleges.
But no one is compelling them to send their kids to these single-sex schools. That's a choice.
I'm sorry.
No, a compulsory education doesn't apply to choice, right? You have to send a kid to a school, you have to choose which one.
Right. No, that's definitely true.
Right.
But at the same time, it comes back. It comes back to, I
Yes, you
think.
can, at least maybe not in LA, because then there are black kids left, but you can certainly choose it in New York City.
Choose to send your child to an all-black public school, well, because of the
Because
high degree of segregation. And that's absolutely true. It's sort of a de facto segregation of the school system, but de jure segregation of the school system would not be permitted in what we're talking about in the case of single-sex education for, in public education is de jure.
All right, but I just want to point out, I want to get this person over here in, and then we'll get John Jackson, but it seems to be, Rebecca seems to, she's willing to get rid of all of them. You're making a distinction between state-sanctioned segregation or separation versus private choices.
Because there's a legal distinction.
Okay, all right, yes.
Thank you, Pedro. Barbara Smith. I think that something is being forgotten about the historical origins of these private single-gender institutions. I'm a graduate of Mount Holyoke. I graduated in 1969. When I applied, women could not apply to the Ivy League. So the reason that these schools existed was not because of the kinds of choices that would be made now. And you said, you are Erin, right? Yeah. Erin said that the reason that Wellesley was a wonderful school was not because it was all women, but because it was a wonderful school. And then we went to a conversation, you went to a conversation about why can't parents who are not affluent have the same kind of choice as families can who can send their kids to same gender private colleges or either secondary schools. And I think the issue is like small liberal arts colleges, right? Because the thing is, there's Oberlin too. There's so many Grinnell. There's so many colleges around this country that have similar characteristics based upon the fact that they are small liberal arts colleges. To me, I'm really glad Mount Holyoke did not go co-ed, because I've seen the differences in the schools that did and the ones that didn't. Wellesley did not go co-ed. That was happening in the late 60s into the early 70s. At Mount Holyoke, we have a great policy around transgender students. So no, we haven't admitted people who are signed male at birth who decided, but the thing is, there are people in Mount Holyoke now who have, now identify as male. They're trans men and they're there. So it's just it's very complicated. That's the thing about oppression. Oppression makes for really complicated, situations. But I think the main thing is quality, and having all kinds of people of different genders, races, and class positions being able to get the highest quality education that we are capable of.
I think that's absolutely right, and I think the historical point is a really important one, and one that's drawn out really cleanly and wonderfully in Juliet's book, so I encourage everyone who hasn't read it yet to read it. But another, important distinction I want to draw when it comes to the question of choice is that there is this preconception that just by creating a single-sex school in a troubled inner-city school district, you're going to somehow create rarely. And that is not true. It can't be done. It's not going to happen. They're not comparable. So to compare the elite private schools that have been doing this for their entire history to a brand new school in a completely under-resourced school district, and to have this fantasy that you can somehow create that and give parents the same quality choice that more affluent parents have, I think it's just that. It is a fantasy. It's not possible to do.
Do you want to say something before I get John?
No, go ahead.
John?
John Jackson, Shop Foundation. The statement was made that DC created a program for males where the data didn't dictate the program was actually needed. And then every slide indicated that black males were at the bottom or tied for the bottom in many of the proficiency, attendance, and indicators. And it seems to me that, yes, affirmed, race disparities are real in DC. But it assumes that if we just deal with the race issue, that treatment will work the same for both the males and the females. And to me, that's like saying we can deal with the race issue by setting up a poverty program. There will still be some very unique challenges that males of color face and unique challenges that females of color face that have to be addressed through those programs. So it seems we want to not interrogate the existence of those programs. We can definitely interrogate their pedagogy, but interrogate why are we addressing the race issue, or why don't we have a program similar for girls?
Anybody?
I'm just a believer in addressing the unique problems that arise from intersectionality in a room with lots of diverse people. So in other words, I just think there isn't evidence that when conversations around the problems that African American men face in K through 12 classrooms, that those conversations aren't as useful or productive if there are African American women in the room. So in other words, the kinds of programs that we would put in place to talk about race and gender in class, I think can be beneficial with diverse people in the room. So I want them like you.
To talk about it. I thought it was a program that provided some treatment to address some of the unique pieces that created the outcomes that we don't want to see. I agree with you if we're talking about a discussion, but if we're talking about providing support, there are some very unique supports that males might need and females might need, because whether they're walking in the inner cities of DC or Chicago, the experience of male to male is different. So in academia, we can theorize about it, but they're still living in a community that hasn't made that game.
So Walter Allen's shaking his head. He's going to tell us all the real thing at the end. But until then, what do you think about that?
Well, in terms
and let me just add to that, where it might be different. I'll bring Lonnie Guinier back in. Would she have told that daughter, now she doesn't have a daughter, but would she have had the same conversation with her daughter about submitting to the police that she has to have with her son, right? Because the fact is that all right, well, look.
Daniel Holsclaw. She needs to have that discussion.
Yeah.
Ask Sandra Bland's mother.
Right. She needs to have it.
I'm just the moderator. I'm fucking
Coming back to the question about the data in DC, I think it is true that black males are at the bottom of every one of the measures. Black girls are second from the bottom on many of the measures, most of the measures, and they're third from the bottom on the others. So the data doesn't necessitate a sex-specific solution. It definitely, the target of the unique problems that are leading to those racialized outcomes is a valid thing to target. But there's no evidence in the data that it does need a gender-specific solution in terms of the measures that were actually pointed to as supporting the program. So the measures, the program was supposed to target certain outcomes in education. And on those measures that were looked at, black girls were doing just as badly on almost all of them. So that's one piece of it. The question of whether there might be targeted solutions to address specific problems that are faced differently by boys and girls of color. I think the answer is yes. There may be programs that would more narrowly target specific issues. So violence against women is a very good example, that girls of color experience extremely high rates of violence and harassment in schools. But then you always have to ask the question, does that need to happen in a single-sex environment or in a sex-exclusive environment? And the way the programs that are actually being offered in Washington, D.C. are being offered is purely, it appears to be purely in a single-sex environment. So there are programs that are targeting specific problems facing communities of color. One example that I'll give is including more trauma-informed care in services in the schools. And that's a fantastic initiative and something that should be done. But should it be done only for the boys? Because girls suffer trauma in schools too. So there's no evidence that a sex-specific or a sex-exclusive approach is the right answer.
Let me just say one thing, I'll be quiet. But I don't see the evidence that a gender-neutral approach would address the outcomes also. My only point is, if a young man is scared to walk through his community, he's less likely to admit that in a room where there are females. So there's some valid reason for having that environment, and so these discussions could actually happen. Now, we can say, well, why would we try to pull him out of that? But in the world that he lives in, he's, that just doesn't happen.
Yeah, so if I can chime in for a second on this, I think that, and we've been talking about this throughout the day, that the research has been mixed about the utility of these single-sex spaces. So there are folks who would argue that there is a added benefit to those spaces where the unique experiences of men, for example, is critical, right? So let's go with that for a second. The problem I have with them is that while I think they can have an added value, and some of the research that we found is that there were still young boys who felt like even in those spaces, they didn't take into account that I'm black and I'm male, but I'm gay. I'm black and I'm male, but I'm an immigrant. I'm black and I'm male and I have a disability. And so if we don't talk intersectionally about those aspects of what it means to be black and male, then they're limited. So I think it oftentimes is this real sort of narrow notion of how black maleness is seen, and then you have half the black males say, well, you didn't really address some of the other issues that come with my black maleness. So I do think if we're going to have those spaces, and a lot of the programs that we see are much more focused on the social emotional spaces for black males as opposed to the academic, they need to be informed by a much more robust set of ways in which we know black males experience life. So if I'm a black male and I'm gay and I'm walking down the street, am I being targeted because I'm gay? Or am I being targeted because I'm black, right? And so that's the option that some young men have. So I would just push those spaces, and when we've raised those questions in some of these after school programs, and that's not even on the agenda. It's almost as if all black males have the same experience. And while there are some similar sets of experiences, I think we don't give full credence to the divergence of different parts of our identities that do get played out, that are equally as important that young men feel, and that oftentimes is left off the table when the conversation's had.
Let me give Professor Crenshaw a chance to jump in.
Yeah, so there are 3 points about the DC school, in addition to what Galen said, that I think really has to be addressed. One is that the legal question isn't whether a gender-neutral approach works better. The question is whether you have to exclude the girls in order to deliver the intervention to the boys. And there's no evidence of that. They don't even say that they're evident. They don't even realize that that's the legal standard. So problem number 1 is no one can come up with a justification for excluding the girls, even if the only thing you wanted to address was the boys. That's number one, so it's a means problem. But then the second question that I think is a community question is, why are we excluding the girls even from a gender parity point of view? So that data show that black girls are right there with the boys. The intervention that's created in DC is what we call a leaky bucket. All boys, whether they're doing poorly or at the top of the academic heap, are getting this intervention. So boys that have the highest rate of AP participation, the highest rate of graduation, the highest matriculation in college, they're getting an intervention that black girls who are sitting right there with the black boys are not getting. That's a level of inequality and lack of parity that should be of concern to us, regardless of what the law has to say to it. So the question is, how have we gotten to a point where the imperative around dealing with half of our group is so great that we are willing to fill up this bucket with these resources so that 2 drops get to the boys, the black boys, nothing gets to the black girls, and the rest of the resources are being shared by boys who aren't confronting these problems. That's a disparity that there's just no, I haven't seen the justification for it, and it's what we're trying to, get people to frankly focus on.
Well,
Good.
it's this more, right? I mean, Luke and I were just muttering about it. Also remember that in the DC school, it admits boys of all races.
Right.
So it's boys, but it's not just boys who are having academic challenges. It's all boys. So if you saw the principals, they already hired the principal, and if you saw his televised appeal, where he actually had a room that was racially diverse, black and white boys, his appeal was not academic. It was totally cultural. And he talked about, you're going to learn to be a man here, and you're going, he talked about his background, his absent father, and, and the entire thing. It was not centered on an educational delivery improvement basis. And that's what's wrong with this whole thing. It's just the nexus between the alleged problem and this alleged solution is not there. That's what's wrong. It just doesn't add up, and it legally, to me, is indefensible.
Yeah, I just want to add, that a lot of times we do hear justifications like the one you suggested, that, black boys need unique solutions to particular problems that they face. There may be a call for certain circumstances where those solutions would be justified, but wholesale exclusion of all girls of color from these programs would not be justified. So you could have a more narrow approach to a specific identified problem that could be both race and gender focused. That's what affirmative action is. But this isn't that, because this is a wholesale exclusion of girls from every aspect of the program, the mentoring, the school, the celebration ceremonies that they're holding. So it's a lack of fit there. So you might, again, come back to, you might be able to formulate a program that was more uniquely structured so that it was narrowly tailored to address those circumstances that you're talking about, but this isn't that.
Yeah, and I just want to add, when you look at the DC data, or any data, I'm going to go back to what Diane started out the morning with, which is to say they're averages. So yes, the black male cohort is at the bottom, and the black girls are just barely above them, but there are going to be lots of individual black girls who are underperforming black males. So that you need to deliver educational services to individuals, not to a cohort. Any more than we can say this school is for black kids legally. We can't. You can't say this. You can say this school is for kids who like math, that's a thing, or kids who need help with math. But to make generalizations based on their race or sex is too much. It's over-inclusive and under-inclusive.
Yes.
I just wanted to validate the point about the difficulty of conversations across gender, because that can happen, and that's one of the things I'm most concerned about. Rooms where boys say, I can't talk in front of a girl, I can't admit anything about the difficulties facing me as a male, and vice versa. And that is a problem for us as a society, and sex segregation seems to make those conversations harder to have and less common, right? So my vision is if kids learn from early ages to have conversations about race and gender, right, what they mean in their society and their struggles with norms. There are social norms for everything, and children learn them, and then some of the children need to violate the norms, right, for any given thing. And so coeducation is a way to help kids get the skills and the bravery and the ability to have those conversations so they understand each other's experiences. Because you're right, what we don't want is a world where the girls and the boys can't talk to each other because they're too afraid to admit any weakness or difficulty or struggle with the norms for their group.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Jamila, and I'm a researcher with the Advancement Project. But my thoughts in listening to this conversation, I have two kind of questions, thoughts. And I remember this growing up, and I grew up in LA, is that when you place interventions for black boys and not black girls, it creates a certain consciousness and a value difference for them that is different from interventions or tutoring, but that, you know, I grew up in LA, I grew up in South LA. I was afraid to walk down the street. I was afraid of gang violence. These things terrified me. And maybe the males need to know what my fears were, and that my fears are the same value, right? And also we have this sense of, particularly in the black community, that there's a priority on black men being trained as leaders and being able to move past these things that the girls just don't get. We don't get that training, we don't get that intervention, we don't get that even in separate spaces, right? The conversations that are had with girls in separate spaces are more about behavior and, you know, those types of things, but they're not about, you know, that Morehouse man, there's a certain type of person that you have to be a leader to succeed in society. So that's my first thing, and that's not about interventions and tutoring, that's just on a consciousness and how we value women, particularly black women. So that was my first comment. My second is as a parent, and I'm a parent of both boys and girls. And so my initial thought is, oh, so what are the interventions in these programs that could be translated to other spaces? But as I started to think about that, particularly for my son who's 11, is that I think in looking at the DC data, I wanted to focus less on the interventions and more on how can we create systems in teachers who know how to deal with my kids and don't make grand assumptions because they're a black male or a black girl. I have a 4-year-old daughter who has a disability, and she's very aggressive. And we have lots of conversations at school about the tone of her voice, right? So how do we create systems where we're not just saying, I gotta intervene because she has a special need, because he's a black boy, I need to put it all on them, and we need to take it back on ourselves and say, where are the system level changes that maybe have specific indications for gender, but they're back on us and not on the kids.
So I think, I'm not sure where we are. Walter will figure it out for us in a moment. But I want to thank the panel for engaging conversation. And we look forward to, do we get a break now before?
15 minutes.
15-minute break.
At 6 p.m.
Waiting for it. It was your big expense, exactly. And I remember last
Hi, good afternoon, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, this is our final session for today. I think we all can say it has been quite the ride. What a great set of panels. You know, Kimberle Crenshaw, Professor Crenshaw, your brilliance, you're coming up with this conference, the African American Policy Forum, the Center for Intersectionality, the Califia, NOW, CRS, Columbia Law School, Scholar Strategy Network. Thanks to each and every one of you for making this conference possible. It's been a great, great discussion, and we are indebted to you for your vision and your thought. So, and your hard work, because everybody, you know, it's easy to take for granted all the hard work it takes to put on a conference. Every time I go to a conference and they got my name right in my tent, I know somebody did some good work. So thank you to all the staff for everything that you've done to help work with us for our tickets, our flights, our rooms, everything. This has been quite professionally done. In this session, So in this session, we're going to try to reflect on what we've heard today, and to share, some, further thoughts about, moving forward. Some other thoughts. Obviously, tomorrow there will be a lot more excellent dialogue that will come in. One thought that I had was that, sitting here today and listening to all of the many ways in which this discussion has taken place, was that, hardest conversations are always the most unpopular ones, right? So think back, 12 years ago, to where the criminal justice community was. And if you talked about criminal justice reform, people looked at you like you had 2 horns, 3 tails, and a couple of hoofs to go with it. And then along comes, a new administration and Eric Holder, but more importantly, along comes Michelle Alexander in 2009 with the new Jim Crow. Changes the public dialogue because of her incredible advocacy, her stick-to-itness, captures so many people's imagination, starts changing policy assumptions all over the country. That is what we are about here, right? Is to take an unpopular dialogue and to popularize it to make us really question our assumptions, question our policies, look at better ways of really delivering what counts, which is real, equitable, real efficient, real effective education for children of all races. That, ultimately is the question. And the issue is, there's nothing worse than a false premise. Nothing worse than a false solution. Miller Cabral said what? Plain, no easy victories, and we have to be careful about where we're going to spend our time and our resources in the years to come when we have a pressing problem that has not been resolved. 62 years ago, Brown, women, are, still, as I was talking about earlier, we still confront, so many inequities. We know that, studies that were done around racial equality in the 90s said that at the rate that we were proceeding with racial equality, that would take 125 years for anything even resembling equity racially. That was before the 2007 recession, before African Americans lost 1/3 of their wealth, before Latinos experienced great setbacks, before the deportations, before all kinds of things that have been really very negative. Last year a study came out, said at the rate that gender equality is proceeding, it will take another 100 years for women to achieve equality. So what that means is that ultimately, when I was talking earlier about being more assertive, what I was saying is that we have to organize and be much more forceful and demanding equality. That we can't just have systems that are not only just intervener systems, but we have to have accelerator systems, and we also have to challenge and get rid of false and ineffective solutions so that we grapple with the real problems. So I just want to challenge us that as we have this dialogue, that part of what Alvin and part of what we will be talking about is just this whole question of everything we've heard today. What makes sense moving forward? What are some of the best lessons that were shared today? And how do we proceed in the future? And one thing I can tell you as I sit down real quickly is that there's one thing I have no question about, is that as long as the AAPF is out there, long as Kimberle Crenshaw is doing her thing, that there's no doubt that this issue will not be pushed to the closet, will not be ignored, that in fact it will only grow and become more influential. I don't know if you've been watching Twitter and social media and Facebooks, but people have been really into this conversation. And I'm very happy to see all the reports that people are releasing, all the actions people are talking about. This is, once again, just a reminder that in our nation, to make change is not just about coming together, it's also about awakening people, it's also about strategizing and forcing and fighting for change. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good. So I'm going to talk from my laptop. And so I gave first of all, what an enriching conversation.
Yes.
And within that, only a fool would think that she or he could summarize the depth of all that was shared, but I will be that fool for a moment. So I gave myself a little bit of a project. I said to myself, Alvin, if you had to create a film title for today's conversation, what would it be? So I took that internalized struggle, and this is what I came up with. I would call our film Unresolved. We have deep structural problems and a lot of questions and limited solutions, the musical. And I thought that really, for me, kind of captured the depth and also the spectrum of what I heard. So I also went a little bit further and decided to give myself, 5 themes. And so here are the 5 themes. The research and data is not only emerging but complex. At times it's fragmented and represents various political spectrums. Essentially, how we see the problem motivates the frameworks for intervention and the general narrative. The research may be disconnected from advocacy and policymakers, but also the researchers and scholars may also not be in conversation with one another. Also interesting, the compelling research may not disrupt the myths and the preconceived notions. So I think that really holds up a lot of what was spoken about in the first panel. This question around what do we do with what we know? Can we create public will? Right? And I think that's always where advocacy really struggles. Who's in conversation? There was an earlier talk around, are the scholars actually reading the scholarship of others? Right. And this question of validity. The second theme I came up with, and this came up just throughout the conversations, are we addressing racial and systemic inequity through a gendered response? More importantly, is the gender work code for larger issues of race, class, and educational inequities? How we think about our gender response may come out of a larger racial pathology and a discourse versus the reality of addressing racial inequities. So it is a bit radical in of its nature, though I know we all want very concrete responses. So I could imagine that, gender-based solutions feel very concrete, right? It relieves us of any kind of historical narrative. It's real. I also believe this, that parents want real solutions. They don't want theories. We've all seen this. No one wants to wait for Godot, right? They want it now, and I respectfully understand that. They also don't want their children experimented on. They believe these things are concrete evidence. So we completely understand that there's definitely a public pushback to not just the theory, but also what choices they actually have. The other thing that I heard that was very compelling for me, and I'm sure everyone had their own, 5 points. The other part that I thought was very interesting is something I called the masculinity paradox. And it's this notion of boy performance. Came up in Missing Fathers, the notions of patriarchy, the purpose of man-making, fear and non-fear, the new creation of what I'll call a man-making industry. It felt as if a lot of what was elevated were responses not towards academic achievement, but to what people perceive as masculinity deficits or repairment programs. I must admit, as someone who is non-straight, I always feel like I have to do this translation around what do they mean when they say masculinity. There's something about masculinity, and I have to just say this, that sounds so old world, like saying the word homosexual. Is it me? Or it just sounds so like, I don't think people talk like that anymore. Like, how's your masculinity? So, that might be a bit of a problem, but I do think it's interesting. But it's very powerful nonetheless. There's also this notion that the schools really are protective spaces, for both the boys together, right? You can put the girls together and they are somehow protected. It also meets a lot of different political spectrums, which I think is very powerful. So the right wing funders, so when we look at even the announcement of My Brother's Keeper, you could literally have Bloomberg at that meeting, right? And Bloomberg have stop and frisk at the same time.
Yes.
Right? That's powerful, right? And New York City can be a My Brother's Keeper city. It could probably be no further than a My Brother's Keeper city, but because of the optics, this came up also, the optics really matter here. Like, who tells the story? Like, what is the real work? There was another part of the conversation, it was something that Berna said that really resonated with me. And it was, and I thought about it a little bit more. I think there's a notion that boy hardship is a public concern and girl hardship is a private concern. And no one talks about it in those ways, right? Fourth, communities motivated by choice and selection. You know, these discussions are oftentimes led by notions of security. They're a desperate response to poor school outcomes and choices. They're flawed with notions of academic achievement and performance. Parents are radically responding to what is sold to them, and we completely understand you kind of go after what's available. The theme of desperation came up. There was the panel before this actually brought in, I thought, something very rich about the cognitive science and how it plays a role around stereotyping. There was something about the gendered science that made me think about race science. You know, the old notion of like the size of your cranium and what you could actually hold. I mean, it was almost like a flashback. And I say that as someone who has funded racial justice work and now works in a space that's centered around Black culture and history. So it's like, wow, this is really old world, yet still compelling, right? So I don't know if that's my right brain working as a man. Here works differently, but it says something. It's doing something.
Yes.
Last, and I'll end here, is the dynamics of intersectionality. How we position these questions creates attentions to who is at risk. At the same time, it assigns visibility and invisibility. Who matters, who doesn't matter. You know, our racial inequities get pushed through this prism of a gender-based isolation theory. You know, we are starting to question the legality of these gender-based solutions that purposefully leave out girls. And it feels like it's just a response to an inability to address contemporary racial inequities that allows gender-based education to be a proxy to a larger systemic issue. So then I'll stop here.
Well, I am doubting the wisdom of my decision to go last. Probably should have gotten up first and said I'm pleased and said that. This has just been such a rich and exciting day, and what I'll try to do is be as brief as my colleagues, if not as profound, and just make a couple of points that occurred to me in trying to contribute to the continuation of this very rich conversation that's ongoing here. I thought I'd begin with an existential framing of a sort that I talk about first the fact that I am a parent of 2 sons and 2 daughters. And they're just very different creatures, both across those gender groups and within those gender groups. And so for me, that becomes a way of connecting to the reminder that the reminders that were advanced numerous times today, to stay away from these stereotypes and our notions of somehow an essentialist idea of people once you have a sense of, or you think you have a sense of their gender. The second point for me that's existential is the fact that I have lived a life of commitment to single-sex colleges. I'm on the Spelman College Board of Trustees, and I have done all kinds of work with the Morehouse College. as you know, one is a college for black women of black and African ancestry, and the other is a college for black males. And so as I thought about and listened to the conversation today, you actually touched on that one, the whole notion of how we imagine a single-sex school, for example, or a single-sex college. Those two schools that I've mentioned don't begin to fit an idea that somehow you have the boys over here and the girls over there, or the men over this side and the women on the other side. Nor do they track with the notion that when you have in your lens an idea and construction that this is a black women's college, that you know everything you need to know about everyone who's there. And indeed, what you get is such rich variety and diversity in those settings. And then existentially, I cling to the fact that those schools, whatever the magic is that they work, produce a result that is unrivaled in the country. And so the lesson for us here, though, today is to figure out what it is about the schools that produces that result. That's what Tyrone talked about, for example. It's not simply that you clump the black males there together. Something else is happening, and what is that something else? So that's my second kind of existential reflection. The third one is a very, very interesting one in the sense that I was an expert witness in Garrett v. Detroit public schools, and have struggled with the whole kind of involvement since 1991, and struggled with it at that time, quite frankly, in the sense that I was of two minds, that the school system there was in such a shambles and had such challenges confronting it, one. Two, those parents in that community wanted to have some control and some voice and some choice, two. But at the same time, on the other side was the whole set of issues around the legality, the whole set of issues around, well, if this is good for black boys, it should be available to black girls as well. And then thirdly, just the complexity is such that simply moving folk around on the Titanic wasn't going to solve the problem. You know, moving those deck chairs over to this room or taking them out to the other section would not solve the problem. But I must tell you that I struggle to this day, and the way I resolved the struggle then and came down in favor of being one of the contributing experts supporting now Legal Defense Fund and the others who were fundamentally opposed to that idea of single-sex schools for black boys in Detroit, is that I came down by saying, you know, I embrace this principle and I will join you in fighting for it, but with one caveat, that when we win this struggle, that you also move to the next level in the larger struggle of how are we going to address improvement in education for that city. And I got promises, but I have to tell you that the moment the case was over, everyone went on with other business. And leaving a situation such that those parents in their desperation, that community in its desperation was trying to avoid, the schools descending to, continuing a slide in descent that today results in 2 districts within Detroit, one of which is just a paper or shell district, and the other which is under state control and direction, and neither one of them producing the kinds of educational outcomes that would speak well for us as a country, and that would serve those children there. So that is the sort of third existential issue with me. And then from all of that, I vault into intersectionality and its power and its promise as we try to work through these issues. Because the whole challenge is one of understanding how to disentangle these complex intersections of causal factors and outcomes. And the frame is just so incredibly powerful and promising, and to the extent that it, and then the challenge becomes one for us to implement and apply it and learn the lessons correctly. Now, I think out of the day's conversations, we definitely don't, and I'm sure we will not, confuse the challenge to the challenges that we're mounting to and against and posing for single-sex schools as simplistic solutions, and we have to be firm on that. But I don't go from there to the conclusion that it's not worthwhile and important to study black men and black boys. Because for me, that's the essence of intersectionality. It's important to study black girls in those different settings and under different circumstances and contexts. Because those are the kinds of lessons we have to come away with. Otherwise, we regress to the mean and go back to those essential notions that have not been helpful or clarifying for us. Now, with that as kind of a context, I'll just make a couple of very quick points. I've already said that it's right and necessary to have those kinds of specific foci and a specific research focus on black men and on other groups within those schools, black women within those schools, well-to-do black boys or girls within those schools, and what have you, because the confluence and the sort of how those key identities and realities move about are key to understanding the outcomes that we are concerned with. And one of the outcomes that looms largest and keeps getting lost for my purposes is SES. Because the fact of the matter is that whichever of those combined identity categories one falls in, if you got some money, you can protect your black boy in a way that those without resources can. And that doesn't mean that you can protect that black boy completely and totally. But the point is that you can leverage those resources of capital, leverage those resources of connections and make a difference in terms of the outcomes for your young woman who is a young black girl who is decided that she's gay or is trying to make those decisions about her sexual orientation. The essence of intersectionality in that respect, as far as I've embraced the concept, then becomes one of the importance to name and address those intersectional identities, and then to assess in very systematic fashion and be aware of how the circumstances will vary for individuals who are in a similar or the same situation, but bring into that situation different identities, different connections, and different kinds of resources for dealing with the situation. The third point I'd make is that, I sat here as a quantitative sociologist and listened to the conversations and debates about evidence. And just wanted to remind us all that at the end of the day, evidence is not neutral. The research approaches that we use are not neutral. This whole push toward empirically driven decision-making and research-based decisions, honestly, that came out of a very conservative administration and was used with very express and systematic purposes. And so what do we get from that empirically driven decision? We get testing, which is decimating education and approaches to schools. And we get a whole set of other kinds of decisions that are in their own way doing violence to us as a society. Decisions about bottom line accounting that then impact our services in the health sector, and impact our services in all areas of life in the society. But the numbers, the empirical design argues for the approaches that are implemented. I could not help but draw an analogy in terms of some undercurrents in the debate about whether it's important to study black boys with the Black Lives Matter movement. The whole strategy for diffusing and distracting the Black Lives Matter movement was to say that all lives matter. That wasn't the point. That isn't the point of saying that Black Lives Matter. But when you are confronted with that kind of sleight of hand, it disrupts one from the importance of looking at specific cases, learning from those even as you're trying to better understand the more general case. Obama. I think that President Obama has been a very positive force for this country, and I think we have to be reminded of where we were when he took it over. It was a black job. one of those jobs that everything is in such a mess. So, let the black guy have it. Let the black woman have it, right? But at the same time, even as we hold him to an accounting, and we must, I think that we need to be reminded, or just to do a sort of thought experiment of how would this conversation go if the resources to deal with any kid's education weren't so sparse and scarce. And so we, at the same time we're holding him to an accounting, I think as one of the earlier panelists said, we have to fight to redistribute the resources so that we have more resources available for these programs in need and for improving education in this society. I seem to remember that the numbers for My Brother's Keeper were really minuscule. I think it might have been $100 million, if I'm not mistaken. 300 million. Yes. You divide that by 50, first of all, and spread it across the states, and then it was over 5 years. I think that's what I was thinking, right? Basically, it was $1 million a year per state, or something in that general vicinity. And as we know, that's not any money. That's not enough money to deal with and repair the neglect and that long history of problems. So to the extent we engage these conversations, we have to avoid being in a situation that 99% are always in relative to the 1%. We're dealing with such a small percentage of the total wealth of the nation that we're fighting among ourselves and not redirecting and reframing so that we get more of that money from the larger, where it's concentrated in that more privileged group. I would also say, and I'm sort of riffing here, but I would also say that if we're going to talk about white male privilege, we must talk about black male disadvantage. I mean, that's like talking about race and only talking about race as if it resides with blacks and not with whites. It's like talking about gender and suggesting that only women carry gender, but not males. So again, sort of circling back around, that becomes in its own way kind of an intersectional analysis, and an analysis that is important for us to conduct, to look at the status of white males with privilege, but also to look at the status of black males who are in disadvantaged positions. And by the way, in looking at those black males who are disadvantaged, there is no argument that you don't focus as well on black females who are disadvantaged, because they live in the same household. You know, they walk the same streets, as we were reminded, so and attend the same schools. The whole discussion about compliance and control was very interesting to me. And for us to think about the fact that there are these currents that are, in some respects, at odds with one another in schools. Because we are trying to train our young ladies to become more assertive. We are trying to train them to become less compliant. And we're trying to incorporate those dimensions into educational curriculum. But to the extent that you're trying to say, okay, children need to be more assertive and less compliant, when that little black girl is more assertive and less compliant, the school has no room for her in that kind of assertion of herself, and she gets penalized. And just think about how that cross-messaging goes to those kids who are seeing one group in its own way being privileged to, yes, you should be more assertive, yes, you should speak up, yes, you should be less compliant. But the other kids who have, for any combination of reasons, are better developed in that area, in those respects, are being penalized for bringing that kind of orientation. And then I conclude with where I began, with Garrett, and just reminding us that what happened with Garrett is that those families and those parents who were pushing for that in their desperation as a solution were thwarted, and I played a role in thwarting them on that point. At the same time, the parents who had resources voted with their feet and their purses, and they left Detroit and went out to the suburbs and found and constructed better schools in Birmingham and Southfield and what have you. The parents who have resources and who stayed in Detroit, again, voted with their purses and feet by creating these enclaves, these private schools, these options and alternatives that were not available to the larger community. So I stopped by just having said as a whole bunch of questions And the beauty, though, is that Kimberle has brought us together to wrestle with these questions, and then our challenge becomes one, not simply stopping here, which is what happens sometimes, and often with conferences. We have the great discussions, but we don't care for them. But as Barbara has pointed out, Kimberle won it out.
Listening to Alvin and Walter makes me, just come up with just a couple further thoughts. One of the debates that I often have with people about charter schools is very similar to aspects of this debate, and that the issue of choice comes up all the time. And what I always remind people is that we live in an era where the theory of the American dream has been destroyed. It doesn't exist anymore. But one of the fundamental foundational theories of the American dream was that every child, regardless of their parents' abilities, their parents' class, their parents' education, their parents' privilege, was entitled to a quality education that would give them the opportunity, based on their own personal application, to succeed in society, and they have the learnings, the basic learnings that were very critical. Foundational to the Brown decision, right? When you go back and you read it, what it talks about what's important about an education, and why education at the time of the enactment of the 14th Amendment was not enshrined within the amendment itself. And looking at the constitutional history of the 14th Amendment and talking about why education at that time was not valued and how education had evolved over the centuries to become much more foundational, much more fundamental, much more critical to everything, including the right to vote. So I think it's odd that so much of the discussion that we have about gendered education, single-sex education, about charter schools, etc., is based on a choice perspective, the caveat emptor perspective. And so the parent that does not have the time, that works two and three jobs, and doesn't have time to take their child, to enter them into the lottery system, to do whatever is necessary within a choice framework, loses out. And we say, too bad to the child. There's something really fundamentally wrong with the way in which we are viewing the role of education and the obligation of government to every single child. So I just think that that's just something that we got to really look at, because the fundamental and foundational question should be, what is best for all children? And recognizing that children are in fact very different. And it tickles me. My son is 29 years old. So that means he has a full, millennial friendships and Generation X friendships. And their vision of gender identity is quite different than ours. And it's not binary, and it certainly isn't what you would call static. So gendering changes even. So I'm just, I'm learning as a parent, to really listen, and as a parent of an older, adult, to really listen and to learn from, these items. And so this whole, binary view of education becomes problematic. I also, of course, you cannot ever talk about anything in this country dealing with race and gender and not talk about white structural racism and what serves it and doesn't. And so much of what is invested in are strategies that ultimately continue to uphold white patriarchy and white supremacy. And so what if it means that black men, quote, pull up their pants and are heads of households and keep those Amazon women under control? I think, we have to, really think hard about all of this moving forward. Lastly, one of the slide that I had up earlier was the picture of, that's Charles Flowers High School. It's a high school where a parent posted this picture because, as you can see, this is a parents' meeting, very robust, parents' meeting with the administration. And they make the note that in this school there are 687 students who are on honor roll. 107 of those students, of the students in this school had a 4.0 GPA. They have an 86% graduation rate. That's not considered good enough now. And it raises questions of what are good schools. It raises questions of what our standards are. And doing the research for this, I was very struck by one of the stories about Harlem Children's Zone. About in 2010, they had, in the prior years, had been doing really well on the state test changed in 2010. And all of a sudden, they went from being a Class A school, some of the Promise Academies, to suddenly being a middling school. And it just shows you again, just what really is a good school. So I just think that we have to, sit back and also at the same time, education is not its own island. It sits amidst everything else going on in society. So if you have economic deprivation, if you have cultural, social deprivation, you cannot expect that somehow, children who are walking into a school with 50,000 less words than the white child that's walking into school at the same grade level is going to be automatically competitive. It means you got to invest differently, right? You got to think differently about what is needed. You got to think differently also about that overall community and what kind of investment should be going into it. And how does the school serve that overall community and its investment. So I just want to say that, we definitely scratched the surface here today. But I know that we're going to be looking more at the questions that have been raised about better research, more data, the questions that have been raised about legal challenges, the questions that have been raised about infusing and trying to affect policy at the state and the federal level. I think all of these things have to be done to deal with this. Lastly, I'm very struck by one of the current hashtags that's ruling on Twitter. And it says everything to me about how we have to challenge ourselves. I actually applied to become president of Spelman College, so I can talk easily about those contradictions and those issues. But I am taken by the fact that the hashtag is Rate by Morehouse. And this is basically women coming together after what has been at least a decade of protests by women at Spelman about the inability of their school and Morehouse to effectively address the issue of rape culture and the negative effects it's had on women. And part of what the women have surmised, and over the years when I've been reading about this, because I certainly read about it, and was thinking about it all the time, is that they surmise that part of the conflict is that not only do they fear that the black men will be over-prosecuted and hurt, but also the disbelief of the women. The whole thing about the women having to be liars. They're all their fault if they got raped. I mean, every single stereotype, is advanced, but also it's the fear that somebody will question them out, right, of the single-sex schools. So there's so much at stake when we talk, and we really have to, be honest, be above board, really think about what are the real solutions, what do we really have to do to address, sex, unequal and, sex-based, instruction. And I just think that it's more complex than people want to admit, but it is absolutely critical that we continue not only to dialogue, but that we continue to advance policies, do the lawsuits, engage the next administration, which I hope will be friendly. Don't tell them what if it's the Trump or well anyway. We can make our own guess. So I just want us to really keep this work up. Thank you.
So I think we have like about 15 minutes left. So this might be a good chance to open it up for Q&A.
Yeah.
The floor, we'd like to recognize Luke Harris.
I just want to say one thing. It's really, I think, in part in response to what you said, Barbara, because I do agree that white male privilege is a problem, and that we certainly have to focus on black male disadvantage. But I do want to say that those of us who came together, the group of black men who originally opposed the gender exclusivity of My Brother's Keeper, we're concerned about in communities of color and in the black community in particular, black male privilege. Right? And black male privilege is something that I think has to be put at the center of this conversation. Because these visions that are hostile to our community come not just from the outside, but they come from the inside. And they come from us. Right? And so one of the things that we have to sort out is what does it mean for black men and boys to take responsibility for moving beyond the patriarchal conceptions of racial justice, which do harm to our community. But I think that we cannot move forward without taking that seriously, and we shouldn't underestimate how little seriousness black men, and I was a product of this, and I did this for most of my career, how little we really understand that, right? I mean, the thing that intersectionality taught me was that, I could grow up, come to so-called manhood thinking that I had a vision of racial justice that really made a lot of sense without realizing that I grew up in the midst of endangered black women, right? How is that possible? Well, that's really possible if you have a vision of racial justice that only focuses on you. And so I think it's going to be really important that we continue to focus as much internally in our community on black male privilege as we do fighting white male privilege.
John Jackson.
I guess I'm standing on this side of the room now to sort of balance it. And to try to get a different result. I think it's important we talk about black male privilege. I agree with that, but not forget black male demise. You take a city like Chicago, Baltimore, look at the homicide rate. In LA last year, there were about 285 murders. In New York, around 330. Both cities are larger than Chicago. Chicago's on pace to have 550 homicides. Over 80% of those are males of color. So I agree that we may not be able to find a policy that a state actor is promoting that is causing that disparate impact, but we have to admit that that disparate outcome is statistically significant. So the question I'm wrestling with is, how do we solve a challenge that recognizes that is so statistically driven by gender in a very gender neutral way? Because black males are more likely than most to be and exist in co-ed environments. When they go to school, predominantly teachers are predominantly white females. When they go to church, more females. So I'm trying to get at how then do we address, what does that look like to move forward to address those types of issues? that level of demise that is gender-driven and race-driven without addressing race and gender.
Well, Luke, I see.
I just want to say that obviously those kind of concerns have to be at the center of the table, but there's no city in the United States where black men and boys are in crisis where the same isn't true for black women and girls, right? And so, I'm down with what you're saying about it, but I want to see the black community and other communities of color focus the intensity on the one that it does on the other.
I can agree.
And I sort of have a connection with the two arguments and just remind us all that we have to be very careful, because I alluded to it earlier with the 1%, 99% formulation. We can get into conversations where we're back and forth about whether there should be a more intense focus on black men or there should be a more intense focus on black women. And I agree with how you ended it. We have to have an intense laser-like focus on both.
Right.
But at the same time, just recognizing that there are those moments, and we will have to jointly decide moments where the focus has to be more intense on one versus the other. And I'm not saying that this is a moment where it has to be more intense on black men.
I just have one last thing to say. I'm totally down with that, but I don't know a point in American history where that focus has ever been on black women and girls first.
Whoa. Well, I also think.
Wait. But Luke, you know a moment when it was on black men first, previously?
Well, I mean, the Million Man March, Obama's thing, when black men got to vote and black women didn't, right? I'm not saying things were ever good for black men, but I'm just saying that there's no point on that continuum historically that I can see where the black community said, this is going to be the time that we put black women and girls first. I see no historical moment of that in my lifetime, nor reading back in American history. And I think we need to deal with that because I think that has to do with patriarchy in our community.
And it is very much a very real presence in the community.
Now, and what I was going to say, I'm sorry, let me just do my woman voice. I'll get in here. I was going to say that, part of the issue to me, Mr. Jackson, is that when you look at Chicago again, the best study that's been done on the gang violence, about how you decrease it, the most effective studies still tell us that the most important investment is in jobs. That you got that the people who are killing, the people who are involved, are that 16 through, 30 group that is 45% or more unemployed. Julianne Malveaux will say that figure is just too low. You got in New York, and you have in Chicago, you have in 33 cities in this country where there are African American populations of significance. You have African American unemployment of over 30%, and some as high as 50. So I think that part of our questioning that we have to look at is what actually is the driver of the inequality, and what is the driver? Because people always throw the black men kill each other more often, stat at you to say that that's why the black male is more endangered. And I say no, he's more endangered because nobody gives him any work, and he's unemployed, and even when he comes out of school, his unemployment rate is really bad, and so is hers. And when I say out of school, I mean out of college. So I just think that we have to be much more targeted about, where we want to intervene, how we want to intervene, and looking more at the problems that are driving this, and the problems that are accounting for, these issues. Chicago is so bad because what happened? I mean, you look at the stats for the last 10 years, Chicago created 50,000 jobs. Who did they hire? People from the suburbs. They didn't hire their inner city people. I mean, these are the kind of issues that drive different kind of policy choices and policy directions. Once again, We'd rather spend money on, you know, easy solutions like gender schools, or even easier solutions locking people up. We'd rather spend our money that way than to really look at these kinds of issues, these kinds of barriers, these kinds of challenges. And that's, you know, where my heart is to, you know, force the real debates and get the policies that actually make a difference.
I just wanted to add this one piece. You know, it's interesting because I'm thinking that racism is such an irrational phenomenon. And in that irrationality, we're asked to choose, right? Which is just a false setup in of itself, but acknowledges the reality of racism, right? The other part of that is, you know, I think, you know, John's question around the data, you know, is interesting and important. At the same time, you know, remember one morning I decided I was just going to listen to the news and hear, just for some reason, how frequently I heard women were raped.
Oh.
And the numbers were large, unsolved. And you just see report after report, in particular, you know, women of color who are trapped in public housing, who are trading either issues of sex for maintenance repairs, and just the normativeness of it all, right, that doesn't even register. So there's a part of it where, like, the black pain is so normalized that it doesn't even get seen. It's just part of the trees. You know, it's just part of our daily kind of vision. And so, yes, there is this way where you can kind of focus, but there's also a way where you can also be narrow, right? To the point where you don't even recognize that there's a larger starvation happening. And I think that's where I think this conversation is really important. And also this question, it's interesting because the camps on the conservative side would be completely assailed. Yes, your endangered species narrative is important. And I always wonder, you know, we bring this up about like Obama. I am pro-Obama, but let me say this. I do wonder if MBK could be constructed during the Bush administration. I wonder. You know, I don't know. If Bush were to adorn himself with, you know, young, tied, you know, boys of color and assail the same level of finger waving, would there be a choir to say, yes, this is what we're looking for? So there's something about those optics too, right? And at the same time, the Bush administration gave us was the Promise Keepers and all that great stuff. So and I think, but we don't have any, and also I do wonder about the reality of what happens when movements dance with politics.
Yeah.
Right? And being able to really parse that material out and what we get out of that. Barbara Smith, I feel like.
Thank you. I think that when we get into the weighing of miseries, into the comparing of miseries, that we're on incredibly shaky ground. So I'm just saying that to preface a few things that I would like to raise. This issue of like this war, in fact, of like who's worse off among within our community, black men or black women. It's been fought ever since I've been on Earth. So that's longer, you know, than, you know, any present interventions or intersectionality or black feminism or any of it. There has always, it seems to me, at least in my, you know, like kind of 20th century experience, there's always been this tension between who is faring worse or faring better under white supremacy. Within the race. Is it black men or is it black women? A black woman can do da-da-da-da-da, but often a part of that scenario of her being able to get whatever she wants has to do with massive sexual exploitation. Be that as it may, there is a wonderful sister, I wish I could remember who it was. I think it was in the context of talking about black women's health, and you know there's been wonderful organizing around looking at black women's health as a specific reality and also a specific set of situations that need to be addressed. But what this sister said was black men explode and black women implode. And that's why it's so hard to see, like, what the, you know, the actual situation is, because if it's about street violence, gun violence, et cetera, gang violence, then it's just out there. The woman who is depressed, who is not,
Yes.
you know, addressing her own health, and so she dies at a disproportionately early age, that's not seen as a part of a similar phenomenon. When we look at maternal mortality rates within our black and brown communities, we see statistics that mirror those of so-called developing countries. I live in a neighborhood where those statistics are actually in play. And it's shocking, you know, it's shocking to think, wow, you know, you're living in a post-industrial, you know, capitalist, you know, et cetera, society, not one with a social safety net that's substantial, but the thing is that you're living in a place where the so-called modern medicine, et cetera, is being practiced, and yet you have maternal and infant mortality rates, which is a major, as you know, we're social scientists, that's a major marker of how well a society is doing. What is your maternal and your mortality rates? Within the black community, they're extremely high. When we look at violence against women, domestic violence, including intimate partner murder, you already said, you talked about how much, you know, you hear, if you listen for how many rapes, it's just staggering. 1 out of 3 women are raped in their lifetime. So that's just, it's pandemic, but yet we take it as being, you know, normal. And then when you look at some of diseases and causes of death among black women, the fact that black women get breast cancer less often and die more, you know, lesser incidence, higher mortality. Same, I believe, with cervical. So we really have to think about the details, you know, and the, you know, like the underlying, you know, kinds of assumptions of who's suffering. And as I said, once we start comparing, then we're in trouble. But there's some things that are invisible pretty much in our society, I think.
Well, thank you, Barbara. That was the last word for today. So please join me in thanking our discussants for doing Wow, so what a ride today has been. And I'm glad I never had to have my Rodney King moment. It seemed that we did all get along and were able to be frank in our exchanges with one another. Many people have said throughout the day that this is the beginning of a conversation and hopefully not the end. And in that vein, tomorrow we want to turn to what the implications of many of the items that we put on our agenda might be. We're going to talk about community outreach. We're going to talk about foundations and the ways that they have shaped this in ways that they can shape it differently through collaboration with advocacy and with research. And importantly, we want to talk about whether this conversation has any kind of institutional future. What might be part of continuing this kind of convergence between folks in all these different sectors. But now, most importantly, it's time for eating and drinking. And we have a lot of that waiting for you, and you all have been so great and so present. We want to make sure that we end the day on the high note that we began it with. So we ask you all to join us outside in the courtyard. We were hoping a little bit more sun, but we're going to try to fake it till we make it. We start tomorrow at 9, and the folks, breakfast is what? Breakfast is at 8 o'clock. And before we leave, I want to say a very special thank you to someone who came on board maybe 3 weeks ago to make this possible. All the professionalism that folks had mentioned earlier. I want you to join me in thanking William Chen. And the person that keeps the policy Policy Forum looking like it's really moving along and a serious organization is to my right here, Julia Sharpley. And the rest of the staff listening outside, and thank them. And finally, I want to thank the person who made this really possible, Julia.